Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and getting moving fast. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
I thought I was on the screen, but I'm not. Hello, friends, and welcome. Another session commences. It never stops, of course. We never stop, and hope you always keep pace with us. So a session starts and your company is required. We do it twice a day. The second righteousness being fulfilled right now. And what is that righteousness all about? Well, we are kicking it off in the traditional spaces. Peter Obi's so-called investment in Anambra worth next to nothing. This is Soludo, a senior banker former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. And if there's anything that there is to know about finances, if Soludo doesn't know about it, then it is not worth knowing. So that gives gravitas to his pronouncement. Peter Obi's so-called investments in Anambra, what next to nothing? So that is Charles Soludo, the person who should know, the current governor of that space, informing the public. So he informs the public, but Peter Obi might well have an easier run to Aso Rock as we previously thought. Why Tinubu may be disqualified over drug dealing case. So it looks as though Tinubu might not even make it to the polls, according to what this headline is explaining to us. It looks as though then the technicality of his wayward drug dealing may ultimately catch up with him just before he peeps the finishing line. Why Tinubu may be disqualified over drug dealing case. So quite why that is, we find out shortly. But it looks as though that news has not yet gotten to the next headline, because the next headline is emboldened and chest out. 2023, Tinubu will clinch victory by a landslide. This is attributed to a group. So which group that is and what emboldens such a bravadocious statement, we'll find out shortly. But quite a brave assertion. 2023, Tinubu will clinch victory by landslide. So a group saying this. So who are they and why are they saying that? We'll find out shortly. Still within that presidential space, Obi never fired from the headline. Presidency, Obi has nothing to offer apart from dubious statistics. It is Kashim Shettima this time around launching a foot in the direction of the head of the man from Anambra. A kick in the face to presidency. Obi has nothing to offer apart from dubious statistics. Kashim Shettima, the vice presidential candidate for the APC, making the headline there. NNPP collapses structure into APC in Zamfara state. So this is worth noting because, of course, we've predicted all along on this platform that ultimately Kwankwaso is going to collapse his structure for Tinubu because they're long-standing friends, and he knows he has no pathway to the presidency, and he being a pragmatic man, and he being somebody that personally detests Atiku and cannot even countenance or give consideration to Peter Obi. So ultimately, he will cascade his structures into Tinubu space. And it looks as though he's already moving in that direction. Kwankwaso bowing at the knee to Tinubu. NNPP collapses structure into APC in Zamfara. So that is where they're starting it off, the collapsing of NNPP into APC. 67% of latest voter registrations in Bayelsa is invalid. So a lot of permutations around the new entrants into the voting space and how they are going to move the needle within that space. But a lot of skepticism also looking at voting patterns. Traditionally, the uptake not more than around about 35% of registered voters. But even this new registrant now, it looks as though not all of them made it past the finishing post. In fact, most of them did not really make it past the finishing post, at least in Bayelsa. 67% of latest voters registration in Bayelsa is invalid. INEC making the headline this time around. So INEC making that headline, but who is making the next headline? It is all over for Atiku Obi as Shettima makes new presidential election prediction. So quite was led to that because, of course, he would say that, wouldn't he? But why is he saying that is more the interesting bit? So why exactly such a brave statement in what people consider to be a tight race? 2023, it is all over for Atiku Obi as Shettima makes a new presidential election prediction. So let's find out what those predictions are or what that prediction is to see if we concur that the race is over for the also rans. So leaving politics for a moment, this is a space that we have been getting snippets from, and it seems to be coming in greater waves. Yoruba king rejects gods of his forefathers, asks others to leave throne. So this is the conflict now. The coming together between tradition and modernity, the coming in conflict between the indigenous ways of the Yorubas and the Middle Eastern religions that have made an incursion into a space. So the abandonment of tradition and religion as we know it to the full embrace of the Abrahamic religion seems to be what this Oba is inviting. But is the Yoruba space headed in that direction, or does the Yoruba space even want to head in that direction? Yoruba king rejects gods of his forefathers, asks others to leave throne. So quite what's in play there and who that king is, all of that to be found out shortly. Back to politics and the presidential space. I am happy Wike Umahi did not win presidential tickets. So this is Kwankwaso again, playing mischief politics as is his want. I'm not quite sure who straddles with more. Maybe Kwankwaso or Shettima, but there's mischief in their tone and their eyes whenever they speak to the political space. You know that these gentlemen are having fun, and he continues to have that fun. I am happy Wike Umahi did not win presidential tickets. A headline attributed to the Aboki from Kano, Kwankwaso. So there it is right there, a rich mix as always is the case, just a blend of everything that you want to have. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it and surrender yourself to the space. Let us hold you hostage for however long this session lasts. It could well last only 40 minutes. It could well last 4 hours, 5 hours. Who knows? These sessions are usually organic, and the direction that it flows is entirely dependent on you guys. I just present the talking points, and then it's left to you guys to make of it what the session will become. But usually it's always engaging, and we're hopeful in this instance that it will continue to be engaging. So engage with it. Just hold your hands up and surrender to the platform for however long it lasts. But before you hold your hands up in surrender, click on the like button. Make sure that you should do that as a matter of routine as you're coming onto the platform. Make sure you're subscribed as well if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join me on the screen to engage with any of the talking points, click on this hyperlink right there that says StreamYard. So it is on all of the platforms that we're streaming, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, etc. Everywhere that we are streaming, that should be in the comment section there. So if you click on it, then you pop onto the screens, and then you can take on the conversation with hopefully a bunch of panelists. So that's how it usually works. It's an open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So there it is. Click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to come engage with the platform. And anybody that has spent more than a moment on this space, you will know that we are subtly but firmly pushing this buy a coffee link. So we're pushing this buy a coffee link for anyone that wants to tip a donation in the direction of the platform. So if you click on that, it's just an easy 3-step process, and then you can go wild there. But don't be derisory if you do go there. Don't go there and do the barest minimum. If you're not inclined, don't do it at all. But if you are inclined, which we are encouraging that inclination, go there and go wild. So go wild. So go tip your host endless cups of coffee. So there it is right there. Click on the like button, which you should have done already. Make sure you are subscribed, which I imagine you are already. And if you're not, correct that. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to do that. And then if you are inclined to tip in the direction of the platform by way of a donation, click on that hyperlink that says buy your host a coffee. Go in there and go wild. Go in there and go wild. So as we said about all those, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop. Drinking involved. Get your calabash. I present you the Kegites. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Papa, you don't come. Oh. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niriwagweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Who wouldn't say amen to that? I'm certainly saying amen, both on my behalf and on behalf of you or my friends. So on behalf of myself and all of my friends are listening to that, I say amen. Ikuko Niriwagweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that. Ikuko Niriwagweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Peter Obi's so-called investment in Anambra, what next to nothing? Charles Soludo, the person who is at the primary position to know, speaks to that. So, and there's a video clip as well that I'll play you at the end of all of the readouts. So not at the end of this readout, but at the end of all of the readouts, so you can listen to the man in his own words. Anambra Governor Chukwuma Soludo says the investment former Anambra Governor Peter Obi claimed he made whilst in office are today what next to nothing. Mr. Soludo made this statement in an interview with Channels Television on Thursday night, dismissing claims that Mr. Obi left huge investments behind. I don't know. I don't know you are making the interview. That should be why though, but they didn't put a why there. But I don't know why you are making the interview about Peter Obi. Mr. Soludo said when asked if he intends to invest state funds like Mr. Obi. Our interview is about my 2023 budget. I am not talking about the investment of any of my predecessors. By the way, the one you're talking about, I don't know anything about it. I think there was something I read about somebody speculating about the value of whatever investment you are talking about. But what I have seen today is that the value of those investments is what next to nothing. So let's leave that aside. So he casts it aside with a quiff of a hand. Forget the nonsense, that is rubbish. Let's leave that aside. So you can imagine that that's just derisory, dismissive quiff of the hand. Let's leave that aside. So Soludo flicks Peter Obi away should have been the title, really. By the way, so let me just give you that paragraph again, so you see why I said Soludo flicks Peter Obi away should have been the title. By the way, the one you're talking about, I don't know anything about it. I think there was something I read about somebody speculating about the value of whatever investment you talk about. But what I have seen today is that the value of those investments is what? Next to nothing. So let's leave that aside, he said. Mr. Obi, the Labour Party's presidential candidate for 2023 elections, has continued. Mr. Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate for 2023 elections, has continually beat his chest for investments of state funds in productive enterprises. Popular for being a frugal administrator, Mr. Obi will fight next year's elections against All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, PDP Atiku Abubakar, and a host of other candidates. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So the slow unpeeling and the slow unraveling of Peter Obi happening in public glare. So we have said that they think you hate the guy, but he invites you to go and verify. I did a piece just a couple of days ago on the reasons why he was removed as the Anambra governor. And if you go and look at those reasons, it's enmeshed in corruption. So we must go with facts. And who would know it more factually than Soludo? But then, of course, you can expect the viciousness and the visceral clap back against this guy. They would try and slaughter him. Sabo, you can already hear the wailing and gnashing of the teeth. Wailing and gnashing of the teeth, especially if you're high on drugs. Why Tinubu may be disqualified over drug dealing case. So now let's now see what the latest installment is in this never-ending saga that's been going on since 1999. A spokesman for the Atiku/PDP presidential campaign, Daniel Bwala, on Thursday, said Bola Ahmed Tinubu may be disqualified from contesting the 2023 presidential elections over his connections to a drug dealing trafficking case in the United States. Bwala made the comment during his appearance on Channel Television's Politics Today. I am afraid that the conclusion of this case is that from the eyes of the law, Bola may be, so he's now calling him Bola as though they are age mates. This is it. Now, I think he's a man in his 40s, by the way, Bwala. I am afraid that the conclusion of this case is that from the eyes of the law, Bola may be disqualified from contesting if the matter goes to court. Bwala said, narcotics and money laundering, whether in Nigeria or the United States, is a criminal offense, but he wasn't criminally convicted, though. So that's just a little factual aside. A little factual aside. Bwala was commenting on the controversy surrounding a document recently released by the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois. The document contained evidence of Tinubu's alleged involvement in narcotics and money laundering about 30 years ago. The matter ended in a settlement which led Tinubu to Tinubu's forfeiture of $460,000 in one of the accounts linked to the former Lagos State governor. Bwala, however, argued that the issue at stake was a matter of character. For the Nigerian people, the source of the money is important, but there is still a cloud around drug-related offenses and drug-related activities with somebody who wants to be the number one citizen of the country. He said, recently, there was a massive busting of cocaine in Nigeria. This idea of drugs and narcotics is a terrible case all over the world. And if somebody has the questionable character and is elected as a president, what it means is that it will embolden people who are into those activities. That is why the person has to come out clean. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure if there's anything substantive to that. I was hoping for more, but it didn't deliver a lot. But perhaps you heard more from it than I did. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come give me your interpretation of what Daniel Bwala had to say. On to the next, 2023, Tinubu will clinch victory by a landslide. So you just see the total switch around now in narratives from him being dead and buried to him taking victory. So let's now find out now what's in play here. So it's already a prejudiced piece. So just like that one was prejudiced, this is a prejudiced piece too. The South-South agenda for Tinubu/Shettima has expressed confidence. I'm not even sure if I should read this because from just who is saying it, you already know where it is. But just because it's been advertised, let me just read it. The South-South agenda for Tinubu/Shettima has expressed confidence that the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu will emerge victorious at the presidential election in 2023. It boasted that Tinubu will win the polls in the South-South by a landslide. In a statement on Thursday, the leader of the Tinubu support group, Bitrus Oliver, insisted that no geopolitical zone will want to be in opposition in the next political dispensation in the country. He said the South-South region has, therefore, resolved that the votes of the people of the zone will be counted amongst the winning votes of the APC standard bearer. The statement said, no geopolitical zone would like to be in the opposition in the new dispensation. That is the only way every zone will protect their share of the national cake. Our vote must be counted amongst the winning ballot in the landslide victory of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as president. As a matter of fact, we thank God our people have realized this and have resolved to vote for Tinubu/Shettima come 2023. Oliver added that the SSATS, which is the South-South, something Tinubu, etc., you know they love acronyms in Nigeria. Oliver added that the SSATS was ready to take the message of the anticipated Tinubu and Shettima electoral victory to all nooks and crannies of the South-South. So there it is right there. It's just a party political piece. I think there are a couple more paragraphs. He urged members of the group to work hard and continue spreading the gospel of the APC presidential candidate. Oliver added that Tinubu is the most experienced, competent, prepared, and credible person to take over from President Muhammad Buhari and fulfill the expectations of Nigerians. So there it is right there. I'm not sure what to glean from that, but certainly to say that the South-South is a given to anybody is fallacious thinking. To say that the South-South is a given to anybody is fallacious thinking, because they traditionally vote in a certain way, and then the new paradigm invites a new type of voting, and that new paradigm is not clearly defined within the South-South. So forget that anybody will say it's a slam dunk for anybody. Not a slam dunk for anybody. Certainly that group is telling you that Tinubu will sweep the floor in that space. On to the next, and still Obatas presidential presidency. Obi has nothing to offer apart from dubious statistics. Kasim Shettima. Vice presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Kashim Shettima, has told Nigerians that the choice before them as the head for the next general election is between light and darkness, describing the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, as a good man who has nothing to offer but dubious statistics. And this is a space that Peter Obi must necessarily move away from. Quoting all these geographical spaces and all these statistical fallacious. A lot of there are dubious statistics. It never really coheres and is never really believable, and he doesn't carry the personality of anybody that should come with statistics. He's just a middle of the road politician, and he should play to his strength, which is an honest broker, a frugal man, and a man of the people. So if he starts to quote, "Oh, go and check it. It is a hand cream," no, don't do that now, because it comes as even if it's accurate or not, it just doesn't ring coming from Peter Obi, quoting all of these. What Shettima is now describing as dubious statistics. Vice presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Kashim Shettima, has told Nigerians that the choice before them as the head for the next general election is between light and darkness, describing the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Mr. Peter Obi, as a good man who has nothing to offer but dubious statistics. Kashim Shettima spoke on Thursday at a one-day symposium organized by APC Professionals Forum tagged Dissecting the Asiwaju Manifesto, Renewed Hope 2023, Action Plan for a Better Nigeria. At the event, the First Lady Aisha Buhari also spoke glowingly of her husband's outgoing administration, stating that the next APC administration is expected to continue from where President Buhari stops. Represented by the Director General, National Center for Women Development, Dr. Asabi Vilita Bashir, the president's wife noted that national security will remain the hottest topic for debate in the 2023 presidential election, and that the expectations of Nigerians are even higher now. She said, the current administration was able to reclaim territories hitherto occupied by insurgents in the northeast, and thereby paved the way for locals to return to their communities to rebuild their lives. The security agencies, especially the military, were more remunerated, equipped, and empowered with modern military hardware to decimate the terrorists who have now gone underground. This has raised the morale of the security agencies. The administration has put in place a lot of social development programs to tackle poverty and reduce the number of those being targeted for recruitment by insurgents and bandits. Government's massive investment in infrastructure was aimed at boosting socio-economic well-being of the nation and further reduce poverty, which is a major cause of insecurity. Also, regional security has been more enhanced with our neighbors to properly tackle insecurity. The incoming administration will be expected to continue from the gains of the current administration. It is expected that the national security plans of the incoming administration must continue to train and equip our security agencies to do more to secure the country and prevent crime. New ways of financing critical infrastructures like power, railroad, etc. must be explored to stimulate economic development. More social development programs must be pursued to reduce poverty, and fresh ideas on combating emerging security challenges of kidnapping, oil theft, armed secessionist groups, communal clashes, and flood must be preferred. I have gone through the manifesto of our presidential candidate and have no doubt in my mind that given his experience in governance and passion to make positive impact in our national development, we would be in safe hands. So there it is right there. I'm not going to label you because it goes on, it tails off to another sub-headline, and then it goes into like a long essay. So actually, let me read you just this piece. Speaking in an earlier forum, Shettima spoke about Shettima spoke of how 30 years ago, witch doctors were the only people occupying the shores of Eco Atlantic until Tinubu became governor and reclaimed the area. He said, 30 years ago, you would see Babalawos sacrificing black cows along the shores of the Atlantic Bar Beach. Because of the quality of somebody's idea here, we have the Eco Atlantic City that has given accommodation facility to 250,000 Nigerians. I spent a night in that edifice and it was amazing. When I first got a job in Lagos in 1999, I have to beg my mother for 2 weeks before she allowed me to go. By then, the fare of Lagos for an average northerner was the beginning of wisdom. Before because that is saying he now, but he said mother in the first instance. Before he allowed me to go, they had to assemble a crowd of marabouts to pray for my safety. That was how bad things were. And I want you to compare the situation of things in Lagos 30 years ago and what it is now. Lagos is the safest state in West Africa. That is why leadership is very crucial for growth. Referring to Obi, whose baptismal oh God, I'm glad I read it. So the one thing I've always enjoyed about Shettima is his quick wit and humor. But listen to this. Referring to Obi, whose baptismal name is Gregory, as Gringori. You remember Gringori now, Gringori and Ogene. So referring to Obi, whose baptismal name is Gregory, as Gringori, a comic character in the now-rested television series New Masquerade, Shettima said, "What are the options available? Our political space is filled with a lot of very careful snails. We have to provoke conversation without descending so low to engage in malicious concoctions and dubious aspirations on and dubious aspersions on personalities. So what are the options available? Peter Gringori Obi is my friend. Peter Gringori Obi is my friend, but Gringori has absolutely nothing to offer apart from dubious statistics. So the choice before us is the difference between daylight and darkness. Half of the agricultural equipment in Nigeria are in Borno. An agricultural economist by training and invested in the entire agricultural value chain. In the height of the Boko Haram, I was able to assemble some of the brightest minds in this country. Audu Ogbe was my honorary special advisor on agriculture, etc. Some of the dignitaries at the event were Chairman, Board of Trustees of the APC Professional Forum and former governor of Bauchi State, Malam Yagudu, former Ogun State Governor Benga Daniels, former deputy governors of Lagos and Anambra, Mr. Femi Pedro and Dr. Nkem Okeke, respectively. National Coordinator of APC Professionals Forum, Mr. Akim Akintoye, and the Turaki of Ilani, Malam Mustafa, presidential aides, and a host of others. Okay, so there it is right there. So that is that is just the wit, you know. So he's the same guy. So he's now redubbed Peter Obi Gringori, but he's the same guy that has now redubbed what's it called? Atiku Abubakar as the Waziri of Abu Dhabi, the Waziri of Abu Dhabi and Gringori. There it is, right there. So on to the next. NNPP collapses structure into APC in Zamfara state. So now, this much anticipated and then the first step in that direction. As the 2023 elections draw nearer, all existing structures of the Zamfara state chapter of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, has reportedly collapsed into the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. Correspondents report that this claim was made by the NNPP's outgoing organizing secretary in the state, Babangida Haruna Damba, when he led the state executives of the party on behalf of its chairman, Alhaji Mohammed Ankar, and the 10 local government party chairmen who decamped along with their supporters to the APC at the government house recently. Declaring their resolve, Damba said they decided to collapse the NNPP to join Governor Bello Matawalle and his party APC because the NNPP lacks internal democracy and focus, which are strong indicators that the party will lose contestable positions at the state and national levels in the coming 2023 general elections. He added that NNPP had been dead at its formative stage in the state as it was engulfed by protracted crises stirred by an individual who is unpopular. Furthermore, Damba explained that the NNPP presidential flag bearer, Kwankwaso, is only in the race as a spoiler who is ready to bury the party at the end of the elections. Whilst welcoming the decampees to the government house, Governor Matawalle assured the new entrants of equal treatment. The state executive of the NNPP who decamps to APC include, and then he goes on to give us a list of names. So I'm going to share you the screen because the picture tells the whole tale, and you can see that the whole clan has moved to join the Jagaban of GBT. So the whole clan has moved to join the Jagaban of GBT. So there it is. This is Zamfara State House, and these were erstwhile NNPP functionaries, now APC functionaries. So you can see them there, and you can see Governor Matawale or whatever his name is. So there it is right there. The picture tells the tale. The picture tells the tale as we go on to the next. On to the next, 67% of latest voter registrations in Bayelsa invalid. INEC now telling us now that the rigging has begun. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has said that its data shows that 67.1% of new voter registration in Bayelsa State is invalid. INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner in the state, Dr. Emmanuel Alex Hart, who disclosed this during a meeting with leaders of the political parties in the state on Thursday, November the 10th, in Yanagoa, the state capital, said about 132,628 persons that completed the registration in the state. Only 43,678 were valid. The invalid registration was discovered after an automated biometric identification system was used to clean up the voters' registration from June 2021 to January 2022. He blamed this on double or multiple registration, underage registration, and outright fake registration. The foundation of credible election is the voter register. Before now, the commission commenced an update of the voters register during the CVR, which started on the 28th of June 2021 and was suspended on the 31st of July 2022. Whilst the exercise was on, the commission regularly gave up. While the exercise was on, there's no apostrophe. That's why I'm reading it through. Whilst the exercise was on, the commission regularly gave updates on a weekly basis. Out of a total of 132,628 persons that completed registration, only 43,678 were valid and 88,950 invalid. Invalid registration for that period was 67.1%. The commission has completed the exercise to clean up the register, and in the next few days, hard copies will be displayed in the 105 registration areas and 8 local government areas of the state. So it goes on and on, but the upshot of it is the double registration, trying to double book and triple book, and asking your 5-year-old son to go and stamp his hand. It looks as though that's not working this time around. So we go on to the next. 2023, it is all over for Atiku Obi as Shettima makes new presidential election prediction. So that may well be a rehash of what we've just read now. The vice presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Kashim Shettima, has said the presidential candidates of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and his Labour Party LP counterpart Peter Obi have nothing to offer to Nigerians. Shettima made this disclosure on Thursday, November the 10th in Abuja, during a one-day symposium on dissecting Ashwaju Manifesto Renewed Hope Action Plan for a Better Nigeria. Now, according to a report by correspondents, he said the 2023 presidential election will be a watershed in Nigeria's history, saying Obi has nothing to offer apart from dubious statistics. So I think he's just going to re-echo what we've already read. Shettima also said Atiku and Obi will be defeated by the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, arguing that the latter has superior ideas. In the build-up to the 2023 presidential election, the stakes are high, and anxiety continues to linger in the minds of citizens on who becomes the next president of Nigeria. Many political pundits and enthusiasts have described the forthcoming elections as a three-horse race, as there is none clear favor for the presidential seat. Bola Tinubu of the ruling APC, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, and Peter Obi of the Labour Party are the three major contenders for the Aso Rock seat, according to popular opinion. So I'm not quite sure if that gave us what we thought it might have. All right. Okay, let's go on to the next. Let's go on to the next. Just 2 more to go, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room to take it on. Yoruba king rejects gods of his forefathers, asks others to leave throne. A message has been sent to all traditional rulers in Yoruba land. The message was sent by the Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdulrashid Akanbi. Oh, is it this chap? All right, okay. If I knew it was him, then I wouldn't have brought it. All right. A message had been sent to all traditional rulers in Yoruba land. The message was sent by the Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdulrashid Akanbi. The monarch called on other kings to reject idol worshipping and submit only to God Almighty in running their domain. Oba Akanbi spoke in Iwo at the annual Olodumare Day celebration, where several musical groups and individuals sang praises to God. Our correspondents report. The monarch insisted that any king who is fetishistic is not representing God and urged those amongst them who wanted to engage in idolatry, how do you even pronounce that word? Idolatry, to abdicate the throne and become traditionalist. He said, other Yoruba kings must come in tandem with this because they can't be God's representatives and worship other gods. God is the real king, and the earthly king who is now fetish is not representing God well. Any king who worships any king who worships other gods or is fetishist should abdicate the throne and become a herbalist. There is no deity that is called Kabiesi. However, he was swiftly dismissed by the celebrated Ifa priest, the Araba Awo of Oshogbo, Ifayemi Elebuibon. Elebuibon said, Odu Ifa established Owo town, not a Quran. At best, not Owo but Iwo. So I'm getting thankfully there's only one more to read, and so because I think I'm starting to flag. Elebuibon said, Odu Ifa established Iwo, not a Quran. At best, Oluwo can go to Saudi Arabia and be king there and not in Yoruba land. He is misrepresenting Yoruba monarchy. So there it is right there. Always just looking to cut controversy is essentially what we know this guy for. In another report, Abdul Rashid Akanbi gave reasons why it is he's a better person than all his progenitors. He made this known in an Instagram post that had some photos that displayed his sartorial elegance. The monarch said that if he is not better as one of their offsprings, then all the incoming generations, including him, are failures. He went ahead to disclose that the dream of every father is for their children to be greater than them. So it's unbelievable. Meanwhile, correspondents earlier reported that the Oluwo of Iwo spoke about slavery and who is to blame for the dehumanization in Africa. He said that Africans were culpable in the slavery that happened on the continent. The king stated that Africans sold their children. We were the ones asking for gunpowders for guns to conquer, the order to take slaves. The king argued that the continent was never conquered as it is popularly believed. He stated that Africans rather gave themselves up. He added that he was the first king to apologize for slavery. He added that he was the first king to apologize for slavery in England at the Commonwealth. Uh, Oba Abdulrashid went further to say that the Europeans only came to the continent as explorers. So there it is right there. Colorado blend. Colorado blend. So there it is. It's unbelievable. We are living in strange and wonderful times. Strange, the world upside down. So this is not the last readout, and then we come into the room to see what's going on. I am happy Wike Umahi did not win presidential ticket. The Mala from the north, Kwankwaso. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP, Kwankwaso, has expressed excitement that the Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike did not clinch the presidential ticket of the People's Democratic Party PDP. Recall that Wike was defeated by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar in the presidential primaries of the PDP. Kwankwaso, who described Wike and the governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, as performers, was happy that should say that Umahi also did not win the All Progressive Congress APC presidential ticket. Umahi lost the presidential tickets to the of the ruling party to Bola Tinubu. The former governor of Kano State said the choice of candidates of the APC and PDP has given NNPP leverage to win the 2023 presidential election. Kwankwaso stated this on Wednesday whilst addressing newsmen in Abakaliki, the Ebonyi State capital. The presidential candidate said, "Of course, I would be very happy." The presidential candidate said, "Of course, I would be very happy that people like Dave here, people like my friend Wike and many others, I would have been very happy with them as presidential candidates. But we didn't want them as an opposition to go there because we know these are people who have performed. You know that as an opposition, we want people we can just easily work on and win. And that is why we are so happy and comfortable now at the national level. We are so happy that the strong ones could not get or buy the tickets during the primary election." So there it is right there. Just the jibes and the jabs coming from just the jabs and the jibes coming from Kwankwaso. I never knew he had that level of weight. I never knew he had that level of weight. So we bring on the panelists. Ajaleko, I see you. Osas, I see you. Thomas, I see you. King, I see you. Saki Father, I see you. And Echo, I'm not quite sure if your system is connected properly, so we don't know if we see you or not. So before we dive into it and we launch the panelist artists, let me bear with me. Let me quickly acknowledge Ayo, who has taken on that Buy the Coffee challenge, and we invite others to participate. So now, in the course of this session, I would like to be able to mention somebody else that has bought coffees for the platform outside the names of Jafar or Ayo or Thomas, because we seem to have just about 3-4 people, and the expectation is to have at least about 10 to 15 people doing that with some form of regularity, just really to encourage the platform, So we launch straight into it and we kick it off then with Thomas. Thomas, are you ready to go?
Yes, please.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Thomas. So let me look for your name. So good to have you, Thomas. So straight into it. Let me take you actually to Iwo first, and let's clean that up. Oluwo of Iwo saying that the Yoruba monarchical space, they should give up worshiping the orishas or abdicate their thrones. What are you making of that? The Colorado smoking Oba of Iwo.
Thank you. So listener, like, share, and subscribe. I think when he's speaking that, he has taken some blend. Uh, that man, I don't know how come. I don't know what happened that let him become uh, the hubba of that state. I don't think he fit for that what they call it, that throne. Maybe he bought the throne. Maybe I don't know. That man is just out there speaking rubbish every time. You could remember how far that man has gone in this throne. We saw his video smoking what he know how to smoke. How he beat up he beat up his wife, send her back to Canada. Even one YouTuber, she's the one that contributed money for the lady to go back to Canada with this one kid that he had for the with the king. You know many controversial thing about the king. So when he speaks, I don't expect sense to come out of his mouth. I'm even feeling uncomfortable now speaking to a whole so-called king that we call in Yoruba land to be speaking derisory about him right now. It's very unfortunate. But there's nothing we can do. We have to speak, we have to say the truth. So if you want to become an Oba, so you want to all the deities, even though I've said it times without number, I don't agree with deities. But that is our own traditional belief and what we worship back then, before we introduce the Abrahamic and the Islamic to our religion. That is our own religion back in the days, from the ancient days. So if he's telling people to stop, even all what you read, one man, doesn't make any sense to me.
It's
I
just
don't.
gibberish, isn't it? It's just
It's,
nonsense.
it's just nonsense about nonsense. It's just nonsense throughout. He's talking about Olodumare, as we read about Odufa, about Obatala, how did they come to the head. It doesn't even cohere with what this man is saying. If it's saying this, that means all the history that they told us about Eledumare, about Obatala, about Shango, about Oya, about all of them. That means it's putting them into the bin, which I don't believe. I still believe in what they told us back then in history, in ancient days. So this man, he will keep on saying rubbish every time he's speaking. But I'm speaking now against him. I'm not even happy as the Oba of in a king is in a throne in Nigeria, as a Yoruba man speaking against the man like this. I find it very uncomfortable for me. But there's nothing we can do. We have to speak to the truth. That is the truth. That man needs to check himself. I don't know. I don't know. And the
Do,
big
do,
king as well. Yeah. Say
so
what you
do,
want to say.
do, do you know why he talks like that, the Oba, the Oluwafiwo? Do you know why he talks like that? Let me show you why he talks like that. This might well explain a lot as to why he talks that way. So there it is, Thomas. That's a first class of in Yoruba land. Rapping Nigo Colorado blend. A first class Oba in Yoruba land, Colorado blend.
Come
So
on.
I think anytime you listen to him, just think, but you have to think, is it before or after? You
After.
know, Colorado blend. It's
He's
Ah, but
unbelievable.
this
a
man, is he not
fundamental human right.
is he not a disgrace? Is he not? And there are people in Hiwo, they still love this guy. Didn't they saw how I don't sometimes I just feel that is why People disrespect the kings. There are 3 kings that I respect in that Yoruba land. The former what they call it, the former Alaafin of Oyo, the Awujale, I respect that man, and the one in Abeokuta, I forgot his title.
Alake.
Alake, those are the 3 that I respect them. You will not see them on internet doing rubbish, eating hamala in the public. You will never see
The
them.
new generation of Obas coming out in Yoruba land is quite concerning because what we're seeing from this generation are the owner of Ife, who a lot of people they have some reservations about, and this one now just openly rapping weed, you know. I mean, so I mean, where do you even go with that? You know,
I know, I know.
when it speaks now, they will be saying, "Okay, Shote Shagoyo,
Uh,
Abikote Shagoyo." You know, it's
One man,
a first
do
class
you
over.
remember the reign of Sijuade? The Baba carry himself with decorum. You will never see him
Yeah,
rolling around.
and he will always wear some shades. That's an Oba now. The Alafio for your the former the may so rest him. That's an Oba. That's
That is an Oba.
yeah, not
This,
Colorado
no, no,
blend.
no,
Asking us to
no.
stop paying libations to the deity in
The
Yoruba land.
deities. It's just any Oba on social media. I don't count them as Oba. I'm sorry to say that. Social media, Instagram, posting
Colorado
pictures
blend.
every time. No, Oba should be reserved in the palace. Oba don't go anywhere. You will see Oni of Ife jumping from one church to another, jumping from one party to another. No, people pay homage to Oba. They can invite Oba to any gathering. His responsibility is to send a chief to
Remember
go.
when the only went to attend the function, and the security personnel had to contain him at the
At the
entrance for a
entrance.
moment, and they were almost having to fight their way through the Oni of Ife. Imagine that.
Eho Oba, Oni of Ife, the what they call the Ojaja, come on, in a Yoruba land, one man. No. I wish they would change their ways, follow Awujaile, follow Alake of Egbaland, follow the Alaafin, the former Alaafin. I respect that man. You will never see him anyhow, anywhere. The man was, even though there are some things, but you will never see him just anywhere. No, Oba don't go everywhere. There are chiefs that he can say, go and represent me here. Anything the chief say in the gathering is the same thing as the Oba said, and Oba will send this Okpashe with the chief. They will respect him. It's the same thing. But just look at this man rolling weed. Ó tún fi tọ́lẹ̀. It's just
Oh, no, man.
Is it a crime? Is it a crime to smoke with Thomas?
Well,
Is it a crime?
a first class Oba now, a first class Oba.
You're talking like you want him to be a prisoner in his own land. He shouldn't move around.
you are not a Yoruba, so you don't know
So
our culture.
you want a first class Oba to be blazing Igbo on Instagram?
Why not? Why not?
Why not?
It's the life.
It's not very conservative people. It's not how we want it to be. It's unbelievable.
It's just unbelievable, very ridiculous. Let's just move on.
All right. So Thomas, you still have the floor, but I want to try and be very in the conversations just to take up as many of the voices as we can. So let me put the next talking points to Des, who has opened up already. But Des, let me take you to areas familiar to you. Peter Obis,
please. I know what's here. Just go to another person.
All right, you don't want to take it on. Okay, let's have who is brave enough to take it on? Let's have Patrick take it on then. So Patrick,
I can take it on.
Who can take it on? Saki.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let me bring it to you then. Peter Obi's so-called investment in what's that? Peter Obi's so-called investment in Anambra, what next to nothing. So somebody in a prime position to know it. But before I come to you, let us hear from the man himself as he fleshes out the position.
I watched the video, so
yes, you may well have, but some of our audience may not have. So let them listen.
And perhaps because this is an area in which you are very known for, investment. I mean, what's your own perspective in a government investing outside of public sector? Because and I'm making another reference to former Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State, who has talked about how much of investment is made with the resources of the Anambra State government to bring back profit and benefit of to the Anambra people. By the way, what has become of that investment, and are you looking in that direction also?
I don't know why you are turning the interview about P2B.
No. I'm just making reference because these are light opening. Well, I made reference to former Governor not to.
Shell interview is about my 2023 budget. I'm not talking about the investments of either any of my predecessors. By the way, the one that you talk about, I don't know about that. I mean, I think there was something I read about somebody speculated about the value of whatever investment. What I've seen today, the value of those investments is what next to nothing. So let's leave that aside.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Hold on. Somebody sent in yet another clip in that space. So let's listen to it as well, and then you can take it from there. So let's listen to this as well. Sorry, I'm just going to share a screen for this one. So so here is a clip that somebody sent in. So here it is.
Into cutting costs of gas. Peter Obi template working for you. Are you doing more than that? Are you looking in that direction?
I don't know about P2B's template. I'm pursuing Soludo's template, which is Soludo's template that it takes about, producing results by being accountable and prudent. It's not, we don't save money for the sake of saving money. Saving money is not an output. It's not an outcome by itself. We put money to produce value for our people. If you don't have something to spend money on, then save it. But if you have something, you can't have your people in the hospital dying and you say you're saving money and so on, and poverty is escalating and so on and so forth. Now, our own fiscal prudence is to be able to cut down waste. We've cut down the cost of governance. We've cut down.
All right. Before you come in, Saki, I just want to mention on this platform, we have said, and by we, I would say I've always said that this narrative of Peter Obi saving money, and I've always said that was a mark of failure, and people have always argued with me. So now perhaps they will not argue with the former governor of the central bank. So Peter Obi's so-called investment, Sakama J, according to Soludo, Sakama J.
Yeah. I will give a very positive narrative, and I have to make the facts clear because Soludo is just making political statements, which I may call political antithesis. Antithesis in the sense.
Is it Sabo, Abi? Is it a Sabo?
No, not being Sabo. I'm just being very objective. And political thesis and antithesis. Thesis on the one hand, because when he came in as the governor of Anambra State, he cried that there is nothing the outgoing governor kept, that he only met negative balance. And he said it's going to be very difficult for him that what he met was up to 300 billion naira debt, that Anambra Treasury doesn't have anything. So it is like he's going to start from nothing. He complained. So the question, that is thesis then when he was talking about that, he indirectly talked about the need to have something in the purse of a government, that there is no way you can leave your administration and you leave it with empty treasury, that is going to be the tax is going to be challenging for him, but he's gonna he's gonna try and see what he can do, and he's targeted in working for Anambra people. So that was the thesis then. So it now becomes like an antithesis, because here now he's now trying to say that there is no need for any form of savings. You understand what I mean? So if there was no savings, which he complained when he came in about what the other government did, government Ubiano, what he did. Now he's now trying to like crucify somebody who even attempted to save money. And let me put it clear: P2B didn't save money for saving's sake. P2B did what he just took the model of what they had in Norway, that sovereign welfare fund. He did in Anambra State. Let me make this fact clear so that everybody will understand it. P2B had the option of getting funds from international partners. One of the international partners was World Bank. World Bank saw what P2B was doing in Anambra State, and then they struck a deal of getting some amount of money from World Bank, such as like a loan. It's a loan, but it is zero interest loan. Zero interest loan. And that very loan is going to be due. Is going to mature in the next 40 years. So P2B took that very opportunity and said, okay, since federal World Bank is supporting an infrastructure, like investment in infrastructure in Anambra State. That was when he was trying to build his industrial hub in Anambra State. He now said, okay, we can use one stone to pursue two birds. One, we will collect this money from World Bank since it is a zero interest loan. But on the other hand, we are going to start saving money for future generation. We are going to open a sovereign welfare fund and inject so and so amount of money, lock it up there at the fixed interest per annum. So it is savings on the one hand, but at the same time, it is an investment. It's a financial investment.
But there is no account.
No, wait, let me explain this.
No, because don't take us through a long essay.
No.
There's no record. There's no acknowledgement.
Let me finish up what I'm saying.
Hold on. You know, it's a dialogue, not a monologue. So it's a dialogue, not a monologue. There is no recognition or no acknowledgement of what you're describing. But sorry, gentlemen, if you're not interjecting, keep yourself muted, because the reverb from your system, it interferes with the broadcast. But there's no acknowledgement of any of that by all the succeeding administrations. We've got Obiano on the screen. I can play his
forget what Obiano say. Forget what
forget Obiano, forget Soludo, forget everybody.
Let me tell you what is going to happen. No, let me tell you.
Obiano described them as a failure. Obiano described them as a failure. Soludo described them as a failure.
Let me tell you why I said you should forget Obiano. You can't take from one voice. That's it. Obiano was doing campaign during his time. But let me tell you something.
Well, what is
last week? Let me tell you something. Soludo never said P2B never invested, never saved money. Soludo didn't say that, and he didn't even say this is the amount of money he saved or not. Soludo never talked that. But let me tell you something, because this thing has to be put straight. Last week, P2B was interviewed on this issue of 75 billion naira, and the person that was doing the interview told him that some people are saying that he didn't save any 75 billion, that it was less than that. And there was something P2B answered last week. He told the person that before December, that the regulatory agency, financial agency that is regulating, like it's sort of CBN or so, I don't know. The regulatory agency in Nigeria that is in charge of all these things is going to release an official statement so that Nigerian public will know whether he's lying or not. So he said that before December this year, that we should wait. That regulatory agency will release an evidence, that they will release an official statement on this very issue, so that the public will know who is telling the truth or who is telling.
Sorry, what has the regulatory agencies got to do with what he left or did not leave?
Because people, the Obiano is saying that he didn't leave some 5 billion.
Yeah, no, that wasn't like. Sorry. Listen to the question. What has the regulatory and which regulatory agency even, but what has the regulatory agency got to do with whether he left money or not?
No, he wants the public to see whether he's like you now. You are saying that he never left 75 billion, is it not?
I'm not saying that. I don't know. It's Obiano that is telling
you are
us.
believing you are believing what Obiano said. Is it not what you believe?
Well, only because he's a senior auditor and a banker. That's why I might want to believe it.
Forget that. We know Obiano's performance in Anambra. You don't know. Let me tell you, you don't know that side. You don't know that southeastern.
Yeah, but you're not speaking to what okay, so to what Soludo is saying, just dismissing out of just almost with a flick of the hand.
What Soludo is even saying is not the savings he met. What Soludo was saying there is the investment.
Yes, we heard what he said now, but are you refuting it? It's just to be clear, he said the investment that Peter Obi has been chest beating for months about is what next to nothing, and he cannot find anything of substance.
Well,
there.
I don't know.
It was quite irritated in his tone of voice.
Well, I don't know the worth of the investment today, but what Soludo helped us to ascertain is at least he helped us to confirm that at least Peter will be invested money, Anambra money, not in his private business, but in a business that will benefit Anambrarians. So whether today the investment was less than they expected, people make investments.
Sorry, is that not a failure? Is that something to be bragging about?
That is not a failure.
It is not a failure.
No. Hold on. Sorry, Echo, we are not doing rowdy today, so let Saki. Saki is very competent man, more intelligent than I am, and I'm sure if I miss a step, he will have me. Back to you, Saki.
Well, it is not a failure to me. Somebody did an investment, studied an investment, and saw that this is going to be a profitable venture for Anambra people. At least he left in the past 8 years. We have already known what has happened in the economy of Nigeria in the last 8 years. Recession came in. These things could also have affected the businesses, not even only the investment he did in Anambra. There are a lot of other investment people could have done somewhere else because of the nature of what the dynamics in Nigerian economy in the past few years. It might also have affected the value of the investment. Hold
on now. The hundreds of millions of dollars that Peter Obi has been chest beaten about that he invested. The sitting governor tells us that is worth next to nothing, and you are saying that that's no cause of concern.
No, I am not talking about whether the investment is now profitable or whether it has survived till today. But what I know is that at least
it's worthless.
No. Forget political statements. But at least I know that.
Don't stop calling everything political statements. Sorry, Saki.
So we should dismiss.
No.
We dismiss.
Do you know why? Do you know why I should say political? Forget political statements. Politicians will always market themselves. There is no way I will expect Soludo to come to television and accept that the past governor outperformed him. It's not possible. If Soludo is really the person if Soludo is really, yeah.
Sorry to cut you short. I don't think Soludo is in any competition with Obi at the moment because it's probably just done. It's not even done up to 2 years yet, if I'm correct. And what you are saying, just comparing the business, Soludo told us just now, like, this thing is worth next to nothing. So it's more like Tinubu coming to say, oh, I built Lagos. But if you look at the Lagos today, it's total rubbish. You can't come out and be bragging in what is not, it's worth next to nothing and be bragging about it.
Okay,
if the business are there and they are booming, you can come out and, you see, that's the problem I have. You see, hold on. This is the problem I have with everybody supporting Obi. Anybody can support them whoever they like. Listen. You people, you don't want any scrutiny of Obi. You people don't want to hear. I'm already hearing somebody speaking from behind, trying to support you, trying to counter whatever.
Hold on. Understand my own part of the argument.
Yeah.
Understand my own part of argument. Somebody left 8 years ago, right?
Right.
Then another government came in. If the government that came in didn't manage the business the government is continuity, right? another person came in. Suppose the person that came in didn't manage the asset very well, and to the extent that the asset, it's just like during the time of Jonathan, they were able to leave about something in SS crude account. Maybe they created SS crude account, and during their time they left like $30 billion, for instance.
But
when this very
Saki,
administration came in,
Saki, hold on. We already know where you're going with that. But the person that immediately succeeded him, he described his narrative, that the Peter Obi's narrative, as a fraud. And then the person that goes on to succeed, the person that succeeded him, doubles down on that. But don't say anything. I want to play. Can you hold on, please? Yeah. I want to play just two very short clips.
You've shown that video several times.
Don't worry. It's for the purposes of the narrative. Yes, I'm going to show it just so that people. The first clip is from the person that immediately succeeded Peter Obi, which is Willie Obiano. So he tells us in very polite, dignified language. No, can you hold on, please? It's not for your benefit; it's for the benefit of the conversation and the audience. So the person that immediately succeeded Peter Obi, which is Willie Obiano, he tells us now, and you will listen in a moment, in elegant diplomatic language, that the Peter Obi narrative is a fraud, and then the person that goes on to succeed, Willie Obiano, which is Charles Soludo, he carries on to telling us that the Peter Obi storyline is a fraud. So listen to Willie Obiano first, then I'll pay you Soludo, and then Saki Fada can counter it.
How much did he actually leave in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. If you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. So you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay, all right.
So that was Willie Obiano, the immediate success of Peter Obi. You heard him in his own words, not the 75 billion. So he's just said that's a nonsense. He said can you hold on, please? Yeah. Let me run it through, and then you get the chance to counter. So it wasn't the 75 billion, so that's a total nonsense. So just disregard that. But what he said was that the totality of what Peter Obi left was 35 billion, which would look good on the books, but he left post-dated checks well in excess of 15 billion naira. For those checks to come into maturity, to come into cashing in, just as soon as he crosses over as governor. So in actuality, round about 20 billion, just under thereabout. That's how much he actually left. I can play it again if you want to listen to it. Sorry, don't make me have to remove you, please. Now, I don't want to do that. Let me paint the picture, and then you can counter it. So I can play it again if you want to listen to it again and hear it again. But that was what he said. Fast and loose with fact and truth. Fast and loose with fact and truth. So that was what the immediate successor of Peter Obi said about his administration. Just elegant ways of calling a fraud, and an even more diplomatic way of calling fraudulent practices. Listen to this.
Perhaps because this is an area in which you are very known for. Investment. What's your own perspective in a government investing outside of public sector, because and I'm making another reference to former Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State, who has talked about how much of investment is made with the resources of the Anambra State government to bring back profit and benefit of to the Anambra people. By the way, what has become of that investment, and are you looking in that direction also?
I don't know why you are turning the interview about P2B.
No. I'm just making reference because these are like I made reference to former Governor Obi not to.
Shell interviews about my 2023 budget. I'm not talking about the investments of either any of my predecessors. By the way, the one that you talk about, I don't know about that. I mean, I think there was something I read about, somebody speculated about the value of whatever investment. What I've seen today, the value of those investments is worth next to nothing. So let's leave that aside.
So you saw the flick of the hand, just a total nonsense, a scam.
Yeah,
so polite ways of saying fraud and scam.
Can I politely also advise something?
Yeah, go on.
These videos we've been bringing here, it has been so repetitive to the extent that
it can be now. It is pertinent. Don't worry. Let me run the platform in the way I feel.
To the extent that it appears to become boring. That is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you can be bored. You know, you're not obliged to. You know.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah.
Soludo is speaking from both sides of his mouth. And it's not truthful. It's playing politics. This is the man that was praising Obi before he got elected. He was praising him in high esteem. Even on the debate floor, when he was having debate, he was saying it loudly and clearly that I will govern the way Obi governed Anambra State. That was what this man was promising Anambra people. He mentioned the name Obi several times in that debate. I watched that debate. And for him to now come and start talking all this rubbish against that man, it is purely bad politics. I know what is happening in that space. He have a presidential candidate. Abga have a presidential candidate. And I will not expect him to speak in favor of Obi against his candidate. But as a leader, he should be in the forefront of saying the truth. To say that the investment, the way Obi invested that resources of Anambra State, that today it worth nothing. He should tell us what it worth back then. What is responsible for it to worth nothing today? Is it as a result of devaluation of our currency? Is it as a result of what? And the man that he took over from, how did that one use that savings that Obi left behind? How did Obiano use it? So look, when these politicians are playing, and I'm so disappointed. And this man, it looks to me that it's going to be a fraud more than Obi, as you are describing it, one man. You call Obi a fraud, but this man sounds to be...
I didn't call him a fraud. His successors called him fraud, as we heard.
Yes, okay. This successor called him fraud. What Obiano said was that he handled, he issued out postage check in the sum of 15 billion against the 39 billion that he left behind. What did Obiano use? The rest 25 billion,
No,
24 billion.
I don't know what you're doing, Janle Koko, but
no.
Can you hold on, please? You know the entry points into those assertions by Obiano and Soludo, the entry points into it, because if you want to, I can play them again, but the entry points into those spaces by both Obiano and Soludo, it wasn't even about Peter Obi. Obiano was campaigning for his election, and then the moderator of that space, he pushed him into that space, and then he spoke the facts as he knew them. So it wasn't even necessarily looking to go to Peter Obi as part of his campaign. The moderator, he pushed that out of Obiano, and he just gave the facts as he had them. And the same thing with that, you could hear the irritation in Soludo's voice. He was there to discuss his budget. With,
okay, let's forget about Obiano. Let's forget about Obiano.
Okay, so the same thing applies to Soludo. If you hear it again, Soludo was there to speak about his budget with Sheung, and Sheung then forced him into the Peter Obi space, and he was irritated because he said, "I'm here to talk about my budget. I don't want to talk about that." But I have had a look at that space, and there is absolutely nothing there. So what could he have said differently? Should he have made up lies that there was something there when he found nothing there?
But they gave, sorry, woman, let me just give a point there. The guy gave the value of the investment. He said he had the savings. He had 9 billion in cash and 25 billion in script.
No, that was Obiano.
That was Obiano. Yes, I want to throw a light on that. And he gave a check of 15 billion. That means Soludo left nothing but a debt of 6 billion. I will explain. You see, that script issues, the reason why company issues script issues is when the company is having liquidity problems and they cannot be able to pay dividends to their shareholders. So they give like a bonus share, is script. They issue it to their shareholder. That you might be able to convert that to money depending on how the value of that share, but eventually you might get something less if the share is not doing well. And from all indications, if the company is having problems such that they could not issue cash dividend to their people, and they decide to make it a script issue to maintain liquidity balance, then that script issue is the man can't get it. So this one that Adiale could say, what did he do with the remaining 25 billion? That 25 billion was script issues, and I think he probably couldn't get it. He couldn't get the money. So that's the issue. So the guy left a debt of 6 billion. That's what it means.
Thank you. Hold on. Patrick, even if he had looted the whole 25 billion, so that doesn't remove from the fact that what Peter Obi said is a factual inexactitude, which is a polite way of saying a lie, a factual inexactitude. Okay. He said 75 billion. The guy said 35, and then he told us that they were post-dated for 15 billion. With you now describing what a script issue is, so it's just cooked up crooks. Cooked up.
Okay, let me finish.
Can I add something?
Okay.
Let me add something. One man, when we are talking about maybe in law, everybody has right to fair hearing, right? Now there are two parties here. One party is Peter Obi, who has consistently said since the past 8 years till today that he left 75 billion naira. The other party is Obiano, who dismissed the fact that he didn't leave. Now, these two people made statements. None of them have shown to the public evidence-based, like evidence that this person is saying the truth or not. But you, one man, you chose
no. Can you leave me out of it? No. Sorry, Saki Father, you must stop doing that. Leave me out of it because the conversation is about the politicians, and Peter Obi has not presented any evidence to counter that is to be cut. So it's essentially Peter Obi's words that you are inviting us to take. over the words of people in situation. Has it published evidence of whatever?
Two of them have not published, right?
No,
No, but sorry,
has
Saki, I thought I heard Obiano. Sorry, guys. I thought I heard Obiano release some statement on social media.
Obiano did not publish anything to that very statement.
But how come Obi has not come out to refute what they are saying?
Obiano did not publish anything. Obiano did not publish anything to that statement.
Obiano did not. Obiano did not.
He said it.
I'm very sure. You're telling me how did I know?
He did not. He did not.
What do you mean he did not? He said he did.
Or bring it out if he did, then.
Okay, let's bring it out. If you want us to bring it out, but please don't argue against unless you have facts to anyway, you can argue how you like, but the facts will still always subsist. Our fact must always subsist because Obiano was quite clear, and this is just a minute. Let's hear it again.
How much did he actually leave in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion, technically, you know. But he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing in the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay, all right.
Man.
So there you are.
Have you seen it in social media? Have you seen this thing he said?
Have you seen anything?
All right. I give up.
So what are we talking about?
All right.
Okay, let me finish my own this thing now, so I can leave you guys alone. But one man, what I was trying to point out is that Soludo is not is talking with both sides of this man. This is the man who was praising, highly praising him before he got elected. He was praising Obi, but for him to come now and start destroying him, I think is a call for questioning. That's just my fault. A call for questioning. We need to check who that Soludo is himself. Is it truthful or is it playing politics? We need to check on that.
Please, 30 seconds. Ajale Koko, 30 seconds. Let me make this. It's just 30 seconds. Before Soludo got to the office, you know there are some information that he will not be privy to. So before he got to the office, he could be praising Peter Obi. But when he got to office, there will be more expansive information that he will have. Now he is in office. He will have more duties about Peter Obi's administration. That is what is going on. He could be praising him before because he doesn't have any preview information about the tenure of Peter Obi, but now he's there. So he know much better now. That is what is going on.
Well, and that is why politicians must not be jumping from pillar to pole. What you don't know, you don't say it. So, and that is why I am holding him responsible for the praises of Obi before he got to government. You see, because what he was doing then, let me tell you, he was playing politics as well too, because he knew that Obi was very popular with the people, the way he governed Anambra State. He was very, very, he prudently managed the resources of that state, and people love him. So he was using. He said that he was intentionally praising him then for him to play that politics well to get power, or maybe he knew he didn't want to say, because if he should attack Obi back then, the repercussion would be bad for him. So he's a double standard man. He's a double standard player right there. This man is not truthful. He's playing some game, and this is what I am questioning in what he's doing now. So whether he have privy to the he have a vast knowledge of what Obi left behind now or not, he was praising this man before he got to office, and he was using that. He was playing politics that time, and today as well, he's playing politics for his candidate. And he said it today too, or maybe yesterday he said it, that I will fight hard to make sure Obi does not win that. He has a candidate. He could be playing politics. He has a candidate.
Can I add to your point?
First? I don't even.
I'm even thinking, Ajale Koko, there was one analysis you did one time that Soludo could be a very a potential presidential candidate in the East in years, Southeast in years coming, such that because of his popularity, he has served under Obasanjo's tenure and other portfolios he had held in the country. So now, maybe he wants to water down Obi's chances. Well, depending on who will win the election, maybe he wants to water down Obi's chances so that when he now comes at that time, it will go to the south now. Maybe if Tinubu wins, goes to the north. Then when it's coming back to the south, probably, it will be like, Southwest has had 2 times one VP.
I'm not sure about that.
I agree with you that he's playing politics now.
Exactly. So that
now in preparation for him to come in the next 4 years, he want to destroy Obi's character and prepare ground for himself.
So that when he comes back to the south next time, obviously if Tinubu becomes the president, when he comes back to the south next time, the southeast and south has a stronger.
I'm not necessarily sure that there's that much strength in what you're saying, because
but one man, let me land my point.
I think go on.
Okay, so that when it comes back to obviously, let's say Tinubu becomes the president, it has to go to the north. Then when it goes to the north, it will come back to the south. If it comes back to the south,
we know where you're going now.
Yeah, so
it is lining it up for himself.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I was going to disagree
relatively to what Adanle Koko has said now.
You said it now just for time. Hold on. I wasn't necessarily going to go along with what you're saying. Because Soludo is an astute and a senior politician and a very clever man. And he knows that Peter Obi is not going to be the president. It's only if he had any inclination that Peter Obi might be the president that he will play that politics that you are suggesting. But there is no indication that Peter Obi would win. In fact, if he wanted to line himself up, he would be supporting Peter Obi now to get his followers after Peter Obi fails in February to come to his side. You wanted to come in there. And then somebody sent in a clip which I'd like to play. And then I'll go to Saki Fella to round out that space, and then we'll move the conversation on.
Okay, now, Oman, what are the facts? I like when you play videos and I smile. Even when you play it against me, it doesn't matter. Because now the fact is, Obiano came out and said this man saved some money, right? If I do minus some plus, you're talking about close to 20 billion, right? So in Nigerian space, there's never been a governor that have saved, they have saved 1 million naira, not to talk of billion, in the history of Nigeria.
What are you saying?
For goodness sake, let him land now. No,
can I land?
Sorry about that, Des. Let me step Thomas down for a moment. We must let people speak. Sorry, carry on.
Now, this man have saved billions of naira, which is recommendable. for any governor. You know, so it's now left for us. Obiano has come out and debunked and said that he didn't leave so much, 70 something billion, and P2B has said that he's left this. P2B has, as Sakefara said, P2B said he's gonna bring out the evidence that he has this money. So we wait till then and see who's telling the truth. Another one is Soludo saying the investment is worth to nothing. Now, what was the investment? That was the investment P2B did in Heroes, right? Hero Brewery. During the time of he did that investment, Heroes was one of the biggest brewery in Nigeria. That is the fact. Everybody was drinking Hero. It was exporting to Lagos, exporting all over Nigeria. So what happened to Hero is what we have to understand. There's been a lot of ups and downs in Nigerian economy. Hero is a brewery that there's a lot of factors that can depreciate the
All right.
investment. I'm coming, one man. So there is a lot of factors that will depreciate the investments. Maybe the mismanagement of Obiano might add to it. Definitely, the
You know that
economy.
Obiano being a banker and an auditor.
One man, let me finish.
Yeah, but take us there quickly because I'm not quite sure what.
So now, when Soludo says is worth to nothing, what are we gonna drive to that? Let's say I made let's say
Oh, don't take us on. Oh, no, sorry, apologies. Don't take us on some tedious suppositions.
No.
You know.
I'm not taking. I'm talking about personal experience. This year I made an investment in Bitcoin, in Coinbase,
right.
To be precisely. I bought a Bitcoin, $80,000 when it was 64,000.
That's a lie. A Bitcoin has never reached 80,000.
$64,000. 64,000. I bought a Bitcoin of 80,000 when it was 64,000. Are you not hearing me? So now, then it was becoming like a trend that it was gonna go up to 100,000, which I thought I was gonna make money. But now I'm losing almost. I would say that I'm having a big loss. So what I say is probably for me is what's less to nothing because I'm not making anything out of it. But it's not like I don't still have money there, right? So let's try to understand Soludo's statement. Maybe the money that P2B put in there is no longer that much.
Sorry. Thank you, Des. You are just taking us on some long, convoluted journey. We're not stupid.
Okay.
I'm in the crypto space too. We know that investments can fall sharply as they can gain sharply. But then Peter, he test beats about his investments, but all of his successors have said they were poor investments. All of his successors. So that, and we've heard them twice on this platform. But round that space, Saki. Go on.
So if Saki, for all right, you can go.
No, round off your thoughts, but I don't take us on some.
So now, the investment is basically a brewery, right? You know, Nigeria doesn't. You can see a lot of competition in when it comes to brewery. Budweiser imports from America, and Nigeria start drinking Budweiser. It's a lot of competition. There's a lot going on. So let's not blame this man for trying to invest something that he feels like is going to benefit a state. He did it with the right intention. That is what matters.
But has he produced the right? Has he produced the right result? So there it is, Sakefada, with the best intentions, but has he produced the right results? Should he be bragging about what everybody else that succeeds him have called a failure? Sakefada.
Anyway, the fact remains that he did his investments, and that is something that is positive. You know, investment is something that is encouraged. Everybody knows that the investment environment, there are kind of uncertainties. You know, you can actually study what you are doing today based on the information available to you today. So in future, there could be certain circumstances you might not be able to predict.
Zakifada.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me ask you. You were talking about him collecting money from an agency. And one of the requirements that he used 2 stones to kill, 1 stone to kill 2 birds.
No, I'm talking about the savings he did. That one is apart. That one is different from this investment.
Okay, it's different from this investment.
Yeah. And I wanted to explain it, but one man didn't want me to finish.
No, you can explain it, but it's the long essays. We don't want long essays. You have to be
No, it's not long. It's not long.
And
Because
not just to everybody. Be succinct as you can, just so, because sometimes it just gets like a chore. But
yeah, why I try to explain that savings is that Soludo said you don't save for savings sake. So I was trying to make it clear that P2B didn't even save for savings sake, because what he kept is savings that is also investment, because there are fixed interests that are cures to that savings. So he opened the sovereign welfare fund for Anambra State, where he injected 75 billion, worth, and that very investment was met. The agreement was that it's going to last for 40 years. And that very investment is yielding Anambra State 10% per annum. So it will mature.
But it cannot be now if Soludo is telling us it's a zero sum.
No, I'm talking about the savings. I'm not talking about the investment in Hero. I'm talking about the savings he kept in the sovereign welfare fund for Anambra State, which he called savings for future generation. So his plan was that by 40 years' time, the money they got from World Bank, which is on zero interest, this money he's saving from Anambra State that is also going to mature in 40 years. By 40 years' time, it's going to like triple or like quadruple. Then from there, they will still pay off the what do we call it? The World Bank zero interest loan. So that was his plan. But when Obiano came, he liquidated that very sovereign welfare fund. He just liquidated it, and used up the money. After using up the money, he still left with more than 300 billion naira debt. So this is the person you are comparing with.
Did he leave achievements, Obiano?
Which achievement did he leave? What did Obiano do in Anambra State?
He only did 2
things. He only did 2 things in Anambra State. That is landmark infrastructure. Number one is he completed our, what do we call it? The Anambra State airport, which was even it was even Obi that started that very airport. But apart from that, he completed it. It's an achievement. Another thing he did in Anambra is that he built what do we call it? He constructed flyover in Oka, the headquarters. Apart from that, there is no other infrastructure.
All right. So in the 8 years administration of Willie Obiano, he only constructed the flyover. All right, thank you.
I'm telling you the landmark infrastructural development he did in Anambra. Every other thing is there. The Anambra State University, he didn't build any further block. It has been there. So the only thing I would say is landmark is that airport, and the flyover he did in Oka, So that's the main thing I would say. He actually.
All right, and I'd like to say some literature about that World Bank zero interest something. So if you have literature on it,
I will send it to you. I will send it to you.
All right, let's move the conversation on. But really, we still have to acknowledge that both Peter Obi's successors, they were somewhat derisory of his administration, especially in terms of financial management. So Obiano derisory, Peter Obi derisory. So there's no equivocation on that. Whether they are factually wrong is subject to fact. It's not subject to opinion. It is subject to fact. So those facts will continue to interrogate them. Let me move the conversation on to. I don't want to go to Peter Obi this time around. Let me move the conversation on to NNPP. And come to Osas if he's ready to go. Or Osas, are you with us? All right. Are you with us, Osas? All right. Let's go to Patrick if Osas is not with us. All right. Who's ready to go?
I'm here, man.
All right. Brilliant. Let's come to DOG. So DOG. So to you then, I'm not quite sure if you heard the. So what's that? Sorry, let me. Apologies for that, DOJ. So I'm not quite sure if you heard the readout, but it looks as though the NNPP in Zamfara state, they've collapsed their structure entirely into the APC. So the NNPP, as I'm sure you know, they're the party being arrow-headed by Kwankwaso, and a lot of speculations that Kwankwaso ultimately will collapse his structures into one of the two lead parties, and all the speculations lean towards APC. So is this now the first move in the collapsing of Kwankwaso into the Tinubu structure, DOG?
Thank you, woman. Thank you, everyone. I think from onset, even before now, when even Ove is really supporting Kwankwaso, we've all envisaged and think this is where it will end. Like Kwankwaso would look for the best candidate, and eventually they will all go and join the party. And we've seen it is meant to be APC, and this is the moves I think Bola Tinubu is making, because I think if they get Kwankwaso already, Atiku is finished. Once they get Kwankwaso in on board, I think the election is almost done and dusted, you know, and that is all they need. I just think that's why he's not really bothered. I think that's why Tinubu is not really bothered about the southeast that much. I think he's just looking to bring likes of those Kwankwaso in, and now there's another person in PDP too that might probably still join them, like the likes of the Wiki, and I don't see any of those guys backing down. Even the Benue State Governor, Otom, I don't see them backing down to go and play jackpot with their resources to help someone to win the presidency. I think most of them will go and join who they think is likely to win the election. And if you look at it, it's going to be Atiku. If they leave PDP, it's going to be, it's going to be Tinubu at the end of the day. And I think these are the things Tinubu is just walking around, and not all this noise on social media, So, and that's the politics. And when we talk about, people not understanding the politics of Nigeria, a lot of people just talk now into this politics because of how they feel. And I think there is a lot of emotional blackmail even going on that Obi is doing. And I just think people need to, that's my problem. I like Obi, I like the way people are supporting him. You listen to him and all that. But sometimes we need to scrutinize all these guys. Nobody is better amongst all of them. We can't say, this is the best person. But for me, like we've always been saying, I don't see him playing that politics. Yeah, he's having the momentum. People are trying to support him. I just think it's due to what has been going on in the country that is making people think, okay, we just want somebody new. But if you can't still play that politics in that Nigeria, there is no way you are going to get to the presidency. It's not a child's play. And these are the signs. You can see it. By the time Kwankwaso and all those other people join, that Zamfara group alone joining APC, it's a big plus. It's a big plus, and even wake up call for other parties that they know they won't get nowhere. So at the long run, everybody will join the winning party, or the party you can be thinking, okay, at least if you look at the percentage, it's guaranteed they probably will win the election. Everybody wants to be a winner. Nobody wants to join the loser. So that's the way I say it. It's just the beginning of it. By January, you will see everybody would have switched, all these small parties would have switched their membership to a party they think is guaranteed. And that's the way the Nigerian politics is. It's not based on, what one person is saying, or what. It doesn't work like that.
All right. All right. Thank you, DOG. Before before we go on, people are curious to know why you have a kernel of dogs and some logos on it as your. So do you want to talk people through that? Because people are asking.
Yeah. It was just funny to me because honestly, it's just the way I say it. I like people supporting Obi, and I understand the pain that people are going through and why they want somebody different. But I just feel as Nigerians, I think we follow our emotions more than thinking about things truly. And it's just obvious. Is what, like when you talk about Obi or anything that scrutinize what Obi has said, people that support Obi that call themselves obedient, they don't even want to listen or reason along. Everybody just want to support. And that's why I said I think he's even using emotional blackmail on them. And I think at the point we are in that country, we need to scrutinize anybody, regardless of what you are saying. What you say, words alone are not enough at this point of our life. So the bike man in that picture is a bike man that is taking all those people that eat dogs. So those are a lot of dogs. So they are tagged. I saw this picture on Twitter. So the bike man is Obi. All the dogs that are tied that they are going to kill and eat are the obedient. So
that's too cruel. No, that's too cruel.
No. That's what they mean is the dogs that were tied are the obedient and the rider is Obi. But obviously, we know if you see that picture in real life in Nigeria, you know what they are going to do to the dogs, Abi. So the person.
Are you there? You've gone. D. You see, you abuse the obese, and then Nemesis comes swift and fast. Yeah, we can now carry on.
Yeah, so that was the picture. So it was just funny, and I reasoned along with it because I've not even tonight and several even other sections. Like when people say something that scrutinized Obi, you can support. People say a lot of things that scrutinize Tinubu, that scrutinize Atiku. You won't see people attack you back the way the people that support Obi attack you back. And I just feel you need to understand where people are coming from. People have information too. So why not scrutinize this thing? Obi might still be your candidate, but let's listen to people that rather than argue and try to raise point that doesn't make sense. It's just like the business one now. They say Obi has invested. The only investment, are you telling me the only investment Obi did was the brewery? Because even if it was just the brewery, because is this Saki that was saying, oh, brewery, that was trying to give us factor that could affect the brewery. If it was only the brewery, I don't think they are already referring to the, if you're referring to the brewery, it's a failure if that was the only investment he has made. And like you've always said this, like, if you look at the way the guy comes across, the things he says sometimes, if you are not somebody that just follow crowd mentality, you will try to scrutinize and think that it's just something that is not right somewhere with the way this guy is saying things.
All right. I wanted to move away from the Peter Obi. That's why I took you to Kwankwaso.
Oh, yeah. But I'm not scared of anybody.
It's always, it just gets to a certain space when anytime we go there.
Yeah, the Obingos. Those are the Obingos.
Hold on now. Since you are there already, Adande Koko was saying earlier that Soludo was trying to tap into the popularity of Peter Obi during his electioneering phase, and then he's two-mouthed, he's two-toned, he's double-faced now, coming now to speak to criticism of Peter Obi. So somebody sent me a clip earlier on. I've not had the chance to watch this, so I'm not sure what it's going to present. But let me play it to you, D, because I think it's in the realms of that comment by Janle Kokos. That was what triggered my thoughts in that direction. So let me play it to you, D, and then you react to it. So watch this, DOG.
I'm not campaigning against Peter. He's not a candidate. So I'd rather focus on the things that I want to do for the Anambra and what I've done. If you look at when I came here, there was no security. People were not coming home. 69 people were kidnapped in the 8 years of the previous administration. But I came, I saw, I conquered.
That are wrong. Will I continue to shout every day where we parted ways with the governor that is sponsoring this rebellion? We were his pillar. At least, if not for anything, you have always known me to be behind him. When he achieved second term, he had a different game. And I said, look, I'm not somebody who can come and sit around because you are controlling money. It doesn't work like that. I said, conduct local government election. I've always continued to say that, even in this studio. This is not the first time I'm saying it. Since 2010, he refused. I said, no, that cannot have only you as an elected official. We must have other people, because at the time we were having this disagreement, PDP had 30 members in the House of Assembly, 10 people in the House of Rep, 3 senators. Abga didn't have any. conduct local government elections so that our party people can also participate in governance, and it became an offense.
Oh, that's the genesis of the problem.
That is the genesis of the problem, if you don't know. I've said it clearly, and each time they come to counter me, they've not been able to counter it. It is in the open, and the party people in Anambra State are solidly with me.
No industry in Anambra State, except the brewery, which he built for the Anambra people, for them to get drunk and go and kidnap people. That's the only thing. For example, I have made a statement. I expect P2B and his people to say, Chairman, you lied. We built ABC Industries. That is how it should be. I am saying the only industry you brought in Anambra is the brewery. Meant for Anambra people to get drunk, either to kidnap people or to forget about the atrocities you committed in government. P2B is a disaster in Anambra State. Our rally was supposed to take place last week, Wednesday. We applied for permits and to pay the necessary fees for the
candidate. So I rather focus on the things that I want to do for the Anambra and what I've done. If you look at
all like that, looked back a little bit, but we both watched that for the first time together.
One man, sorry to interject.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that guy, that Mr. Victor with me. He's a P2B guy now. And you see what he opened his mouth to say. And if you tell certain people about these things, they would want to start having issues with you. The only person in this obedient movement that so far that they try in their point, in giving point is the person in place of Saki Father and Playtown. The rest, they don't even know any points, or what they even say, they are not saying facts about this guy.
All right, thank you. So back to you, DOG. What are you making of that? So that's just coming to us in real time. And by the way, those were people of that time, in that time, responding at that time. So
I'm from Anambra,
sure.
you know. Like, it's just look at what I was just saying. Like when the governor talks about investment, to me as a governor, if the only investment that people can point to is a brewery, I think you are a failure. And a lot of people have said, and I just think there's a lot of propaganda. How can the governor come out? Do you have to come out? You've been a former governor, you're contesting for president, and you're trying to tell us, oh, you've only wore one watch. I don't believe in things like that. I don't care. You don't have to bring that into it. So that's why I said the guy is propaganda with emotional blackmail, because he knows how the Nigerian people feel right now. There is a lot of lies. And the problem is, you can support, even if you think he's the best candidate, he might be lying, but you can still support him. But the problem I have with people is, if there is a scrutiny going on, let's scrutinize and say, okay, it's still probably better than them, even if you scrutinize it. But don't argue or start fighting or cursing people. Because for me as a person, if you look at the whole Anambra till date, is a failure. And for me, somebody that will reckon that has been a good governor, a president, is somebody that after he left, the people that came after, the predecessors, followed the template. You can see the way Soludo was denying the template. And going to what Ajaleuko was saying, calling Soludo two-mouthed, I don't think it's two-mouthed. It's just being factual. Before he got there, you can see Obi there. And I think maybe people are saying, oh, Obi is doing well, Obi is doing well. But when he got there, he saw the state of things and he just thought, oh, most of these things are lie. Obi, people are now saying, oh, Soludo should bring out the document. Obiano should bring out the document. How many documents has Obi brought out to prove everything he has said, that he left 75 billion? Is that not scam? Then you said you left, let's even assume you left 75 billion. If you've issued a check of 20 million, 15 million, 30 million, you should deduct that away. Don't bring that as a plus to gain that plus to yourself. And for me, I think Soludo is a straightforward person. I think it's just, you can see he doesn't really want to even talk about Obi. He didn't want to talk about Obi. It was like, you know how Shehu is. Shehu is always forcing words into people, trying to divert people to talk about things that a lot of the audience will want to hear. So he used that advantage to ask questions like that, you know. So for me, and this is my problem with people supporting Obi, like you can support who you want to support, but when there is time to scrutinize, because we can't leave any stone unturned. We've suffered a lot. We can't let anybody come and use Sakama and J propaganda and all that to deceive us to get our vote. And at the long run, we are still back to square one. And that is why I'm always saying, if they
The
are
question was
scrutinizing
about
Obi,
Kwankwaso, by the way, but round off your big thoughts and then tell us about
no,
Kwankwaso
we've
collapsing
talked
into.
about
Yeah.
Kwankwaso,
Everybody
NNPP,
likes
then you brought in the
obedient
Soludo about
sites now.
Ajanle Koko talking about Soludo being too mounted and all that before you played that video.
All right. All right, brilliant.
Yeah, so
Thank you, D. So, D, let me take you to the space because I just want to move it from the pit of
yeah,
B
quick,
space.
yeah, I understand.
Let me take you to you might want to, it's from the devil to the deep blue sea. So we are going to Iwo land to speak to the Colorado smoking king of that space, telling us now that the Yoruba monarch should stop worshipping ancestral deities and they should instead bow to Abrahamic religion. So what are you then making then of the Oluwo of Iwo's invitation to his fellow monarchs?
I just think if he's in his right sense as a traditionalist, because as a king, as an Oba in Yoruba, you're a traditionalist, coming out to say something like that just shows how you've lost it. And I just think most of all these Obas are just nothing to write home about. Oni of Ife is another one of them. As much as I respected that guy when after his coronation, he's done so many things that you just think, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Because that guy is doing skits and doing stuff. And then for a Oba, if you even smoke marijuana, it's up to you. But when he's now getting to the point that they can record you and the video can be out there and you just come out to say things like this, I think that's why people lose respect for most of the Obas now. And like Thomas said earlier, there are some Obas, if you look and compare to the Obas we are having these days, Alafin, the late Alafin, those are people that you can call Obas. They don't go to anywhere. They designate people to attend some things on behalf of them rather than be there. And you won't see them coming to social media or going to TV station to talk rubbish. Even when Alafin had issue with Obasanjo, you won't see him going to social media or media houses to start talking things wrong about Obasanjo or what he did. He just handled it maturely like an Oba would do. An Oba is a position that should command respect, and your behavior, your charisma, the way you carry yourself, the word from your mouth should be wise words, should be word of wisdom. You don't just smoke weed and start talking nonsense. Even if you smoke it and you want to talk, you think about what you want to say, thinking about your position. So those guys, to me, to be honest, they've killed the tradition. They've killed everything we know about how this thing is meant to be, and it's just sad. It's sad to see Obas living like that. It doesn't even make sense to
Are
people
you
now.
are you surprised that they've still not stepped the Oluwo down? Because I was of the thought that I imagined that he would have been stepped down. Why has he not been
Because
stepped down?
that country itself, there is no dignity. People don't understand what dignity, what prestige means, because there are even positions in government that people would have done things that they are meant to just resign. And they will still be there and still want to even come back second time, third time, fourth time. It's just the way that country is. It's just the way it is. People just do what they like. Once you are in power, you can just do whatever you like. You know, it's sad. It's sad, and that is why we are where we are today. Like people are not thinking about, okay, this should be how things should be. Or I've done this is wrong. I should be out of this position. I should drop my resignation letter the next day. It doesn't happen like that. Somebody was prime minister for how many weeks? 2 weeks. If she has to resign, she has to resign. Theresa May resigned. Cameron resigned. Those are the people that understand how you should be. If people think you've done something wrong, you are not fit for the position, you just answer up and leave. But no, African leaders, Nigerians, they just want to be there forever. even though things are wrong, they will still come out and think they can tell you what they feel and still do what they want. And that's the way they can. That's what is why we are where we are today.
All right, thank you, DOG. So, DOG, let me use a moment to acknowledge some of the super chats that have been coming in, as ever led by, it wasn't actually led by Alexander Gomez this time around. It was actually kicked off by Oladipo. So, Oladipo came in, Soludo is bitter about Obis progress. And then it goes on to add, how is Soludo a senior politician? Well, it's a senior politician because he has straddled since the inception of the Fourth Republic till date. He has been current and relevant at the topmost layers of Nigerian politics for going on 25 years. So that, I think, makes him a senior politician. So Alexander Gomez comes in with the super chat, still speaking to Soludo. He says, please, my Southeast people, don't destroy Soludo's presidential possibility prematurely like you did Okorocha. Soludo is in the position to be a Nigerian president. He's beloved and admired. So yes, almost a certainty that Soludo, by my own permutation, almost a certainty that Soludo will at some point be the Nigerian president. At least we can only hope for that. Kulata comes into the conversation via super chat. He says, was Soludo factual, with a question mark? That is the most important point. Whether a politician is, not whether a politician is politicking. A politician, because thank you for the super chat, Kulata, but what I was really trying to highlight, but I think it was drowned in the voices, was that just to speak to if they are being factual or not. We've listened to those clips about twice now already, each of them, and in all the instances, you will hear that they were both Obiano and Soludo, they were reluctantly dragged into commentaries about Peter Obi. So they did not come with swords unsheathed to come and slash at Peter Obi. No, it was actually the moderator, which was shown in both instances, that pressed them to that point, and they gave the facts as they had them. So it wasn't as though they came prepared to come and attack Peter Obi. No. So we also have it played out. So was Soludo factual? That's the most important point, not whether a politician is politicking. So that's the frustration. Sometimes we're lost in our sentimentality and we abdicate objectivity. Kulata still with the super chart. It says, Obi revised his savings in Anambra down from 75 billion to 10 billion during the town hall. So yes, if you can get that clip, because we can play both clips and then we'll see. So these are things that they say the internet never forgets, and that's why we're able to play these clips to hold to account commentaries that runs contrary to what obtains. So Obi revised his savings in Anambra down from 75 billion to 10 billion during the town hall. So that's another. It's just but
man, let him bring out the clip because I watched all that stuff. I didn't see anything like that. But anyway, one guy was hitting a jab at me. I wanted to say something because I think he was basically hitting a jab at me when he said that when I said that P2B made an investment in burial. If a governor invested in just a burial, then he's a failure. Let's state this. Let me make it known here. P2B invested in education. What is the outcome? We all know it. P2B invested in infrastructure. What is the outcome? We all know it. P2B invested in MSAE. What is the outcome? We all know it. P2B invested, saved money. Whatever how much he saved, it doesn't matter. What matters is that a governor did the best anybody can do. The highest road network during his time, first during education period. Economy of Anambra was so much better. That is why Anambra people loved him. So when someone says that is the only brewer that
You see, when you say things like that, you invite
one
people.
man,
The
I
economy
just
was
said
not better under
one
him. It
man,
was better under Ngige, Obiano, and
one man.
the figures are not in for Soludo yet.
I just made the reference on heroes. It's because that's the only. It's just like when somebody is getting AA in all subjects, and it comes to maybe chemistry, and get B. People now use that B or C and start attacking. Why did you? Or my father will start using C. Why did you get C in biology or this one? That's what I'm referring when I'm talking about heroes. So let him not come here and say if a governor did only investment in heroes, that means it's a failure. Please let's get the facts right.
But
All right, thank you.
sorry, Saki.
But it wasn't
Okay.
actually even D. It was the clip. It was the man in the clip that was saying he failed. Not even D, really, but D. A quick right
We
to
know that
reply.
man is
And
just making a political statement.
Yeah.
He Obi
What I
invested
would
in
say.
another
innocent.
Sabo Abi,
He
another
invested in
Sabo.
innocent. He invested in innocent. What are we talking about?
What I was
The
going to
only
say
manufacturing
is,
Nigerian manufacturing car in
it's
the whole of
just
Nigeria.
it's just simple. Like now, you see what I'm saying? Okay, we are discussing about Obi and all that, but you came here and say, oh, it's you people are directing the things they are saying to. They are talking about Obi. It's just like earlier on, one man was saying something. Say, oh, one man, you Obi. One man is saying what he saw on TV, what people were saying about Obi. Instead of you to think about what they are saying and look for your facts to counter them,
But this is the
those guys
fact. I
sound
just
like,
told you the facts.
hold on, my brother.
Yeah.
Those people sound like they know what they are talking. And even Obiano, the way he was sounding, you can tell you somebody that has been into banking. He used a lot of terms, and you can just tell. And I would believe if I'm in Obi's shoe, it won't be up to 24 hours before I make a counter statement if what they are saying is not right. Because these are part of what he's using to campaign
My
to
brother.
lure people to him. So why is
My
he
brother.
quiet? Why is he not
If
coming
one
out to
man
say it?
listened to
And
my
Kulata just said it
statements,
now. And I think I heard something similar to, but I was not sure because I was not really focusing when
everybody
I was
listening
watching
to
that.
my statements,
Hold
my
on, let me
brother.
land now. You talk, my brother. Let's just do it smoothly
Yeah.
so Roman can continue. Kulata just said it now. He reduced the money. And if you look at what Obiano said too, there were checks issued. If I've issued a check out, I won't factor in the money that is going out with the money I'm leaving for you. I won't say, oh, I've paid rent and I leave money in the account. I still tell you, I still had the rent amount to the total sum of the amount that is left in the account. It doesn't work like that. So that's what I'm saying. We need to
Okay.
listen to people and scrutinize. Even if you want to support the person, there is
Now,
all of them are devil. This Peter Obi that we are shouting, say,
now,
few months
my
ago was
brother,
a PDP member. It was a PDP member a
if
few
you
months ago.
if you
Few
listen,
years ago, it was
let's go
Atiku
apart from this
running
old.
mate.
He's in the
So
old.
what are we talking here?
Are we still there? Now we are talking about something else. You're bringing something else. When I started talking, I used one man's video. I analyzed it and say I don't know for a fact. I used one man's video to say what I'm saying. I said this man, whatever Obiano say, let's assume it's true. Whatever, we don't know who is telling the truth. Do you get? I said,
Well,
okay, let's
Obiano has
assume
published. He has published figures, so you know.
he published numbers, not exact documents. He didn't bring out
What
any
do you mean? He
document. He
said he
brought out the
published
numbers.
statements. He
He
said he
brought out the
published.
numbers.
What are you saying
That is
now?
what he
We heard
did.
it. We heard him twice now that he published
One
statements.
man, let's even assume let's
No.
assume he published
Let's
One
just
man.
leave this.
numbers. I
Oh
want us to
God,
move on, please, but let me make this
One
statement.
man.
Let's
I've
assume
already said
Obiano
it's
publish
quite wearing
numbers.
sometimes. You know, it's weird. You
Yeah,
know.
let's
one man.
assume Obiano publish numbers. Why
All right.
won't
Sorry, D. I must take an executive decision and move on. It's never
okay.
going
Okay.
to end. If you say that, Des will come back. You will counter.
Okay, carry on.
And
Let's
then
carry on.
One man.
another 20.
It's all right.
Oh, I did say I want to move on because we'll be here another 30 minutes back and forth.
Yeah.
But
I
let
just wanted him to understand that I agree with whatever one man is saying, but I'm just saying it with the agreement of you. You're not getting me. I'm not disagreeing. I'm
no, you
agreeing
can
to your
disagree.
point.
Which
I'm
is
agreeing
what?
to this point that whatever the whatever Obiano is saying, let's agree it's true. Do you
Right.
get? That's what I'm agreeing. That's what I started with when I was talking at the first time. That he's
Okay.
still with the math. Even if you do the math, he still left at least
A substantial amount. Yeah.
for a governor that did all these things for Anambra State, still left so much amount of money that you can't that time find any single governor, any that did his work and still leave money. You can't. So let's give this man a break, please.
And we can't give him a break. Oh, he wants to be
Yeah,
president.
that's the
So
government left something now. You know,
you don't?
yeah,
What
I
did
do
you
as a
say?
governor. I just wanted to correct that. You're saying
In his
there's no
time,
governor
are you not hearing
that's
me?
left
I feel
something.
like Thomas is just. I
That's
feel
not
like
Thomas. That's Patrick.
I don't know who is.
That's
Patrick and
Yeah.
Thomas is almost the same. They sound the same to me every time.
My
I
God,
say if I say
Sorry,
something,
Yoruba people,
I'm just
it's
asking.
like
all black people
you
look
don't
alike.
you don't
Abi.
understand
Look
my
at that.
English.
No, you said that there was
In
no
his
governor
time,
that left something. Yeah,
I said in his time.
Yeah,
All
but how
right.
many
So sorry,
how many
sorry,
governors did you look into?
gentlemen. Would you mind if we moved on, because we've been on it for so long? That place is very difficult to escape it unless you forcefully leave it. So let's forcefully leave it and go back to the super chat. Engineer, please, one man, can we be discussing about obedience so platform will be crowded? Laugh out loud. So yes, we can discuss about the obedience, but man, it's a task. Even the most factual of things is subject to what about. You telling me the guy is just a sabo now? Everybody that is against that, not even against, but holding Peter Obi up to scrutiny is a sabo. So RB comes in. He says, imagine Bola Ahmed Tinubu fought Obasanjo to create new local governments, whilst Obi refused to hold local government elections. Who was really running government like a state belonged to them? So if we're talking about people running government like a state belongs to them, if you want to go and read, or if you don't feel like reading it, go and listen to my piece on why Peter Obi was impeached. Then you see just how the state was being run like a personal business. So thank you for the super chat. Go on.
One man I debunked that yesterday. I don't know why you're still bringing it up. The Peter Obi impeachment. The only thing that debunks, I will say it again, is the fact that he won. He won in the court. It debunks everything.
On a technicality.
That whatever you're saying, it debunks it.
It debunks it.
Yeah.
All right. It debunks it. All right. So it stands debunked. So I was going to draw your attention to the buy the coffee thing. We are not seeing any activity on there outside of Ayo and Jafar, the usual suspects. So I was going to draw your attention to that, but I'm not even sure if it is worth the effort to do that. Seeing all the flogging that we have given Obi today. So the obedience smarting and whipping in their wallets. So as the obedience whip in their wallets, have we lost DOG? Oh, we've lost DOG. So we've a man who does not cry at all because he's completely wrapped up in facts, which is of course Patrick, who joins us. So Patrick, let me take you to this space. Patrick, are you there? Oh, all right, we don't appear to have Patrick. What's happening to people today? Let's go to. Do we have you, Patrick? Oh, all right. Let's go to Ajanle Koko. Do we have you, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So let's go to Ajanle Koko and let's take you to a new space entirely. And let's take you to this space then. 67% of latest voter registration in Bayelsa invalid. This is INEC now. And what they are giving is people are multiple registering, and people are even trying to register underaged people. And when they went through the automated biometric identification system, the cleansing hemorrhaged 67.1%. So what are you making of that? That's a heavy number just to be cleansed out of the electoral. That's the overwhelming majority of the new registrants in Bayelsa, multiple registrars underage, etc. So what are you making of that? And are we to transmit that data nationally? And what does that mean, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. It's a good job as they claim that for those names that are sprung as a result of double registration. However, they need to come transparent. They need to convince us as people, particularly the people in that state, that what they claim is actually true. And the best way they can do it is they can, those names that are expuned, they can release them unit by unit by pasting them in every unit, polling unit across that state, so that people can go and take a look of their name to be convinced that yes, to be sure rather that they are not among those that are in spawn. So if they do that, people that sees their name as error can go to INEC for correction. So that is the way to do it. They should not just tell us, oh, we are sprung 69%, and people will think that they have done a good job. They are human beings that works there. They could make mistake too. They could make error too. So let's go. The best thing, like I said, is for them to release those names unit by unit and let people within that unit to go and check and be sure that their names are not there. And those that found their name being expunged can then go to INEC and then let them know, ask them question why their name has been expunged. If there are some remedy to be made, correction whatsoever, they can do it and then ensure that eligible voter or eligible registered voters are still on the voters register and can still vote on election day. So that's my take on that, woman.
Ajanle Koko, let me bring you two sentences in that space. First, the sentence as to why names were expunged and then what happened afterwards. It says, Hart blamed this on double or multiple registration, underage registration, and outright fake registration. So that's the first sentence. Then the second sentence, it speaks to that space that you were suggesting. It says the commission has completed the exercise to clean up the register, and in the next few days, hard copies will be displayed in the 105 registration areas and 8 local government areas of the state. So as you suggested, that is how they intend. They will be displaying the names of the people that are formally registered. But to the people then, because the 67%, should they round off a few of them and let the law make an... is that not electoral fraud? That is electoral fraud now. They don't round off a few of them and let the law take its course.
At least, they have a jail facility in the state that have been submerged by flood. Where are they going to put them?
One man,
you know, yeah.
One man, is there any remedy to the registration? Like a remedy, maybe they can do the remedy, then they can vote come 2023.
No. What they are saying is some people registered 3 times, and then in some instances, they try to use little children to register. And then in some instances, the registration was completely fake. So when they ran the registration through a computerized system, all of those multiple registrations, it's a biometric system. So it captures you in a way that if you appear twice, then it will show you twice. So when they ran it through the process, it hemorrhaged 67.1% of them. So those 67.1%, they were actually trying to fraudulently register. That's what they're saying.
Oh, that means it's invalid totally. It's invalid.
It's invalid, yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's unbelievable.
So, well, I don't know if there's a law to that effect that people that had double registration can be prosecuted. I'm not sure. It might be, but I'm not sure. So, but does INEC have the resources in terms of money to? Do they have enough money to prosecute people, to hire lawyer, and start prosecuting people for double registration? That's going to be mass. That's going to be millions of people that they will have to pursue court cases against. So it doesn't once they have expunged the name, they will just leave it like that and get a proper register that is authentic for them to use on election day. So that's my take.
All right, brilliant. And to the Peter Obi space, Peter Obi's so-called investments in Anambra, what next to nothing? And this was Soludo. You've heard all the conversations, and you've also heard how Soludo arrived at making that comment. But then Peter Obi had always, at the forefront of his campaigning, he has always referred to his achievements in Anambra State. But it looks as though now the people that are within that space, they are starting to unpeel his so-called achievements layer by layer. So what are you then making of Soludo's commentaries, Ajahn Likoko?
I think it's Soludo, like I said earlier, is playing politics. There could be some fact to what he said. The investment that Obi made in the name of Anambra State, yes, some of the investment might have depreciated in value, but at the same time, I believe he did it with a with a good intention, and he wasn't. I don't think that Obi did it outside the consent of the assembly. So that was Obi was the arrowhead, but with the representatives of the people of that state invested that money. But the Obiano, as the person that took over from Obi, he had a responsibility. If the investment were depreciated in value or losing values store, he should have taken a very bold position, bold step rather, and acted to reinvest it better than what Obi did, because government is a continuum. When you took over and you took over the position of leadership in charge of the management of the resources of that state, yes, you have the responsibility, to do better than your predecessor, not be playing a blame game. Oh, this is not right. This is not right. So, but in the case of Soludo, for all that is said, I believe he is playing politics, dirty politics indeed, and because he was highly praising Obi before he got elected, and him as an astute accountant as well. Soludo as an astute accountant internationally recognized accountant that have managed the central bank before. I believe he has checked the financial book of that state and he saw everything in good shape before he started pressing Obi, back then. So he didn't just on the basis of blindness praising Obi for nothing. So he saw the book, he saw the financial statement of the state. It is how do I say, it's in the public domain. Everybody can go online and see it. So I believe he saw it. He was convinced that yes, this man prudently managed the resources of the state, and he was promising the people of Anambra State that look, I will manage your resources well the way Obi did. This was his campaign point, one of the strongest campaign points that this man was pushing out back then.
Are you talking about before? Are you talking about before he got into office?
Yeah, before he got into office.
All right.
Yeah, before he got into office. So he was pushing that. And I believe he has seen the account, the financial statement. He has looked at the pros and cons of it. And he was convinced that this man did good. And that's why he was praising him and said, I will manage the resources the way this man did. But now you come in now and be making some disparaging statement and making, it was nothing. It's a reckless statement. It doesn't show a leadership, and it doesn't show. It sounds suspicious. It sounds suspicious. That statement sounds suspicious, and it's
sorry, let me give you one information to help you move forward. Yeah, that report is not in the public domain. I've been searching for Anambra investment for only know how long now. I know that he invested in SA Milan. That's a South African company that have investments in breweries all over the world. You understand? So that investment in SA Milan, I went through to SA Milan financial reports and scrutinized everything. Because the investment is not to 5% of SA Milan holdings, it will never be in the financial report. It was not there. And I made some inquiries, I couldn't get it. So the only way he can have it is either the state government releases it to him, or if there is an effort in taking over the company, he can apply to the exchange to get that report. But I've been trying to get it. It's not there. It's not in the public domain. That's just what I want you to know.
Okay. Thank you. So, but my position still remains that Soludo, I've seen something before he started praising Obi. So he as a citizen of that state, not just a citizen, he was first class, a leader in the state. So you can't tell me that you want to be praising an administration without getting, and as an accountant, one of the world class accountant, you can't say you won't check a account book of the state some kind of way, get your fact right to be sure that yes, he prudently managed the resources before you started campaigning. I will manage the resources of the state the way he did. So I think he's playing politics. I will just leave it there. One man, he's playing a very dirty politics, a very dangerous politics that could backfire against himself in the future. It could backfire against himself in the future. But it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time.
Yeah. Let me read something to you on the what you said earlier on the penalty. I'm on HINEC page on election offense and penalties. I'm on second paragraph. Breaching and violating of some of these provided often attract penalties, which with or conviction may be fined or a term of imprisonment or both. So there's provision for that, but just the implementation. Continue.
Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, but I don't think INEC have that resources to prosecute millions of people around the country. I think they will just spunk them and then leave it there and keep the authentic registered for them to use on election day. I think that is what they're going to do. They don't have the resources. They don't have. They cannot do it. They can't prosecute. They can't prosecute millions of Nigerians for double registration. And a lot of people can give reason for double registration because you are changing from, what do you call it, from regular analog to digital and beavers. So a lot of people that are not educated can say, well, I don't know. They just tell me, oh, they are doing this, and they just go and register. So a lot of factors could be responsible. It could even be mistake on their own side. So a lot of things could be responsible for that double registration and so. But I don't think they can carry out any prosecution of millions of Nigeria. They cannot do it. So, but on Soludo, Soludo should get himself should organize himself better. Should know should be very cautious of rushing out quickly to talk on its predecessors, and should just settle down and do a very good job for that state. And work hard and achieve. Let people see the way you are going to elevate that state to a level of competitive with Lagos State. Make that state an attractive state for foreign investors and even for local investors within Nigeria. Do your best. That is what you should concentrate on, and not damaging the image and mischaracterizing your predecessor. It's not the best, particularly for somebody that you have praised, that you said, okay, I will govern the way he governed, I will manage the resources the way he managed, and now you are destroying him now because we have election on the way. It's not the best politics. It should calm down and act like a real leader. So that's my take, Mama.
All right, thank you, Ajani Koko. But the question that the Obi narrative begs is that, is he actually a prudent manager of public resources? That's the question that the Obi narrative begs. And from all of his predecessors, the verdict comes in as no. And his predecessors would know, whatever the politics of it, they are senior financiers, and they are saying a categorical no, that is not at all good or prudent in managing public resources. But let me take you.
But let me say this: we have to look at this. We have to look at it this way. I will see Obi are not very resourceful, but a very prudent manager. So if you want to hold him that it's not that resourceful, yes, we can pin him down there on the area of revenue generation for the state. If we look at if you look at his performance on revenue generation throughout his time in office, 8 years, it's less than 20%. It was around 80%. So on that basis, you can say it's not that resourceful. But in the prudent management of resources, I think it did good. The people of the state felt it, and they like him, and up to today, he's still popular among them. And that is what Soludo used, to campaign as well before becoming governor. So if I am Obi, or if I am one of the campaign manager, I will fire back, because this is election season. You don't let people. This is the governor of that state carries so much weight. His statement carries so much weight. So Obi have to respond as quick as possible. If possible, if you want to post the a document on the internet to show how much he left behind. And
Obiano did that. Obiano did that.
We can't, Obiano we can't follow because Obiano, they got into a dirty politics between each other, and I cannot really trust
Everybody hates Obiabi. Everybody hates
No,
Obi.
not everybody hates. Look, politics, when Nigerian politicians are very dirty, they are very dirty when it comes to, mischaracterizing themselves. They are very dirty. They are very, very bad. They are very, very bad at that. I mean, so he should post it out and then call if there's anything contrary to that, to challenge anybody that have a different document to prove that he is lying. They should bring it out. It should speak up, because what this man did today, I mean, some people will listen to Soludo today and said, man, this Obi said, now wow. Some people, it could change some people's mind and step back from giving him their support. But he should respond quickly and bring that fact and challenge Soludo, challenge old Soludo that, look, you are wrong, get your fact right, this is it. If you have anything contrary, I'm challenging you. Let us come to the media. Let us come and prove it.
Go on.
Yes.
No, I was going to say, take Man of Prestige's interjection, and then when once you've had that conversation, go on to the Oluwo of Iwo space that is asking that the Yoruba traditional rulers abandon worship of the deities to take on Middle Eastern religions instead. And if you could, Ajanle Koko, if you can just coordinate the session for a moment, I want to take a couple of minutes to attend to something. So can I hand over to you just for a few minutes? So Ajanle Koko, don't bully him or he will slap you. So Ajanle Koko, take time.
No, me and Man of Prestige will be party, no problem.
Oh yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I guess I was trying to interject in reference to the, I know it has become the topic of today. Even the caption of this platform, that's what made me join in. I just joined in, so I was not privy to everything what you're talking about. But I got a little bit of this what's going on. But I just wanted to second what you just said about what Soludo said today. If I'm a big campaign people, I will jump into this and debunk if there's any fight to debunk everything. I think they're kind of like this here, You need to appoint people who can come out, because, like you said, this is political time. You don't have to waste time. You don't have to let all this false information penetrate into people. You may lose people from that. Somebody needs to jump immediately and debunk wherever is debunkable. So I think they're sleeping on that area. But let me make a point in regard to what we're saying about Obi. Okay, how can Anambra be the least indebted state during his time, and he was reckless? Let's have some common sense on this. I'm not saying whether he's the best governor or not, but the man tried, for crying out loud. Even I thought he left money, and we lost it in stock. I mean, do you know how much money I have lost in stock? You can make some investment, you lose a lot of money, you gain or whatever. Even I thought that he said he invested 50 million, if I'm right, I think I'm right on that area. Then he lost some of the money. At least the man tried. Look at the whole governor, 36 governors. How many of them has left money? I'm not really sure. Don't put me. How many of them have left any kind of money? Even I thought it's 1 naira. That's commendable, at least on that run. So I don't know why we're here criticizing that man. Try to score some political gain. What's to do the judge doing is, he just tried to, make some political, capital. Yeah, it's all politics, but he need to watch what he said and everything, because he has not done anything yet. That man has been in the office for less than a year, 6 months, 7 months. So I don't know why he's coming out crying out loud or that kind of things he's talking. I just want to interject on that point because at the last point he made was quite a very good, valid point that Obi spokesmen need to come out and debunk whatever is debunkable. They are wasting time in that area. I mean, I don't know who is there. I don't know how they are running their political strategy, but some of the area they are lacking. They need to come out with that. I mean, Kiyemo APC does that quite often. Even at all, what he said, like what he said about Tinubu, some of them doesn't make sense. But some people are very gullible, particularly when it comes to Nigerian space. Everything you say, a lot of them buy it. I guess because of their orientation, the Nigerian orientation, the way a lot of them like a master, master to the slave, so they buy everything you said. So they need to come out right and debunk it. That's what I want to interject. I was
prestige. So if they don't have the fact to the effect to debunk it, they are not going to come out. Am I right? Because it's been 24 hours now. If these camps will have come out and debunk it.
It's not even 24 hours.
Thomas, I'm not even talking about just this one. I'm just talking because I've seen a lot of things that are very quiet. They kind of lay down.
Can I ask you, Ajaleko, can I interject?
Oh yes, Father. Yeah, you can
go ahead.
Ajaleko, if you watch that very interview, something really happened in that interview. Soludo is just trying to make some political, make some score some political points.
Obviously, political statement. Yeah.
Now, something happened in that interview. Soludo was talking about what he was doing in Anambra State, and he was talking about he's being prudent, he's being frugal, he's managing resources. Exactly those things P2B has been saying. And Sheung was very fast enough to ask him, are you following Obi's model, Obi's template? Do you understand?
Yes.
Following Obi's template. As a governor, he wouldn't accept that he's following Obi's. They are proud, of course, so he will never accept that.
That makes
sense. And they are not in the same party.
They are
not in the same party. Yeah.
No.
And then now he said he's following his
own template.
Yeah. Then another thing again that happened in that interview is Sheung asked him something about this redesigning of the currency. This redesigning of currency by the CBN governor, and then was asking him to make his own input. Can he assess? Is it going to be a good plan? How does he see that? Do you know what Soludo answered? Soludo said no, he doesn't want to comment on that. He doesn't want to comment on what his successor is doing in the CBN. He's just focusing in his governance. That's what I mean. They now asked him about P2B.
Yeah, they can speak.
And he said no.
Yeah.
And he said, no, you are pushing me
It's a double stand. So he can comment. He can comment on Obi, but he doesn't want to talk of what the CBN is doing now.
Okay, let me come in there. Sorry. There are two sides.
Come in,
Patrick.
Let's hear from Patrick.
You can make comment on things that have happened in the past, but it's not proper for you to make comment on what the current person is doing in the office, because you might influence the policy in a direction that the driver of the policy does not want. You understand?
What are you saying?
No, wait. I'm telling you the truth.
No,
what are you saying?
Wait now. Wait. No, forget. Okay, let's leave. Let's forget.
Gentlemen, let Patrick air his view. Let's
leave politics out of it. For example, maybe I was a chief of army staff. You understand? And then there's a security issue, and the current chief of army staff is trying to take a strategic direction, for which you need the cooperation of the populace. You understand? Now, do you know that any comment that I make can influence the effectiveness of that strategy?
Yeah.
As a former chief of army staff.
Yeah.
It's like that. So if you now say, can I make a comment on a chief that is passed before me? I can say, yes, he did this, he did that, because that one is gone. Now, this guy is trying to chart a course, but I don't want to say something that will affect his strategy. If I have anything to say about it, I can pass it to him behind and say, look at this. I think that was what Soludo was trying to wait.
Okay, let me
finish now. That's what Soludo was trying to do. And I noticed there was one interview that he granted, and they say, what do you see about this government? Buhari, not CBN now. Buhari, can you policy? Yeah, he said, I'm part of the economy. I was part of the economic council. He said, I have a way of communicating that to them. I don't want to say something that will shift the direction of things. So I think it's professional. Let me tell you the truth. Soludo was very professional. They asked him that, are you following Obi's strategy? He said, no. He said, we are following Soludo strategy. And he said that he's being prudent. He is not going to save. He says saving is not an output. Savings is not an end in itself. That savings, the essence of savings is the essence of government is to deliver quality life. He said you can't give examples. You can't be saving money when your people are dying in the hospital, and there are infrastructures that are that are there to be served. He said, but you can say when you have surplus will mean that you have met the essential. Not necessarily the luxury. You have met the essential.
Patrick, let me come in there.
So
The same
Soludo was okay there.
Yeah, the same Soludo that was talking against savings was the one that was complaining when he came in that this guy bankrupt the financial base of the state, Obiano. He was complaining very hard.
Okay,
so
that the state was almost insolvent, right?
Yes. He was the one complaining that there's no more money. The money left in the account it cannot even pay salary for that month.
When you say savings, you see, you must finish.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that what he's saying does not have does not make economic sense. What he's saying make a lot of economic sense, but at the same time, there's nothing bad in savings as well. There's nothing bad in savings. So, but I believe it shouldn't be running. It shouldn't be playing a dirty politics now or talking too much now. It should reserve everything because it's just in the oven. I'll spend up to a year. It should be calm. It should focus more in developing that state and make that state attractive to investors and generate a lot of revenue. So build infrastructure and turn around the economy of that state and make that state one of the competitive economic competitive with that of Lagos. Make it a strategic economic state.
Do you want me to respond to that? Sorry, I will just leave it, but let me respond to that. You see, touching Obi, when you talk about Obi, this is the kind of response you get. I know you are not obedient, so you don't fall in that class. It becomes very difficult to criticize him. And anybody who criticizes, no matter how good that person becomes bad. Let me tell you one thing. Soludo obviously is the most focused governor in Southeast today. You can disprove me. Soludo is the most focused. Wait, it's just 2 years. Wait. You see, let me finish now. He's the most focused. Focus means he has program and is making effort to pursue it. If there's any governor that... Wait. Focus with me, you have your program, you have articulated with your people, and you are making every effort to make sure you deliver on your program. That's what I mean by being focused. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not as if he's been in the news so frequently like a number of people. You understand? He's not running currently. So I don't want us to look at him as somebody that is bad. And obviously, he's not saying that you should not save. He's saying that you don't save when you have essential need, not luxury need. For example, you have maybe health issues like hospital issues. You have infrastructure that is really, really decadence, and then the erosion thing and all those things were there. So why would you save money and you see people lose property and asset to erosion? Why would you save money when you see people dying in the hospital? And you can solve that problem with the money. Is that money more important than the people? So that's what Soludo was trying to to say. To me, that man is better than Obi 100 times. I tell you.
Well, anyway, like I say, Patrick, you don't know Anambra State. You know, Anambra people will tell you how they have been entrenched. The Obi's administration is well entrenched into their minds, to the extent that any governor that comes in power now will be judged, you know, on the basis of what Obi has done. You know, Soludo will be struggling very, very well to outperform Obi, because Obi is well entrenched in Anambra State. This thing you are saying he didn't do infrastructure before saving. He did he did a lot of things in Anambra State before saving. Saving is an addition to his primary responsibility. Obi achieved security in Anambra State. Obi did a lot of infrastructural facilities in Anambra State and still saved. It's not as if he was saving without doing anything at all. No.
But you know what people are suggesting is that savings in itself is a bad strategy, especially if he saved as much as 75 billion, which was his original boast. That just shows a lack of function.
Do you know when he even saved that money? He left that money.
No, don't take us through it again, because I think Des has taken us through it for about 20 minutes.
I will tell you now. It's a space I know very well.
All right.
He left that money almost at the tail end of his administration. It's not as if he came in and started saving without doing any other thing. He was doing a lot of. When he came in, Anambra State roads were quite deplorable, but he changed the face of Anambra roads. He did a lot of roads. Villages had roads. Cities have roads. And again, Peter Obi did not even focus too much on the capital. He didn't focus too much to concentrate too much on the capital. He used a strategy he called ANITS, and that very strategy then in Anambra State, they were saying like developing all sectors simultaneously. That was his policy, what do we call it? The policy framework. You know, that was the ANITS. So he did a lot of things. He achieved a lot. And then in addition, he still saved. I think he did very well. Nobody can argue about it in Anambra.
A lot of people are.
Well, show me the evidence. You said that Obiano has brought evidence. Show me the copy of it. Bring it. Show it here. Let us.
Well, you have to go and do your own research. You heard him tell you that he has published it. Then he must be lying.
Zaki Father, you see, at this point, we cannot continue to defend Obi. Soludo has fired a shot at him. It is left for him as a presidential candidate, if he's really serious, to come out strongly against Soludo, to prove Soludo wrong. That is what he should do. And I hope that Okupe and his team are listening to us. We want Obi to prove himself, to counter Soludo immediately, and then change the narrative. That is what he should do. We cannot be. Yes, that is what.
The truth is that. Yeah. What you're asking Obi to do, I want to understand this. What Soludo said might in fact probably be true. I don't know that. Do you get? Because we are in the realm of investment. We're not talking about if Soludo's case was whether P2B said that if Soludo's case was he didn't invest. Now you would say, okay, P2B should come and say, I invested though. But Soludo's case is saying that the investment is not worth much. That is his case. And now P2B the investment might not be what like it might not be worth anything at all by this time. We don't know anything. You get? That's just the fact. So we don't know.
That is why he has to come out to defend himself and then clear the air on the nonsense that Soludo is talking about him. So he need to
Yeah,
do that. So
I believe that
yeah, Jalicoca.
something is gonna happen very soon. I believe so.
okay,
Yeah, Jalicoca, like
okay,
I
let
said,
me.
this was annoys me about a big campaign people. Something like this, what is true a little bit of pressure. They need to come out immediately. I mean, the ball, at least play with it. Look what Kenya does. Even I thought what he came on TV to do is, at least some people will be that you need to come out this time. You don't have to waste time on that space. Come out right away and make a statement, regardless. I mean, that's the way they should be running, their campaign. I mean, as an obedience, I think that, sometimes,
Yes, I think you are right. Look at the
we
Tinubu's case. Look at the Tinubu's case. When they brought out that what is it? Is it this drug and tax
yeah, the
evasion
drug
this
case.
thing out? Yes, it didn't take them 24 hours before you start seeing
No.
what is the name of this guy?
Keyamo.
That Keyamo and some
Keyamo.
others. Yes, others.
Right. Even after most of what he
came
said is
out
not true.
strongly. They came out strongly and they started breaking it down for us. I believe with their counter argument against that thing now, they have been able to clear the air better for some people. Because what's the name of this guy?
I mean,
Kayamu
I don't know about clear better, but at least they came on.
See the
No,
problem now,
hold on. I was listening to Kayamu. Kayamu was able to, make it clear that if you look at that affidavit, you cannot see the state versus so person, saying that it wasn't really a legal case against Tinubu. It's just that they found that he didn't pay his tax on those money they found in his account. And they tried to explain it in order to cajole people,
they try
to defend him. That So whether you can describe it, whether they are defending lie or they are saying the truth, but at least they came out strongly.
And by the way, the people have been researching it. 800 kilometers of road was what Peter Obi built in Anambra. And the same amount of roads built by Yadua in Katsina as governor.
But we have to compare how much kilometer of road that his predecessor built and his successor built. So then we can compare them and then see who built more infrastructure in terms of road among them.
Ajali Koko, this space that Soludo brought up, this is not the first time that it has been brought up, in the social media. Kedira, when Toby was running as vice president, asked the same question, this same thing, and he still explained himself. If you can watch the video, you will see his explanation there. So it feels like Peter is coming back to say the same thing he said during the interview with Kedira. That's what's going to come out to say again. So I don't see the reason, because it's already out there.
Okay, let me go to
Willie Obiano built 1,000 kilometers, 800 more than Peter Obi.
Yeah,
800 more.
Man.
Yeah, sorry, 200 more. 200 more.
200 more. Okay, let us do it now.
Yeah.
To really know who did a good job, we have to put into consideration that Obi left a lot of money for Obiano. He left a lot of money behind for him. And Obiano make a lot of revenue than Obi, and still he could not double the kilometer of road that he built within that period of time.
Still left billions of dollars in debt.
Let us
left billions of dollars in debt too.
That's not objectivity now. What if you're saying that's not objectivity?
No. Wait, one man. Okay, he built 200 more than Obi.
Yes.
Obi left a lot of money in terms of
No,
cash.
you can't say that with definitive term, because the amount he left is in contention. And
No, it's
he
not
has
in
not been
contention.
cleared.
It's not in contention.
No, wait, let me
Even
finish.
Obiano said it.
You know why?
Obiano said it
No,
himself.
I will say it. I will tell you now.
Obiano said he
Wait
left 9
now.
billion in
Wait,
cash. He said he left $9 billion naira in cash.
Wait, Ajay Koko. He said he left 9 billion in cash. And left 25 billion in scrip issues.
Okay.
And he left 15 billion in commitment of checks. So if he knocks out 15 billion from the 34 billion, what you have less is 19 billion in scrip issues.
It's still money.
He cannot recover that money until the company is willing to pay that dividend. That's what I'm telling you.
Who is this?
That scrip issue is not money. That's what the man was trying to tell us.
Who is this? Is this
Patrick, do you know that in terms of revenue generation, do you know that Obiano, in comparison to Obi, he
did more.
He did more. Like
that means he's more intelligent than Obi.
Like 100.
That means he's more intelligent than Obi.
Yeah, more, like he did more, far better than Obi.
Yeah, that means he outperformed Obi.
Yeah, so he did more. He generated more revenue, maybe 180% more, and still he couldn't build more roads.
Maybe he invested in other things apart from road, you know.
No.
But
He bankrupt the state.
That means he obviously outperformed Obi.
Patrick, immediately he left that office, they got him at the airport and took him to Alagbon to spend about 3 weeks there. I mean, to DSS office. They took him to DSS office. Immediately he was trying to run away to come to United States. They got him and took him there. He lavished, he bankrupt that state.
Angelico, can I tell you?
Yes.
When Obi came, Obi met huge debts and he was able to clear those debts, right? He was able to pay his pensions and gratuity that are being owed.
But he wasn't now. We've debunked that. Why do you keep saying all these things? We've debunked
before he came in, he was able to do those things and he was able to build that number of roads and still left something for Obiano. Then Obiano came in with all his internally generated revenue. He only increased the road by 200 kilometers. And at the end of the day, he was owing more than 300 billion naira in debt. So how can you be comparing the two people?
Okay, let us leave.
He increased the road by 1,000. So that's how you people manipulate it.
By 200.
Wait now. Wait. He built 1,000 kilometer road.
Hold on,
Obi built 800. Patrick, I don't know where you do your math.
No, wait now. Obi built 800. Obi are not built 1,000.
Patrick,
so it's
hold on
200.
One moment. Hold on, Patrick, one moment. Because you know, when people are talking, I'm fact checking all the time, and when Saki father was saying Peter Obi Ngige left, Peter Obi came into debt, so I was fact checking that. So I just stepped. If you can see on your screen, maybe I need to make this bigger. I wonder if you can see. Let me see how to make it bigger. Okay, so you can see how much debt did Ngige leave. That's just all I was asking Google. And if you look through, if we go through just the first 10 headlines that space has brought. So this is it says Ngige, I left 12.8 billion in Anambra Treasury. Ngige faults Obi's claim. So that's the first headline. The second headline, Ngige faults Obi's claim on 35 billion naira Anambra pension arrears. And then the next headline, I inherited 127 billion debt from Obiano. And then the next headline, Obi received 2 trillion with nothing to show for it, Ngige. And then the next headline, Senator Ngige has tackled, I don't know what is tackled, but and then this one says fact check, claimed that Anambra's debt profile is over. So there's just Yes,
Well,
just
one man.
spurious and vague. You can do the same thing, so don't take my word for anything. But what I'm
Hello,
just
one man.
asking is,
One man, why are you
how
One
much
man.
debt
taking
did
things
he
One
from
man,
give
can I
him?
why are you
interject,
taking
please?
things
So
from food
yeah,
from Naira land?
yeah. Let's hear from Ife just to vary the voice. Yeah, Ife,
Well,
come in.
from what you've read now, it seems that state, the politicians in that state are good at alleging one another in terms of
They just make up
alleging.
random figures, don't they? He left 75 million and then he's 35 now, he's
So
10,
let us accept that that's the way the
Only ní
politicians
gbogbo
in
wọn.
Anambra
Only
do.
neighborhood
That's
one, man.
All
Yes,
of them be
only.
thief.
Yeah.
yes, all of them are very, very. So at the end of the
I
day,
agree with what my brother there
what I
said.
would be interested in it would be, if we are
One
talking
man.
about revenue, I want to look at the ratio of revenue to debt to revenue ratio. That's for me talking from my own science background, such that I'll be more interested in the strength of an economy than than the output of the economy itself. So I'll be interested in debt to revenue ratio of an economy.
All right. I think Kolata actually came in.
And sorry, what
Yeah.
I'm saying that is, during Gaddafi's period before he died, even though the US economy was great, the what's it called, the value of the Libyan dollar was high in terms of what you can use. If you compare what you can use $1 to buy in Libyan economy is higher than what you can use $1 US dollar to buy in the US economy. So I'll be interested in the strength of an economy, not in just figures.
But that's a false analogy because the Libyan, was it lira?
During Gaddafi,
It was a heavily subsidized currency.
So Libya dinar.
Dinar, yes.
Okay,
it was a heavily
during
subsidized
Gaddafi's
currency, yeah.
No, but I think during the Gaddafi's, I don't know, was it heavily subsidized?
It
What do
was.
you mean by subsidized? What do you mean by subsidized? One man, because that currency was stronger than dollar in value.
No, because the strength of the lira, which was also the situation with the naira before they liberalized, it was never really it wasn't a free market value. It wasn't a free market value. It was a value that was underpinned. The government set the rates to the international currency, and they heavily managed the value of that currency, which they backed with their sovereign wealth.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. There are countries does that. Yes. Yeah, you're right. So let me go to
dollar is a free market currency. So whatever the value is what the market determines that it is.
Okay, let me go to Obaluwo. Let's leave Anambra people. Then wahala too much for that state.
That's what I've been waiting for since all this. You see that I just kept by when you guys were talking about
Then wahala too much for that state. Then they fight. This one not do good. This one do good. But Soludo need to be careful to calm down. So let me go to Oliwo.
All the Anambra politicians need to be careful.
Yeah. So Obaluwo is I think we should just leave that man alone. He doesn't want to understand the culture of his ancestors, and it's a matter of time. They won't be there forever. He's enjoying the fact that majority of people in Imo are Muslim. And the majority of them, because of the way he champion Islam, solely support him whenever he's carrying out that campaign against the traditional worshippers. So this he has taken the religion, Islamic religion, to such an extreme level against the traditional religion in that state. And what he doesn't know is that he's not really helping himself as well, because as custodian of tradition, Islamic is not our Islamism is not our tradition. Christianity is not our tradition as well. So, but I don't say wrong things against the Oba, because as a Yoruba man,
are you afraid?
sometimes, no, I'm not afraid, but you still have to respect them. Yoruba will say you don't talk against the Oba in the public. You can talk against the Oba behind closed door. That is the tradition in Yoruba land. So I will leave it there, but I think you should join the support of majority of the people that are extremely Islamized people in that Igbo town. And that is why he still keep the position. If you are to be, you cannot do it in Oyo. You cannot do it in Ondo. We saw what happened to the Ondo king that was trying to act similarly like that. Oluwo, saying that they cannot. I think it was last week that they cannot worship Ogun, or what was it? I can't remember. They cannot carry out some ritual.
It was them to turn the Ile Orisha into a church.
So the people kick against him. They said he will have to go, or he let them continue to do what they have known to be doing for since God have created Yoruba land. So, and they shut that king down right there, and he kept quiet, because most of the people there, even though they are Christian, they still believe in their tradition, and they will not allow anybody to ridicule our traditional religion. So, but Oliwo, it's a matter of time. We just have to keep watching. Let's just leave it alone like that, one month.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me take you to a different space then, Ajanle Koko. NNPP collapses structure into APC in Zamfara state. So NNPP, of course, Kwankwaso, and Zamfara being one of the epicenters, one of the strong spaces that he's relying on. So is this the party imploding from within, or is this what people were anticipating, that essentially ultimately Kwankwaso will collapse his structure into one of the big parties? So is this the first step towards the collapsing of Kwankwaso into the APC space?
NNPC, Kwankwaso will not collapse his structure for any one of these candidates. He won't do it. But Zamfara is a state that is a predominantly controlled APC state. Even the PDP there, the current governor was a PDP man. He has to collapse, he has to convert to APC, because he knew it was a protest vote that got him to power. It is not the strength of PDP in the state that got him to power, but a protest vote from APC people against the governorship candidate that was imposed on them, that got Zimatawale, what's his name, that got him to power. So when you see him, so he collapsed PDP into APC. So when Kwankwaso is doing the same thing too, I'm not surprised, because that is the strongest, even since 1999. Since 1999, when we started this dispensation, that Zamfara state is the strongest hold of ANPP And those ONPP are the one that transition into APC, and that is the strongest hold of them. So no party can win them there. So Zamfara, what do you call it? Kwankwaso party can never have they don't even have strength there in Zamfara state. They are not in any capacity. They cannot in any capacity compete against APC. They can't. They don't have the strength. So them collapsing, it's like they are coming back home. Because traditionally the people there, they are APC to the core. If you are looking for a state that is APC to the core in the whole of the federation, it is Zamfara state. So it doesn't mean the collapse of those people into APC doesn't mean that Kwankwaso will collapse his presidential pursuit for anybody. I don't think so. It's just that that state is the traditional strongest. The strongest, state of APC in the whole of federation. So that is it. One man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, 4 times. Let me go on from you to Ife. And Ife, good to have you. So Ife, then to the space, the Oluwo of Iwo, Ajale Koko just cautioning not to speak ill of of a monarch. So not to speak ill of a monarch, but what about if the monarch speaks ill of himself? So Colorado speaks, Ajale, Ife, what are you making then of Oluwo's assertion?
There should be reform in the African traditional space. And you find that most times when a state and religion, when state activities are not defined properly from the religious activities, it normally leads to this type of things we are seeing in any society. Adembis, bearing that in mind, traditionally, we know that the African society is a traditional religious-based society. So primarily, you being a Muslim or a Christian and you feel you want to practice your religion, well, depending on how you perceive Christianity of Islam to be, I don't think you should even vie for those type of position, because even historically we know that Islam had issues from the foundation of the religion, had issues, or the Abrahamic religions had issues. Yeah, the 3 Abrahamic religions had issues with paganism or traditional worship. So I would expect that somebody who feels that I cannot do those right in the first instance, at least to allow for peace, you should not go for such traditional offices. But I would like, and that's why our traditional values are dwindling down day by day, because we have not been able to actually define our traditional practices from its own religious ideologies. For example, let's take the example of using herbs, our traditional agbo. Some people will tell you that if you are using traditional agbo, you are an idol worshiper. Even I know some churches that will even tell you that I don't believe in the healing power of God. Then another question is, to what extent can you use some type of traditional agbo? And the problem is because the practices itself is enshrined in the what's it called, in the religious practices. You find that most of the traditional healers too are also either a priest or having some association with all these deities, which we cannot remove, because the whole essence of the Yoruba culture specifically now is a totality a way of life in itself. So I think that's where the problem is. So for peace to reign, I would prefer that somebody who wants to be a Christian or a Muslim should not even go for or vie for such position, to let peace reign. If you feel you want to change a community, it is good for you. You can go to their this thing, preach the gospel, or the one is a Muslim called Dawa. Anybody that want to convert will convert, and anybody that does not want to convert will not convert. But for you to know the lay down rule of a community for a position, you now going there to now change it from within. These are the type of things that causes chaos. And well, that's my own perspective. So in the first place, if he had known that he wanted
should he be stepped down is the wider question. Should he be
and that,
stepped down?
yes, you now see why I said we have to institutionalize this in terms of, traditionally, a king does not step down. It's only when a king in the Yoruba space dies, that's when another king is thrown, or he has to
Do we not
be
have
banished.
do we not have a tradition of abdication? Can he not abdicate?
I don't know. And for his own stool, for the what's it called, his own stool is a powerful Yoruba stool, So all those powerful Yorubas too, they are not stools that you, before you find something like abdication or banishment, is always very extreme case. In the olden days, even if instead for a king to abdicate a throne or be banished, he would rather, what's it called, Ashebokunrin.
Yeah.
That's literally commit suicide, so that the next prince will become the king. It has happened when they lose battle. That's what they do. Historically, that's what they do. When they go to battle and lose, they what's it called? Commit suicide by themselves, because it is a shame on them, So that's my own take on that. But he said something that you read, because I followed everything you read from the start. He said something about slavery.
He said it's the fault of the black people.
You see,
and of course, you come from the region where they were exporting people.
Yeah. Yes, I will go into that now.
So do you take some responsibility as well?
Yes, we have to take some responsibility. We have to take some responsibility, and this is why I'm saying that. Do you know that even after the abolishment of slavery, we still have our kings across the West African coast that did not want to stop it, such that it was even the British Navy that were fighting all those other naval ships on the Atlantic Ocean to stop it. Meanwhile, if slavery was not in our culture, we would not have the word for slave. Every culture in the African space have a word for slave. Then it means it is not alien to our culture. If we want to look at the etymology of words, if a word is found in your culture, it means your culture practice that thing, especially if that word is not borrowed. So the question is, Was he a general phenomenon then? Yes, because what actually stopped slavery was the invention of machines, the Industrial Revolution. If not for the Industrial Revolution, I'm still telling you there will still be slavery to date. But the question is, every space has a moderation. Every religion tends to have a moderation on what should be what is acceptable or what not to be acceptable. But do you know that even this reparation that we normally shout of, we have not seen any African king? I don't know. There may be that
I
has
think
even
Abiola was
apologized.
one of the proponents of that when he was alive. Abiola.
Yeah, even though we want to say that the Europeans did this, we Africans do need to come together and say, oh, our kings, maybe due to were also at fault, then they can give what's it called explanation to pacify the space. And why am I saying this? You see, if you go to the Caribbean islands or you speak with the Caribbeans, they don't always want to associate themselves with Africans because they still feel hurt. Like, why is it that it was the Africans that were even selling their own progenitors to the whites, that they brought them to the Caribbean islands? So if you, that space, they don't always want to associate. You want to tell them that do you see yourself as African? It's more like they want to pick up a fight with you. And that's why if you see the Jamaican community in the UK, they don't always want to associate. A majority of them don't always want to associate with what's it called, people from Africa. Only the Rastafarian among them. If you speak with the Rastafarian, yeah, they want to, what's it called, talk with you. Historically, the first slaves between blacks actually was between the Arabs in the northern African hemisphere. And the first slaves that were shipped by the whites were actually sold between the Byzantine and the Ottoman, the Arab Ottoman, so the Turkish Ottoman Empire and the Byzantine Christian Empire, such that the first slaves that went to America were actually Muslims, black Muslims. But people don't know. Sorry, most people don't know. The first people that started slavery were the Portuguese, and that's why the Benin Empire has association with the Portuguese. Yorubas had association with the Portuguese. Lagos, Porto Novo had association with the Portuguese. Angola has association with the Portuguese.
It was actually Costa de Lagos, which is a coast of the lagoon.
Yes, they were the first people. But you know what we now whitewash our own to say that they came only for trade. No, it's a lie. They did not come only for trade. They were also trading slaves then. But what the Portuguese did was they were taking them to Sao Tome and Principe. All those Sao Tome and Principe indigenes were actually the first generation of slaves. It was during the skirmishes between the Portuguese, the French, and the English where the English triumphed that gave the English more opportunity. Because the Portuguese and the French were running a state-funded slavery, but the English were running a business-funded slavery, the Lloyd's Bank of this world. So those were the difference. So where the Portuguese and the French were more of assimilation, British was more of divide and rule. Let me come, make my money, leave. They wanted to change everybody, and that's a rigorous process. That's why the British, got an upper hand. And this slavery even started in the 1455s, before it was now abolished later in the 80s, almost spanning over 400 years. So on that, I give it to him. It's high time the African, irrespective of how big the empire was or how we want to project our history, it's high time even the African kings too need to come out and say, oh, a generation made a mistake. let us fix this and talk between ourselves. And because of this thing that we are not talking about, I feel that there still is in our society in terms of there's not we don't have originality of the black
So
man.
where is the preponderance? Where's the preponderance of blame? Because you seem to be shifting the weight of the blame to the Africans.
No, I'm not shifting. I'm saying we should also accept. I'm not saying no. Obviously, the Arabs and the Europeans have the larger share because they came with their cannon guns and they were forcing people. Actually, there was a king then that wanted to stop it. They actually exiled him. That was the king from Dahomey Empire by name Benhazen.
What of the Benin king that actually fought them?
Do you know
And
what happened with the Benin king?
It was
You see,
conquered, and they took him to Calabar, where he died.
What happened? What we are now learning is, and anybody can challenge me on that. What we are now learning now is the Benin Empire actually sold more slaves around the so Benin and Angola actually sold more slaves around the West African coast. But because the British started stopping the slave trade, some empires did not want to stop. Then, because of this, British were fluting things.
Who are the ones that Benin Empire was? Benin Empire was selling. Are they selling themselves, or they are selling other people?
Other people. Good question, Coco.
What?
Who are they selling? Are they selling themselves, or they are selling other people in their neighboring state, or how do we call it? The neighboring community.
Neighboring people, because they will capture the neighbors, and also dissidents, people who are dissidents in the empire.
Please, can I interject?
Yeah.
If thanks for what you're saying, you have most fat, but you don't have all the fat. You know, that of yours of Benin, this thing is fatless because it's just based on your opinion. You cannot say they were saying your neighboring neighbors or your neighbors. Who were their neighbors? Because
Ekiti was their neighbor now.
I know.
Ondo,
It did not say they were just selling their neighbors. It was also saying they are selling dissidents amongst themselves.
Within,
which is to say that.
Yes. Okay. Now
there was no Ekiti then.
Sorry, hold on, Ife and Wapis. When he's saying they are selling dissidents, which is to say that if there's a rivaling person to the person that has the superior power, that is considered a dissident, and then they will overpower them and sell them into slavery. So essentially, indigenous of Edo State.
Wama, thanks. But that's a word assumption. He said something just now which is actually very correct. The first time the Portuguese came, with Benin recorded came, it was during the AY in 1440 something ending, like 1445, 47. And at that time, AY placed a ban on slavery. And there's a reason Portuguese moved to Sao Tome and Principe. There's a reason they were in Port Focado. They were the first station we got on. Their first textile mill they built is still there, it's on record. Hollandic textile mill, where they're producing, they're buying cottons from us. Cottons, ivory, and palm, and timbers. And there's a saying in Benin, a parable is on the placard that they were issues accusing, because then when the Portuguese come, yes, everybody has slave, but not for sale. In all kingdom, you have slave by war, but they are free human beings that live, work, have their life married, and all that. Not for sale. So when the Portuguese come, they come that time, in gesture guest of as in you have a guest, you will send people to them to go help them fix their ships. Work. That how Sao Tome principle was created. They banned them to Sao Tome principle. Same in Japan, when Japanese banned the Hollandese to Fukuoka. So they will send envoys to them to help them fix their ship, work, and all that. And their monarchy, their temple, their church was Sao Tome principle. Yes, when you said Benin descendant involved in slavery, yes, I will agree to that. The Shakis were heavily in slavery. That place was that Focado was slave port for the Portuguese. And don't forget, Benin then was Benin as an empire is an ideology. Everybody has his own autonomy. Every king at that time, even you are part of the empire, but you have autonomy of your region. The Olu for that time control his region. The Oba of Benin interfere in his rule, but they have a general rule, like the federal rule. The Arochukwu people were selling people then. So now, Benin and Ekiti have they have a war, and Oyo and Benin have a treaty, which is Ado Ekiti, which stopped before Kwara. So which are the people the Benin sold? Then it will be easier for us to trace the people the Benin sold.
No, don't worry about
Are
that.
you saying that Benin were not? Benin didn't.
No, that's what World Peace is always particular to establish, is that people of Benin indigene, they were not sold into slavery. But what Ife is telling us is that dissidents in that space were sold into slavery.
So, you know how we keep our record? If whatever every king,
you keep your record by word of mouth.
Yes.
Word
Wait,
of mouth.
Hold on now. Yeah, every king had their reign. They had things they did in their reign.
Yeah.
You understand? So after Ewari, it became Ozola. After Ozola, it became Esige. After Esige, it became Hengbuda, which really expanded Benin Empire. He was trained by the Portuguese. Actually, they said, according to the Portuguese record, they said he grew up in Lisbon, but we are the Portuguese, like we believe he grew up in Sao Tome, because due to distance that time, there's no way he would be in Portugal. When this other passed on to the other world, they sent for him. It took 3 months for him to come back, so there's no way he would be in Lisbon. But as our scholar debunking it, he was the one that was really the Nava, the Navy, the Oba king that didn't really stay in the kingdom. He was always going to war. He was fascinated in traveling because he grew up in the monastery. He knew about the Kano, and he had a lot of this thing. He was the one that got to Lagos, Dahomey, Togo, out to Gabon, Mali.
So non-Benin
what do you mean the monastery? Your ancestral people. What monastery are you?
Non-Benin was sold to slavery.
No, it's always very keen to establish
that. Non-Benin was sold to slavery.
Hold on. Listen by this thing. In Ida War, which is Igala, when Ida invaded Benin, it was a lock we had. They got to Ubahi before we could resist them. And the mistake they made, after we resisted them, they would have been the countdown and stay, but they finally went back. It was engineered by the Chief Oliya of Benin Kingdom against Esige because of little skirmish. So he wanted to take revenge. So when the Benin, that's why the Idia reigned. That is the first attack that led Idia. Now, when they went back, don't forget, the Ida was a very big nation at that time with the Nupes. They were very big. So when Benin assembled themselves, they know they can go ahead and hand to these people, but we need an upper hand to defeat them. That's the first time we, SG, sought for the help of the Portuguese. Don't forget, the Byzantine Empire just fell that time, which the Hungary built the kind of the Ottomans to destroy their Great War. So, and the Pope at that time put a ban on it that don't sell weapons to non-Christian. So SG have to convert to Christianity, and he was done in Oviari by holding the Bible and the Horedion. We have all in history, the placard and everything still there. So he converted to Christ, had to be Christian. That's when our name started changing to Osa. So for him to get, it was just a political move for him to get those weapons. That was the first time the Portuguese force side by side to us to invade, to retaliate to Ida. We conquered Ida. We almost genocide Ida. What we did after that was even horrible, which I'm not proud of, but disseminate Ida.
I don't know what you guys are talking.
I don't know what is talking
Hold
about.
on, you might tell you why. This is part of the treaty that just, then when you have to the Rome at that time, you have to send your son to the monastery in Europe that time. If you look at in Rome, most of the kingdom around Rome, first the prince or the second prince grew up in Rome, Vatican. So one of the treaty that the then prince will come to Lisbon to study Christianity. That's how it
What is the larger point? What is the larger point?
Listen. Sorry, hold on. Let me just give a point because we all know your point because this is not the first time. The one point that World Peace is always keen to establish is that no Benin blood person
Wọn ò
ever
kóbìnrin lẹ́rú rí.
that's his only thing. I don't know,
No, no, what is that?
Wọ́n lè kó gbogbo àwa tó kù, but bìnní nìkan lọ kó lẹ́rú.
I don't know. Maybe
Calm down.
he feels that gives him some sort of
What Peace is saying the truth. Is it not Yoruba people that started slavery in Nigeria?
Calm down.
Hold on.
Is it not Yoruba people, the Oyo
down.
Empire? Oyo Empire finished everything.
And it will go on to this long history tale that
yeah, Mama, sorry to cut you short.
Okay, go on.
Mama, sorry to cut you short.
Mama say long history.
The problem we have now, the whites are putting out. If I was talking, so I didn't say anything. Not like what you say all was wrong. Now the whites are changing the narrative that the selling of slave, we should blame it on us, not them. Man, let me use Badagry as a simple logic. The hierarchy of Badagry, the first hierarchy of Badagry, was a slave trained in Portugal. The owner only brought him back to continue his own interest, his own bidding. To continue his own bidding in Badagry and making Saraki and giving weapons to getting more slave for him. So now that guy, where he's from, nobody knows. But today is the Saraki of his lineage are the first to start slave trade in Badagry. Now, are we not going to say that Badagry people were selling Badagry people as slaves? We must follow the history the way he started.
I agree
yes,
with
I said.
No, you don't have to agree with him because he's speaking against facts. Let me tell you this, World Peace. One of the first, in terms of the transatlantic slave trade, one of the first people that were actually enslaved were the Benins. We even have their names, but don't. As far back as 1756,
I said
they've been enslaving them. Benin blood indigents.
I stand to debunk it.
1756, they've been enslaving them.
I stand to debunk it because most of these white people.
You can debunk it, of course, now, yes.
They wrote most things. Listen, I'm not trying. I'm not saying.
Man is telling the truth. People that started even slavery I'll say it's Oyo Empire that started all this shit.
I said go to Benin. It's in our wars. Go to the palace. The LY, he was accused.
Those are fables now. Those are
not fables. We don't have fables. We don't have fables. No, we don't have fables.
About everybody has fables.
Hey, listen, we don't have fables.
One piece. Let me tell you what you are doing. You are talking like the governor of Kogi State. Kogi State border like 10 states. And during the COVID, all those 10 states that border COVID had COVID. But only COVID state saying that, it doesn't have COVID. No COVID case in my state. We are free. We don't.
It was COVID proof.
How can you? What are you saying? None. You are saying Benin were not sold to slavery. No, don't let us.
Let me show you a document from deep in British archives. So let me show you a document. So if you look at this document, so this is a PDF file, as you know. If you look at this, if I highlight this space, you see Oluda Equiano. So that would have been his slave name. And he was one of the first to be enslaved.
That person is Igbo.
Can you hold on? Can you even hold on? Because the readout is here now, so I'm not quite sure. All this arguing against facts.
Elauda Ekwano, that is his name.
All right. Let's just leave it. But these are the facts on the screen. I'll put the link.
Can
I read it out? He was.
Please read it for what we want to learn.
I don't even know.
Let him read it now.
I have a document on my screen, and it's already not you, but Des.
I don't know these facts. Let him tell us.
And then I'll put the link in the comment section.
I've read the book, one man. Hope you know.
You read it. We have not read it. Forget about you.
The whole book of Ekwano.
Yes, let him read it.
Oh God.
That's the point. Just let him read it. Please, one man read.
All right. He was captured from Benin in 1756 and enslaved. He bought his freedom for £40 in 1766. So he was enslaved for 10 years. He traveled and spoke at public meetings calling for the abolition of slavery. And that was from the Benin space. But, we can continue to according to the Omonoma.
Let me interject you on there. Because that's not true. Ekwano was Igbo.
He's an
Now,
evil man.
when they came to get Ekwano, his sister, the family, the whole compound was not. When they took him, the whole compound was singing Obonye Kaina Cho, Ekwano Kaina Cho. They were singing Igbo. So there's no beneath there. I told you, like I told you, I read the book.
Sorry, let me add to this. Let me add
you
to
can
this.
read the book, but
Yeah, let me add to this.
I've posted the link in the comment section, so people can go have a read.
I know. Let me ask you this one man. I said in the beginning. I said, hold on, sorry. I said in the beginning, Benin was an empire. It was an ideology. You could be a Benin, be a part of Benin empire, and you'll be in Bono, but it's Benin empire. That's why I said in Benin City there was no slavery. But you said Benin descendant, their allies said slave. Yes, I cannot vouch for that. And I said in Warri they showed a lot of slavery in Warri, and that time it was part of Benin. It was part of Benin, but Benin king involved in slave, totally false. You cannot bring a Benin man name. You just know you read that this guy, this history is there's an Igbo guy. Don't forget, Anambra was part of Benin Empire at that time. So if they capture people then, the Benin descendant in Maro Chiku close to Anambra, you said Benin people as in blood descent, a person in slavery. Even in that moment, there was Benin descendant, they were captured into slavery.
All
So
right.
what are you now saying? But I'm saying in our own Benin people, like the way other people participate in as a business, is not like that in Benin. The Benin king and chief do not participate in selling slaves. What the advantage the British and the European take, Portuguese take? We used to give them free slaves to train to work with them. But if we not take advantage of, since you are there's economic benefit to these people, that's why they started. They taught the Arochukwu people to.
Let me ask you a question.
And again, this question. Sorry.
Let me ask you a question.
Before you ask me this question, let me ask one man. One man, you are Briton. Hold on. Before I forget. Someone's got me to move on. You're not the ones. Every time you're always doing this thing, I watch you. You're not the one to dictate this forum. Please just hold on. One man, you are a Briton. From 16th century to 17th century, where was Britain? What were they doing?
The Portuguese, they've been buying and enslaving the
I know.
Benin.
I asked you about the British Kingdom. The British Kingdom.
Don't worry about the British
Let me
Kingdom.
tell you. Let me talk about it. Let me tell you. I just listen now.
Since 1485, that's how long they've been enslaving you in Benin.
Listen,
hold
on. The
documents are on my screen. No, the documents are on my screen.
The British was fighting against themselves, fighting against Lord Cromwell, who created the Commonwealth. That who
1485.
No, hold on now. The British came to Africa the first time, to Nigeria the first time.
The Benin, so not anybody else. The Benin.
So how come that they tell you the history of Benin is 1745?
All right, I've posted the link for people to go and read themselves.
Okay, what piece? Can I ask you a question?
Please do.
Please. Okay.
Yeah, let Ajande ask the question, and then you come after.
So you are saying now that Benin back then did not engage in slavery. They didn't sell their people.
I'm saying the Benin king as Benin, as we the Benin as king.
Okay.
Yeah, we did not engage. Doesn't mean our island did not engage in slavery.
Okay, we don't hear. But you are taking people from other kingdom as slave, right? Benin king was taking other.
Yeah, that happened.
Okay.
Not to
That
sell.
happened in every place.
Every part.
Okay.
It's not just
Okay. So
we see our villages in Benin who they brought in by war, by slave. Today they are communities. We have our history.
Okay. So your king was taking people from other communities outside Benin. He took them as slaves. He took some people as slaves.
War. They went to war.
Hold on now. Calm down. Let me use that statement you always say here. Calm down.
So, question to me, please. I like it.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. So your king was taking people from other kingdom, was taking them as slaves.
That's the wrong question.
So he was taking other people from slaves.
We're not talking slave. We got slave during war when we have conquest with other tribe, other nation.
If
like
they fight tribes, it's like
war. We brought people back.
Okay.
And I expected go and tell you what we did to
That's what
them.
happened.
We didn't even send them to.
So-
We didn't even send them to slavery. We castrated them. The last of them died in 1984.
So if I
don't
want to
explain all
agree
this.
with you, that okay, your king was not selling the indigene of Benin Kingdom into slavery with white people. Do you want to agree that others that were cultured from outside Benin were sold into slavery?
It's like you don't even
Did
hear
that
what I said.
happen?
I
Did
said
that
in,
happen?
listen,
Did that happen?
I said in worry.
There's
I said
no
in worry
coherence.
our backyard.
There's no
Listen, one
coherence
man
to
now.
what.
One
Oh,
man,
hold
let me
on,
explain myself.
hold on. It just doesn't. There's no coherence to it. Not only were because that place they were raiding each other as the Benins were being raided, they were raiding others. As the Benins were enslaving, so hold on. As the Benins were enslaving, others were enslaving them, and a lot of them were being sold into the European hands. So what about the people that captured the Benins? They didn't sell them into slavery.
Nobody
because
captured the
it's
Benin.
taboo. Nobody captured.
First of all, nobody
Alright.
captured Benin. By the
Oh,
time British
God.
came to Benin was 1897, there's no more slavery. So forget about that. And two,
Mama, can I come in, please?
All right, let's hear from Akim. Yeah, let's hear from Akim.
Well, thank you very much, Mama.
If you see what you opened up now, but
No. I even have a question from what P said now.
Anytime you talk of that, something with Johnny happened.
You can never mention Benin. Very soon,
please,
Tony will come running. Tony will come running.
Please add this. Is it possible for somebody to have a kingdom and the other vassal king will not pay some homages in terms of taxes to the king? So now, if you are now absolving the king from slavery,
can I come in, please?
Yeah,
let's
handle that. Go on.
So if you are now absolving the king from slavery, why should it?
Thank you very much. You see, with me, right? There's for me personally, when history has gone so far back, right? I tend not just to pay attention or follow because these things are written in a way that suits people's narrative, the way you want your ethnic background to be viewed in a positive way. For me, I believe that a lot of this history were written with some level of bias towards them. So I understand what my brother was, what Peace was saying, that it was like a federation at the time. The empire was like a federation at the time with a lot of autonomy state underneath. But you also said something that Oba Eware at the time banned slavery. So you don't ban what does not exist. That is one thing you need to understand. So if you are banning something, it means that the thing was existing. Then you came in and said, no, from now on, this thing should stop. So for me, I understand that you made a lot of good points that are reasonable. But when you said, when Oba Eware was in power, he banned slavery in Benin. So it means that slavery was taking place. He came on and then put a ban on it. So if you can explain before him what was the situation on ground at the time, then maybe you will be able to clarify something.
Thank you. Please let me explain. Like I said before, probably I talk too fast, so a lot of people don't I didn't get it, or they just want to mock me when I'm saying it, or just being biased. Okay, hold on. Don't interject. Let me just speak now. This is what I don't like. What I said even during time when the first time the Portuguese have contact with the Benin, it was around 1447 or 14 at the end of LY. And that time when the Portuguese come, the Benin always give them men service to go help them fix their boats and whatever demand they want. So after a while, the chiefs, because you don't forget, Benin was a federation. So the report was coming back to the chiefs, which was getting to the palace, that people are being sold to the Portuguese. Being the chief, the Obas is the supreme authority. So if not for on his desk, that probably he's the one doing it. In his court, first time, the Oba not just stand. Benin tradition. The Oba not just stand up in his court in the meeting. The accusation was so strong when the Yah said levied against him. He stood and said, "It's still on the placard. It's still on our song." He said, "He has so much in Benin. He has so many vast words. How much are we going to get from slavery?" Is it because he sent people to the Portuguese to work with them? They're not accusing him of slavery. If so, there should not be any Portuguese inside Benin, and they should not send no people to the Portuguese again, so that there will not be rumor like he is selling slave. That does not mean people for Arachuko were not selling slave at that time. So there was no slavery.
No. What my brother, what I'm saying is this:
Should
for
I
those
bring you another document from?
to arise,
Sorry.
Yes, because there was. Yes, I think there was
another document from
Cambridge
Cambridge University.
People are being sold.
Should
Not
I bring
the
another document? What do you mean? Should I bring another document from Cambridge University?
I'll get to I'll get to that. I was talking to just saying that when they accuse on this court that people are being sold, not Benin people now, because every family in Benin are still intact. No one have said their cousins are sold to slavery. When is we accused that people are being sold, it could be the
one man read this thing to us. Let us hear your Cambridge.
Yes, so this is from Cambridge University, and they are speaking to the space of when they entered the Benin Kingdom and had to put a stop to their slaving ways of the Benins. It says slavery and pawning were commonly related, though different institutions in pre-colonial Benin society. In many areas of Nigeria and indeed West Africa, colonial rule signified the end of the slave trade, but domestic slavery was left undisturbed for quite a long time. The earliest of the slave dealings ordinance merely contained clauses in favor of manumission. Manumission. I'm not quite sure what that means, but somebody can look it up. Manumission. In Benin, however, for quite peculiar reasons, the British attack on slavery came with the first entry of British troops into the area. First, emancipation was used to facilitate British occupation. Later, the drive for manumission. So I have to look up that word just so we get the full meaning of it. It's not a word I've come across before. Was a strong expression of the British commitment to principle, which grew out of the ad hoc adoption of measures favoring emancipation. In the attack on slavery and pawning in Benin, the native courts were heavily relied upon, as well as the use of ordinances and proclamations. The abolition of slavery and pawning created a welter of problems on the social, economic, and political planes. This paper examines those problems and how they were handled by the British administration in Benin. So it then goes on to a space that is inviting you to pay to enter. But really, there is sorry. And this is from 1897 to
one man, can you give me the right to respond, please?
So that's all made up as well.
I know. Can you give me the right to respond, please?
Yeah.
Now, when we say things, we have to establish with facts and figure. The first time the British have contact with the Benin was 1797, and it took them 100 years to conquer us. They couldn't come to Benin because Benin was heartland, was deep inside the jungle, not on coastal line. You understand? So the British, how can the British now start writing our history for us when they were not even allowed to come to our city? The British could not come into Benin. The British the few times they was coming during time of when they started negotiating treaty, and they sent envoy and go back. So how come they start telling us now that there was this?
It's fine.
Hold on now.
I'm conceding. Cambridge University made it up.
So yes, it's Cambridge University. But they will write whatever to buttress their interest for the Benin expedition, because they have to write for a reason that came to invade us for 100 years. Can you read it?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Come on, man. We'll take a common sense from that now, from that reading. How can they tell us what we were doing when you're not in our city? They're not allowed the privilege of your city. Okay.
All right.
Have they ever wrote?
Please. Let's want to move on.
Okay, before you move on, one man. Sorry. I respect you.
It's tedious. Nobody accepts anything. I won't say nobody, but I don't accept.
What we are saying.
There is nothing in the history of Africa or documentary something that would suggest that the Benin stood as an island outside of the slavery that was going on in that space. But I'm willing to consider that just to move on. Because
it's not about that.
We're 40 minutes into it now.
I know, sorry. Well, my point is this. most of our history, these white people are putting to us, is not really so. That's
Don't
just my
worry.
bigger
Yes.
point. We should not be holding to that point that this is how they
All
say
right.
it is. That's my
All
bigger
right.
point.
All
Have you ever
right.
read about who got on the British people they killed? They have never wrote
Why
about
would
that.
I read about Uwaton? I'm
What?
not from the region.
No, you can read about slave trade. What led to the war in Benin? They have never wrote what led to the war in Benin.
All
The
right.
British they killed. But they need to write about what they don't know.
Okay. What is if I consider that the Benin's were never enslaved, then you have to let us move on. But
No, it's not that they never enslaved. What I'm saying is
okay,
that.
what do you want to establish? Establish
But
it so we can
so
move
can you
on. Now.
establish you? What I'm trying to
It's
say
starting
you.
to wear me down.
Okay, sorry. What I'm establishing is that Benin allied could have sold slave, no doubt. But Warri was selling slave, no doubt about that. But said the Benin king and the king of sold slave, it was truly fallacious. We should set things where it is. But that does not mean his neighbor, his ally did not sell slave, which is still Benin Empire at that time. But say the Benin at the central sold slave is wrong. That's
All
just
right.
my point.
Okay, we accept
Thank
that.
you.
Let's move on. So if I please just leave that space and move on.
I've left
40
it.
minutes is enough.
Yeah, I've left it. So, in conclusion, what I just said, I said, the Portuguese were French were doing assimilation, while the British were doing more of a divide and rule system, which is part of the problem that we are having in Nigeria. So, in essence, what King of Kingdom said is, for me personally, let the African kings to take some responsibility. Let all this problem of whites did this, black did this, so that we can move forward as the human race, find ways to put a lasting there will not be a lasting solution, but at least ease the space. Because you now find out that people are now politicizing this, where governments need to be responsible. They will say, oh, you did this, trying to pass blame on another person instead of facing the issues that the country has. Now we are talking about climate change. Now they will say, oh, it's the white. Why? Yeah, we understand. They have caused issues. Does it mean that we in our own world school cannot think outside the box and fix all this, whereby African states or Nigeria is now begging for money to fix all these things, even though there is crude oil there, we have vast resources, human resources, mineral resources, and we can move forward as a people. But in a situation whereby instead of taking responsibility at the slightest point, we want to pass the blame on another person, we will never move forward. And I think that's where I agree with the king of war. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Fair. So thank you, Fair. So
one more, sorry, can I address Tom? Rational mind, please. I'm not about whatever is going on here. I just address. Just keep poking me sometimes, and I keep ignoring him. Rational mind, if you are listen carefully. I'm not you that have different faces or many faces. I come here, I show my face, I say what I do. I'm a legit man. I work here, I made my money, I work out for it. Let me tell you my history, and I'll tell you once again. Every time you try to poke me of my heritage, and which I'm proud of, but you cannot say yours here. No offense. My great-grandma is an Ekwale. My gram is a Benin half Ekwale. And my dad is a full Benin. So what's the problem about that? My great-grandma is a royal home from Ekwale. My grandfather is a royal home from Benin. He married my great-grandma, and he's a Benin man. He gave birth to my grandma. And my grandma is half. So what can't you not understand as educated you are? And you always come here and throw jabs. We're not here to play. We are here to talk something serious. I talk about myself fully. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of it. My job. I can give my company. But you cannot talk about yourself. Today you are a Cameroonian, next tomorrow you are in Nigeria, next tomorrow you are a rabbi. I don't know who you are, but I always tell you, I take you on subjects. I don't just have a biased mind against you. Whatever you do, I take it out as how you do it. I judge your action based on your character. So please, if you want to speak enlightened the way you are. Thank you, Waman.
All right, thank you, Wapi. So, Wapi, I'm going to post another link in the comment section. This time is from Washington Post. So there's a lot of evidence out there, but we just want to leave that space. But let's leave that space and move the conversation on to, let's move, who have we not gone to yet? Let's move the conversation to
The progressive.
The progressives. Let's come to you then, the progressives. So let's come to you, the progressives. Only to take the conversation to where we started. We were trying to escape controversy. So let's go back to Peter Obi. Peter Obi's so-called investments in Anambra, what next to nothing? This is Charles Soludo, who re-echoes what Willie Obiano already told us, but then Peter Obi still insists that he left 175 billion in Anambra. So what is going on within that space? Unravel that space for us, Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. I think I was listening earlier on when Ajali Koko was going after Soludo, and I said to you, I've always said that Soludo is somebody that I like, and I think Ajali Koko, he kind of misunderstood the situation. The man was not there to attack Peter Obi. He was there to kind of defend the budget, talk about the budget that for next year that has just passed. And Shehu being that typical Nigeria journalist, mainstream media journalist, these people, I don't know who employ them, who even pays them, started asking some dumbass question or framing the question in a very dumbass way. Will you follow the OB template? And so the guy was trying to say, no, I will follow the Soludo template. And in my own template, we don't believe in saving money for saving money's sake. If you have things to do, you don't need to save money. They say saving money is not an outcome in itself. Say when you don't have anything to do with the money, then you can save it. Say when you are saving money, when there are people dying in the hospital, poverty is rife in the land. So what is the use of saving money? And one might realize, if you remember, I've said this on this platform a long time ago, that is the worst economic policy I've ever heard from anybody, that they are praising Obi for saving money. I'm not saying as a federal unit, a country like Nigeria, that they determine the economic the economic drive of the nation. So you can say, okay, you can make a case for a country to save money, but most of the developmental strides that affect you and I, day-to-day people, are carried out at the state level. And for a nation that is as underdeveloped as Nigeria, for a governor to leave office and say, I save S and S and S money, hang on, what about the infrastructure? Is it all done? Do you not have roads that needs to be tarred? Do you not have schools that still need to be worked on? Do you not have hospitals that need to be worked on? So what is the point of putting those money away? Today, those money are nowhere to find. So Soludo talked about that space. And then when it comes to the investment, and he said, the last one he take a look at, that investment as at today. This is what people need to understand. He said, as at today, that investment is worth nothing. It didn't say Peter Obi did not put the investment in. It just said it has lost value. How is he criticizing Peter Obi for stating the fact?
So that would make it a bad investment then. So is this something Peter Obi should be boasting about? If it's a bad investment, according to his two successors, it's a bad investment.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. For me, this is why people say, oh, why are you not supporting Obi? Why you not? I said, listen, for me, it's not about the individual. I'm an ideologically driven person, right? And when you tell me that in a country like ours, that a government is leaving office and saving money, I'd rather you have debt in office, you borrowed money in office, and then the infrastructure facility of the state is well taken care of. I would rather you have interstate railway system. I would rather you have some of the best hospitals in the country. I would rather you have some of the best schools in the country. I would rather you have a lot of interconnected road network and leave debt in the office. Because don't forget, what you have done is you've expanded the economic space of the state. A lot of people will be able to come in and take advantage of those facilities to create jobs for the people, whereby those debts over time will be paid off. rather than you leaving money and they don't address those issues as of grant, and then the money today is all gone. So for me, I don't think that was a smart economic politics at the time. But a lot of people today, they will tell you, oh, he saved money, he saved money. I say, for me, I don't see it as a positive. I see it as a very dumb. Yeah.
Progressive.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I don't know if I would say Peter B is well ahead of his time. In a Senate crime, hello, I'm doing good. In a Senate crime, what he did was what other people do.
In a developed country, right?
Hold on, please.
So you want to say in a developed society, right?
Hold on. It does
no,
not matter.
I want you to first of all. I
use the word saying. Pay attention. We are not here to go back and forth. If you just shut up and listen, we can make progress.
Listen, I'm not your child. Listen, I'm not your child.
You're not my child. I'm just telling you, like, just calm down. Let's just talk.
I'm not your child. You can't shut up and listen. What is wrong with you?
Sorry, shut up. There's nothing wrong in shut up. Shut up is just like just mature.
No.
You can't do that.
No. The statement from this guy is bad. The statement from Jewel is a very bad statement. How can you tell? How can you tell Anadel to shut up?
Shut up could be wrong. Shut up could be wrong. I am sorry about that. Can we move on? I am progressive. I said I am sorry. If you want me to keep it going, I'll keep it going. I said I'm sorry.
Yeah,
if you do not like it, then probably you should learn to allow other people speak. I just respectfully rejected you.
Why are you talking this? You just came in and you trying to use a very bad word against people.
I respectfully.
Everything has been going well, and you just came in emotional about Obi, and you just want to start insulting people.
What happened? I stepped away from my computer for a moment. What happened?
He told Akim to shut up. Then we told him to shut up.
You can't say that now.
You can't say that now.
I did not. I said one man. I said he should. I said what I mean is this. He should just shut up. Let me talk.
No, you
can't tell somebody to shut up.
That's not language now.
Okay, and one man, I apologized to him and I told him, can I just move forward? I do not want to spend so much time talking about this.
Please, gentlemen,
I said I am sorry.
We must be guarded in language at all times, but you know.
Well,
sorry about that, Akim. I stepped away from my screen and then I thought.
No. It's not a problem.
Mr. Progressive.
I'm not going to be bullied. So
all right, have that interjection, Joe, but please the language and then let Akim carry on.
Mr. Progressive.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
I said, is that okay by you? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay, fine. So let's move forward. So what I was trying to say is this. Every person that comes into every government has a model. You, even as a family man, you need savings. The person you save it for is the reason why we are talking about this. The Obiano government came in and embezzled the one they embezzled. How many did he leave for this? For Soludo? Look, let's see. Every one of us here, I don't know who invested in shares. I invested in shares. I haven't experienced this to a recession in the past 5-6 years. I've been taking losses. If you have shares today and you say you're not taking losses, then you must be living in Wonderland.
I just made a reference on my Bitcoin.
Investment gone wrong, but you said what?
I just made a reference to one man on my Bitcoin that I invested this year.
Actually,
earlier, ending of last year.
Actually. So my point is this. My point is this. In a sane society, if the idea of saving should be encouraged. It should be encouraged. It is, if you say build road, if the person has built so much roads, there are other reasons why you should save as a state. You have a much better bargaining power. Even if you want to take loans, if that money can even grow, In Nigeria, in the whole of Nigeria, almost most governors, none of them leave something for the incoming governor. And when the incoming governor comes in, it is the same thing that they go on to.
Sorry, what grows an economy more, Joel? Is it savings or infrastructures?
One more, please don't worry. I will come in. I will just finish. I want him to finish so I can ask him some questions. Okay. I want to quickly say something now. I want to quickly say something, please, before you go ahead, so that you can understand.
No. I'm done with the interjection. I thought it was going to be short. I didn't want to take you for too long, but I just wanted to just like nip this in the board, like people talking about the savings. If a saving went wrong, if an investment went wrong, just like you, look at it like you did an bad investment. It happens.
Joel, hold on. Joel, just hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I want to quickly say something, right? Okay. You see what you are using as a reference point. This is the problem I have, and I think where we are getting it wrong. What you are using as a reference point is the wrong position. So what we are talking about is a father of a house. The children are hungry. They haven't eaten. The children don't have clothes. He hasn't clothed the children. He gets money and says, you know what? I'm going to go save it in the bank. And the children have not fed. They don't have clothes. They have not gone to.
But that's not the case of Anambra.
The children are eating. The children has clothes. The children has whatever they want. Do you get what is happening?
Hold on 1 second. That is Anambra State. You cannot tell me that state is fully developed, that there are no jobs to be done.
No, it's Dubai now. It's Dubai.
You cannot tell me that the hospitals in Anambra are the best in Nigeria. That there are no things to do with that money. So this is a man with hungry children, then who decide to go and put money away. What are you going to do with that money?
Your analogy is wrong. That's the point I'm trying to make you understand. Your analogy is wrong.
You are using.
Anambra is not
hold on.
hungry.
You said in a same client. When I mean hungry, I'm talking about infrastructural deficit. When I mean
infrastructural deficit,
I'm talking about
in Anambra is peculiar. Look. See, let me tell you, my brother. Anambra, and if look, we've had so many white elephant projects out there doing nothing. Look at the one Obiano did, that he said is a conference center, that he said it was a stealth building. How many people have been there? Is that part of the infrastructure? That's a waste. Talking about investing in the people. Look, let me tell you.
Apart from Lagos State, there is no other state in that country that is even attempting to build interstate railway line. What is wrong if Anambra State even started it under Peter Obi, and then maybe by now
if you say an interstate, you see, my brother, there are certain investments. You know, we keep throwing investment out there. There are certain investments you cannot fund as a state in Nigeria. Talking about the fund involved.
What do you mean you cannot fund? It doesn't have to go under one administration.
Lagos that is more developed. Hold on, we are making a discussion now. Lagos that is developed. How many years did it take them to build a railway?
Lagos is not developed.
You don't understand what I mean. I mean, you said Lagos, you put Lagos above other states, right? But Lagos, this monorail that they put in, how many years did it take them to put one through?
Yeah, but that is what I'm saying. If Obi has started it, he doesn't have to finish it. This is what I'm saying.
That is,
put the money in that project. Put the money in projects that would benefit the state in the long term.
My brother, it's just like the monorail. It's just like the monorail Mechi built in Port Harcourt. Did he finish it? It's a white elephant project. That project took over 15 billion naira. That rail is not working, and they don't have any plan of working on it. That is my point.
What I've realized is that in a lot of people's mind, Obi can never do wrong. So I've come to
my brother, you're getting it wrong.
I've come to accept that reality. So I don't really.
My brother, as you are right now, can you be the skyscraper?
Why would I
I'm asking you a question. As you are, good and fine. That's the point. You don't have. It's not like why would you do? You don't have money to build it. Even if you
So
have
are you
maybe like
telling me that those
even if you have
no, no, Joel,
100,000,
are you actually telling me that Anambra could not do with some level of development with those money, some infrastructure development with that money? Is that what
you
you're
don't really
actually
get
saying
it.
now?
No. See. Anambra was doing fine. Our financial status was doing good. What he was trying to do was let Anambra save some money, use that money as a leverage into more investment in future. If that investment went well, hold on, my brother. If that investment went well, right? If probably he bought that share in something like Apple, we won't be talking about this thing we're talking today. It was just an investment wrong.
Joel,
But that
Joel,
does
let me
not kill
tell
the
you,
intent.
the biggest investment any state can do is development. That is the biggest. There's nothing like any other investment for a state. The biggest investment any state can do is development. Just no other.
My brother, I don't want to. I say it was a
It's
little
like it's going
interjection. I don't want
back
to
and
take your time,
forth.
please.
It's like
But
it's going
we
back
are going
and
back and
forth.
forth. So please, one man,
all right.
let's go to something else. I don't want to.
Anambra is a $7 billion per annum economic space. So there it is.
One man. This is so easy.
Peter Obi himself, he
You
told us
build
he
a road.
handled. Hold on, Peter Obi himself, he told us he handled in excess of $500 billion naira, $500 billion. So you know what that means, and we're talking about 2010. You know, so but carry on now, okay.
One man. You see, this is what I'm trying to say, right? For me, I don't know if it is. This is all about because most of the time I understand that where some people will say, "Oh, look at this in the West," but you are comparing it to nations that are developed. Even this developed nation, they still continue to create new levels of development, even with all they have. So they move to a different level. But we have a country, one man. Nigeria is so underdeveloped; it's beyond belief, right? You have how many international airports do you have in Nigeria as we speak right now? A country of we're talking about 200 million people. So how many kilometers of proper good tar road network do we have in a lot of those states in Nigeria? So for me, the way I see it, if you build a road, somebody will come and build a filling station, somebody will come and build a hotel, somebody will come and build all of those things. What it does, it creates employment, right? So those people pay back into the state coffee. So the state continue to grow their IGR. No wonder Peter Obi was one of the worst performing governor when it comes to IGR in Anambra. So if you expand the economic space, you'll see that that is a better investment than taking the state revenue, taking the state money, and putting it into an investment. An investment go either way. So what happens if it goes wrong? Look at this president. What's it called? This president that is investing his country's money in Bitcoin. What's it called again?
Yes. Is that Ecuador or something?
That was investing his country's money in Bitcoin. He bought some at 50,000. Look at where Bitcoin is today. They will kill him one day. You know, so those are not the things you do with these are not the things you do with people's money.
But that's a clever investment, though. The Bitcoin will be worth a million within the next 5 years. So.
That is in hope.
I'm hopeful
that is
too.
In hope.
That's my
I'm dying.
You know, that's my strategy
One
for
man,
my children.
I pray become 1 million. I pray to become 1 million. All the one I bought, they turn to junk. Most of them have turned to junk status in my wallet. Okay.
All you need to do hold your password, keep your wallet safe. In next
I know. For me, I forgot. I took my mind out of it already. I have a lot of. I've taken my mind out of it already.
I had my
my brother, okay, I like that you're talking about investment. Me, I'm a businessman. Do you get? Any businessman is always into investment, which I don't blame Peter Obi for investing because he's a businessman. He's done a lot of businesses and is successful ones. Being a businessman means taking risk, and taking risks means that you're gonna maybe benefit one day massively from that risk or lose massively from that risk. So, but being a businessman, you have to do a calculated risk. Now, when you're talking about the investment he made, which we know is the Brewell, which we know is Hero Brewell, he made that investment with the calculation at the time that Hero would be a very lucrative investment for Anambra State, which it was at the moment. It was. It became a really big brewery. Then a lot of states were requesting for hero drinks. You get, so they made a lot of money from it at the time. So the process when he left, what happened with the shares, what happened with the money falling, what happened, there's a lot of things that could go wrong, and that you shouldn't blame him for. Is like everybody said, that government is a continuum.
Yeah, no,
What?
but but you can't be boasting about failed and bad investment
No,
when his two
understand
successors
me.
have
He's
explained
done.
that they are failed and bad investments,
One man,
and
let me
he's straddling
finish.
rostrums
Now,
boasting about it.
one man, let me finish. Now, if Obiano came and saw that because Obiano didn't say anything about the investment at the time he came in, because the investment was doing very good then. Now, when he came in and maybe didn't like it, what he would have done is took out the money from that investment and sold the shares and everything and used it for something, right? But he didn't. He still left it there, hoping that more something will come out from it. It's just the fact. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It's not him in charge. Do you get? If he was in charge, I would have thought he would have made the right decision. I'm like, okay, I'm reading the sign in the wall. I think I'm gonna bail out. Just like in Bitcoin, if we know that something is gonna, is shaking, we're gonna bail out. If I know what I know now, I wouldn't be losing so much money in Bitcoin, Coinbase,
Yeah,
or
but
the other
what I'm
platforms.
trying, look, my own position is this: as a state government, I don't support governors investing the state. I want you to listen to what I'm saying. The state resources. But if you take your own money, you can do whatever you want to do with it. I
I
have no
know.
problem with that. But this is
But
the state money.
Akim, what continues to puzzle me is Peter Obi. One, he's been revising and editing this is fabled a surplus that he left, which started with the headline of 75 billion. But then when Obiano published the books, it was reversed and revised. And now, Akulata informing us that in the course of that speech, he has
No,
even now
one man,
reduced it to 10 billion.
Kolata is wrong.
So
I watched that
it,
video again. Kolata was wrong.
you
I watched it
in the
again.
course of this session, you watched it.
Yes, I watched it
You
again.
must be
Kolata
joking. You
was
that you have
wrong.
been paying keen attention to
No,
everything that we are saying.
one man. No. You
Look at
don't
this
know
guy.
me. I'm not.
Eh? You are
I'm
a man
pretty
now. You
smart.
can't
Oh.
multitask. This is what they
No,
tell us. Men
don't
can't
think that
multitask.
because I'm here. I'm even in Chicago that your Tinubu stole all this money that he stole. So one
Okay,
man,
one
calm
man.
down.
You see what I'm saying about this hotel, right? I've seen. Look, I don't. For me, I always believe in democracy. I believe in the rights of people to freely choose. I believe in whatever makes you happy, as long as you are not making life miserable for others around you. So, and I've seen this level of hypocrisy to say people who come out and criticize other governors today as to how they are governing. In some cases, they'll tell you, oh, some people are stopping the Labour Party from using venues for campaign purposes, which I'm fully against. I'm not supporting anybody, any governor denying any political party the access to use facilities for political campaign purposes. But these people who are supporting Obi today, who are not going after these people, the same governors, are supporting the same Obi who did the same thing while he was a governor. So I don't get it. This is why I'm saying, for me, all of these politicians, they are all the same. I cannot support them. If I'm
My
going to
brother,
support somebody, hold on one second. I said, if I'm going to support somebody, sorry? You say what?
We did the same to supporting Obi. You said we are
We
supporting the same thing.
can barely hear you, Joe.
Oh,
we can barely hear you.
You said
No,
did you
know watch the video when
hold
that
on,
guy was saying
hold on,
that?
take his question. Hold on, Akim, take his question. Joe, yeah.
Yeah,
Joe.
I'm saying this, right? You're saying that Obi, we are supporting Obi, that did the same thing these other people did. I'm asking, my question is, what did he do that other people did that we are, and we are supporting him?
Did you not watch the video when Obi was the governor and that guy was talking about how they make application to use a venue for election campaign purposes in Anambra, and they were turned down?
Let me also add on to answer that
No,
question.
I want you to answer first now.
So Joel will come back to you, but he was asking, what did Obi do that is the same as others? So let me just
I just said it now. I just said it now because this Lagos State were denying a Labour Party of a billboard and a venue, and those state governors, they say they denied them of using venue for campaign, which I disagree with. I don't agree that anybody should be denied this thing. But I'm saying this same Obi did the same thing while he was the governor.
When? When? That's what I'm saying. I mean, you can't just go meet somebody on the street and you say,
Progressive, can you say what he did?
I just said to you, I just said to you that he denied a political party, his opponent, a venue for campaign purposes while he was the governor. Did you not hear when that guy was saying it?
What political party?
What particular party?
You not been
which political? Can you be
particular
specific?
of the political party? Why? What kind of question is that? What political party?
Which political party now? So that we can Google it.
Don't come here and make up things.
Let's Google it now. Why are you making up things?
All right. Sorry, Joel. Joel, you asked the question. Sorry, Akim. Joel, you asked the question. What did
one man? Please hold on 1 second.
I wanted to give him something, but okay.
No, one man. Did you have you played one video earlier when they were talking about Peter Obi? When the video that Victor Omer was talking about Peter Obi. After that video, there was this guy that was wearing a hat. What's it called? I forgot his name. When he was talking, if you had allowed that video to continue a little bit, this whole issue would have been solved. It was exactly the same thing.
I'll play it again, but let me just add this on to let me add this on to what Joel was asking, that what did Peter Obi do that was exactly the same as others. So let me bring you this Article 4, that Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of code of that Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of code of conduct and constitutional obligation, not to allow his personal interest to influence his official conduct and decisions, did corruptly influence and cause to be awarded without due process and competitive bidding the contract for the construction of the State Secretariat complex at the cost of over £500 million to one Mr. Paul Enidom, Paul B. Nigeria Limited, his partner and business associate, with whom he is jointly. So sorry, do you mind? Let me read it now. Unless you don't want to hear it, because this is what happens when we start to present.
It's a whole story. I mean, I just think I think we can use that time to do
you asked the question.
Because this question, you're just, I'm laughing. It's not like I'm trying to disrespect you in any way.
No, it's fine though.
It's just that it's funny because this issue we have discussed in time. We have flagged this issue time without number. Man, I have told you what happened there. Peter Obi did not have to go through the normal conventional bureaucracy of government to achieve what he achieved.
No, that is because you've not allowed yourself to listen to what I was reading.
Okay,
because that wasn't even okay. Let me give it to you again, but I'll try to do it at speed. It says that Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of code of conduct of office and constitutional obligation, not to allow his personal interest to influence his official conduct and decision, did corruptly influence and cause to be awarded without due process and competitive bidding, the contract for the construction of the State Secretariat complex at the cost of over £500 million to Mr. Paul Enidom, Paul B. Nigeria Limited, his partner and business associate, with whom he is jointly enterprised in the development of a shopping complex situated in the Central Business District, Abuja, opposite the Harima House, Federal Ministry of Transport, adjacent the Central Mosque. So here is Peter Obi, somebody that he runs personal business with, this Paul Enidem. He awards him a contract for £500 million to construct the State Secretariat without due process or competitive bidding, and he awards this contract to his business partner for £500 million. So if you're asking what he's doing similarly to others, that is an example, and I have 11.
There's no correlation.
There's no correlation. Even out of what we are talking, there's nothing there. We are talking about different stuff.
Can you play that video, please?
You have to figure something out him. I mean, it's something I'm talking about. Like, it does not go. Look, Peter B had the way he did his thing when he was in Anambra State.
Awarding contracts to his pals.
No. See. He was one man. Let me tell you, that was how he saved those money. Those monies you see that he saved, it's not like probably he did anything extra. It's the same opportunity that was afforded, that was given to other governors.
Sorry, Joel, did you listen to what I read? He awarded a contract of £500 million without a competitive bidding, which is to say nobody was invited to bid for the contract, without following due process, which is to say that he did not take it through the house, and he awarded that to his business partner, who is also building as a private businessman a shopping complex in Abuja. Is that not corruption?
One bad. The problem is
that not corruption?
It's not corruption. This is what
not
happened.
Okay.
Peter Obi, people tendered the bidding. What Peter Obi did not do was that he did not allow the bureaucracy to run his government. He did not go through all these things you're saying.
Due process. He did not go through due process.
Hold on. Have a house committee on this. Peter Obi wasn't going through all that, but it was due process. People bidded fairly. It was public. This product is there, but and let me tell you, it will be huge for you because the high schools, one of the principals saying something. Let me just give you. It will be brief. I won't take another 1 minute. One of the principals, right? When he went to the Commission of Education, right? So when they came out of that school, the reason how they were going to do the erosion because of an erosion site. And I think a roofing, and they gave him a bill of over 100 million. When Peter B went to that school, because
you've given us that story before, and there's no correlation between what you're saying and what I'm saying.
No. What I'm just saying is this. Let me
just play. It's a straw man. You are straw manning.
I'm not campaigning against Peter. He's not a candidate. So I rather focus on the things that I want to do for the Anambra and what I've done. If you look at when I came here, there was no security. People were not coming home. 69 people were kidnapped in the 8 years of the previous administration. But I came, I saw, I conquered.
That are wrong. Will I continue to shout every day where we parted ways with the governor that is sponsoring this rebellion? We were his pillar. At least, if not for anything, you have always known me to be behind him. When he achieved second term, he had a different game. And I said, look, I'm not somebody who can come and share around because you are controlling money. It doesn't work like that. I said, conduct local government election. I've always continued to say that, even in this studio. This is not the first time I'm saying it. Since 2010, he refused. I said, no, that cannot have only you as an elected official. We must have other people, because at the time we were having this disagreement, PDP had 30 members in the House of Assembly, 10 people in the House of Rep, 3 senators. Abga didn't have any. Conduct local government elections so that our party people can also participate in governance. And it became an offense.
Oh, that's the genesis of the problem.
That is the genesis of the problem, if you don't know. I've said it clearly, and each time they come to counter me, they've not been able to counter it. It is in the open, and the party people in Anambra State are solidly with me.
No industry in Anambra State, except the brewery, which he built for the Anambra people, for them to get drunk and go and kidnap people. That's the only thing. For example, I have made a statement. I expect P2B and his people to say, Chairman, you lied. We built ABC Industries. That is how it should be. I am saying the only industry you brought in Anambra is the brewery. Meant for Anambra people to get drunk, either to kidnap people or to forget about the atrocities you committed. P2B is a disaster in Anambra State. Our rally was supposed to take place last week, Wednesday. We applied for
are you don't show enough?
And to pay the necessary fees for the
Are you don't
candidate.
show enough?
So I rather focus on the things that I want to do for the Anambra and what I've done.
Can
if you look at when
actually, I don't know what's going on.
Sorry. Let's hear from please. Let's hear from Akim. Unless you want to, you are good. Let's hear from.
I just wanted to address.
One man. Did you hear that place when he said our rally was supposed to take place last week?
Yes. The video wasn't played in full. If you hear that finish, he was talking about the rally that was disclaimed. They didn't let them have the rally.
That's God bless you.
Is about to say. Yes, you are right.
That was, so guys, have you guys heard it now, or am I still making up stories?
Our rally what? You just said our rally. What
you just said they stopped him from doing rally.
Let him finish the statement.
No, that's where it ended the clip.
If that is where it ended, we don't have nothing.
And there's just a quick one.
I've seen that video more than that space.
The three clips you sent, right? The one on Obiano. Well, Obiano is a damn drunkard. He's a drunk. I do not want to go deep into that guy's administration because in Anambra we just said, you know what? It's still better than Anambra Junuju. So we just like give him, you know what? Just go. But I don't want to talk about that one, right?
Okay, Jewel. What about the local government? What about the local government elections?
He had a local government election before he left.
No, 2 months to the end of the tenure. 2 months to the end of the tenure.
It's not 2 months. It's not 2 months. It's not 2 months, but it's
so how many months?
3 months, 2 months.
All right. You know what usually frustrates. Sorry, Joel. But you know what usually frustrates is when something is presented, rather than it being taken out frontally, then it's just ad hominems and straw manning, and then the conversation is deviated into what somebody else did wrong, or some obscure thing that Peter Obi may or may not have been. Also, hold on, that Peter Obi may or may not have done right. So I just read you some of the one of the key accusations levied against Peter Obi, that and this has not been disputed, that he awarded a contract for the building of a complex to his own business partner, who he is building as a private businessman, a shopping complex in Abuja with. He awards government contract worth $500 million to this guy without competitive building or due process. So that was what I was. Hold on, that was what I said. But then, rather than that, you were saying, "Oh, Obiano did this and Soludo did that," but that wasn't where the conversation was.
No,
and I was inviting, is that corruption or not? And you
it's not corruption. It's not corruption.
It
was an open bidding. He did his bidding. That's my thing. You just want to listen to yourself. You're not listening to me.
No. I want to be sure. You also confirmed that he wasn't going through competitive bidding, and then you were citing the example of some school that the headmaster did this and that is why he was bypassing due process and competitive bidding.
It was competitive, but I told you that it was lacking in bureaucracy. The bidding was competitive, but it was lacking in bureaucracy. And that is what Peter Obi did. The difference.
Don't speak to things you don't know, because you only make
I am
people
just
dig
telling
up
you what
even
he
more
did.
facts.
He has said it.
Oh,
He has
all
said
right.
it in the past.
Don't worry.
How he
Let's
saved his money. When people were asking him how he saved his money, he said that this is how he saved the security votes. In addition to this way, because most of these projects that you saw, this bid had the bidding to do them has already been there before he got into office. Just like the government house, just like the state secretariat, all those things were there. They said they were going to use about 800 to a billion naira to build the government house. They got a bidding for 400 and something million. They are not telling you that. So what is the problem? If you say that you're going to do this for 1 billion, and I got someone that is going to do it for half the distance, why is the problem? If that person is my mother, what is the problem? If the person is doing the job, what is the problem?
Joel,
what is the problem? What is
Joel,
the problem?
you are dead. Listen, Joel,
All right. Thank you, Joel. Thank you. But let's
okay,
just move on. Please move away from that space. I'm
going to round up on that space and so that we just move on to different space. So what we need to understand is, a private person actions and behavior is completely different from how government works. In government, you have processes that you have to undergo. So as soon as you begin to bypass that processes, whether for good purposes, it is against the rules that is put in place. So you cannot do that. You can actually, I just listened to Soludo, and he said there was a contract for cleaning government houses for 136 million. 137 million, and he said he renegotiated. You listen to that now. He did not go and bring cleaners from outside to come and be doing it and be paying them to save money. No, he actually renegotiated the contract, and he said is now paying 11 million every month instead of 137 million that it used to be. You can do that, but the one Obi did that Obi used it in his own mouth. In his own mouth. I'll call somebody in Oka, how much are you selling cement? And I want 300 bags of cement. No, come on, that is not how government works.
Is that how it's going to run Aso Rock? Is that how it's going to run Nigeria?
Yeah. You want to build second Niger bridge.
Let me say
you want to build second Niger bridge. How much are you selling bags of cement? No, it doesn't. Look, if you think it's too expensive,
it's the most ludicrous of things.
If you think it is too expensive, you can actually bring.
Akim, let me ask you a question. I tried to put the question to Joel, but it took us on a long winding road. But go straight to it then and just give us what you consider. So, of course, with every organization and every space of business, especially in government, there is something called due process. So why is that due process in place? It's to put checks and balances in place so that something untoward does not happen. And what are those checks and balances? Something is presented, and then a committee or a panel oversights it to see that the costing is done, the drawings and the thing is all fit for purpose. So that's all part of the accoutrements of due process. And then once that has been agreed, then it's set out to competitive bidding to see if the people that want to do that thing, they have history in that thing, and then what they are bidding is consistent with the plans, and the costings and everything matches with what the experts within the government have already determined what the process is. So that is all called a due process. And so due process is to follow through so that everything is above board. And then competitive bidding is to ensure quality and cost. So that is all of it. So Peter Obi bypassed due process. He bypassed competitive bidding. But then, can you hold on now? Let me land it. Because I was trying to present it and Joel was just trying to shut me down. And you are now trying to shut me down. So Peter Obi bypassed all that. So that's already a red flag. But then what does he do? This guy, Paul Enidem, who Peter Obi was building a shopping complex with in Abuja, who is his business partner in his private business life, he then awards unilaterally a $500 million naira contract to this person, his business associate and business partner outside of due process and competitive bidding. So, is that corruption? Yes or no? Okay.
It is corruption.
Can I say something?
That is 101 corruption.
Why do you want to write exam for yourself and pass it? I don't even understand.
The question was to Hakim now, because I have two guys. You will take me to the primary school again and how we phoned the headmaster.
Hakim is already in your side, so what's the point?
No, what do you mean side? It's on the side of Nigerians. It's on the side of
what is right and what is wrong. It's simple.
Okay.
What is right and what is okay. Let me explain this there.
Say something.
Hold on 1 second. I know that you are so eager to defend Obi. I don't mind if it's somebody you want to support. No, there's no problem. But just let me land this place, then you can come in. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? I understand the whole thing, because normally if we look at it, if Nigeria was a country that works, right? Because when I first heard that Obi was impeached, because I didn't follow his government, to be honest with you. So when I heard that it was impeached, and I listened to Obi himself, right? And when he was talking and he was bragging about how he was putting things together, how he was calling cement seller, then I said, okay, no wonder you got impeached, because government don't work like that. Government work with processes. You have to follow due process as a government. So a lot of governors in Nigeria, they do this, they bypass those due process, but because they have the support, because they basically run the State House of Assembly, they always get away with it. But it is not the right way to run government. Those things are put there for reasons, just in case the day you will have somebody who want to loot the country dry by just awarding contract to their cronies. That is the reason why those things are there. So you can say, look, this is too expensive. Give me a cheaper price. You can do that and then still take it through the right process. But when you begin to allow for somebody to bypass the system, to undercut the process, then you are creating room for a day when somebody will come and then they will use that same process to ruin the whole treasury of the state. So for me, what is wrong is wrong. We can acknowledge that even if you do it for the right purpose, it can still be wrong as well in terms of governance. So we need to.
How can it even be for the right purpose? Awarding contract to your pals.
No, I'm saying even if it was for the right purpose, say maybe you want to save money.
I mean, you've said it like 20 times. It's like you're being repetitive. So now you've said all you have to say. When Peter B is not following Muhammad said, the right way, or whatever the way is, what is the right way? Can we be honest to ourselves? The right
to follow
way,
the due process.
The due process. The due process is the process that benefits the people. If we are reasoning well, that is the due process. Any process that doesn't benefit the people becomes a corrupt process. If we are trying not to be biased,
we're going down that road again, are we?
Let me interject you.
Everybody have been talking now. Small 1 minute, I'll be 30 seconds while I talk now. Everywhere, I don't keep quiet.
But look at what you are saying now. The due process is the process. You are not a stranger to this. Hold on, Hakim now. You are not a stranger. Hold on now, this. You are not a stranger to this platform. You are talking like you are on Niger Watch. This is not Niger Watch. We are talking about. You are talking to high functioning people now.
One man. My intellectual is way too.
He wanted to pay 250 million cash to a car dealer. Does that make sense?
No,
now,
due process is. Hold on. You are saying due process. You are saying due process is due process. Not because, and you know what due process is? Due process is a documented sequence of processes that guarantees that things are done the right way. So whether those processes are followed or not is depending on who superintends it. And it is not your unilateral decision to bypass it. because there's a reason why it's in place, is to ensure that the interest of the people is paramount. You know, and it is not then your decision to decide how don't latch on to when I say the interest of the people is paramount. The interest of the people is paramount as embedded in due process.
And in addition to what you said, one
What are
man,
you saying? You
look,
just
that
bypass
due process.
It's just it wants to take us to a do. This is not a do what.
It's like I can't even talk.
No,
hold on. You're making some. You know,
you've made your own. You've made your own conclusion.
You see that due process.
One man.
Hold on. You see that due process is backed by law. It's backed by law. It's not
and
just.
Then you just cast it aside.
Yes, it's not due process that some people just make. Look, Obi violated due process and it violated financial regulation of the state completely.
Can I say something?
Nepotism,
you understand?
Cronyism,
financial regulation. Look,
let me ask you a simple question.
That process is backed by law and must not be violated by anybody, no matter how highly placed you are.
Look,
yes.
Let me ask you a simple question.
Yeah.
If Buhari, or if you have been living through the due process and you have been impoverished and you have been,
are you going to do
come on, I'm asking a question.
I'm going to move on.
Can I finish? I don't even understand. I can't even talk again. I'm asking a Jaliko question.
I just told you now. Don't do straw man. Oh, if Buhari is not following to, we are talking. Okay, just do it and then we'll move on. It frustrates.
Let him ask his question.
Ajalekoko is going to tell you, he's going to do whataboutism and strawmanism.
It's not even about whataboutism. We need to be more intellectual in the way we conduct ourselves.
This is what I'm saying now. We are not.
I'm trying to make a. Am I fighting the whole Yoruba town?
No.
I don't even understand.
What do you say? And everything. Okay, let's move on.
Can I talk?
No, can you
Yoruba now? What are you talking now?
Come on, calm down.
I'm going to step everybody down and let's hear this guy's voice. Let's hear him. So, but be succinct. We already know what you want to do, but do it quickly and sharply.
Okay, now. Oh man, I come to your platform because I know that most people in this, as this panelist, have already made up their mind to say whatever they or kind of support whoever they want to support. But the reason why I come here is the followers listening outside to understand where the whole gist is, because you can't just grab everybody on your side. They have to hear my voice. If it's just all of us here talking, I won't be here. It's just the fact, because I already know you guys have made up your mind. I'm just doing this for the other people out there to listen to me and listen what P2B is all about. That's it. But let me get to the question I wanted to talk to ask Ajalikoko. Ajalikoko, we have been in due process for a long time in Nigeria, right? And Nigeria hasn't been working. Anambra has been on due process for the longest time. Anambra has been bad, too many robberies, too many kidnappings, the road wasn't good, there's nothing working. And now, a man comes and changes the rule. Be like, no, this is not gonna happen. We're gonna have to do it another way if it's gonna work. And things started working. And things started working for Anambra people. You can't see any Anambra, not a politician. I'm not talking about a politician. You can't see any Anambra citizen, a normal citizen, that will complain about P2B's regime. No, not even one.
So you did not hear that clip we just played?
Do you hear me? Not a politician. Even if he's Anambra, he's a politician. I said not a politician that will complain about P2B's regime. So you want to tell me that Anambra people will be there telling you that, oh, because he didn't follow the due process, that means he's a bad man. He's an Anambra governor. We don't care what Lagos people think. or what Oyo people thinks. All we care about
what
is
the law says, or what the law
or
says.
what all we care about is what puts food in Anambra people's stomach, what makes the road good, what makes the
So much
education good.
infrastructure.
So that is what Anambra people care about. And when Ajali Koko, let me ask you that question again. So if you see that kind of due process that that makes you poor and makes your road not good, what would you do? Wouldn't you collapse that process every year to year? You will be poor and your family will be poor and there will
Let
be
me answer you right
insecurity.
away. Let me answer you
Collapse
right
it?
away. Let me answer you right away. Let me tell you, those one that you said never make things work, never follow the due process. If they follow the free process to the latter, as specified by law and the regulations, everything will work well. They were acting just the same way Obi acted. You understand? They were acting the way Obi acted, doing things not in due process, and they were violating the law as to how things should be followed according to the due process, and that is why things never work. Though Obi might be the one that chop less, while they chop too much and make things not to work. But the law is law. When you have a budget, when they specifically target so much, specific amount for road construction, that must go to that road. You can't say, oh, let me take from this amount that they have budgeted for road construction. Let me go and use it to build a water plant. No. So they were not following the due process. None across that country follow the due process. Look, let me tell you, the civil service rule is very clear. And the law that back it is very clear as well. But Nigerians, leaders across all board doesn't follow the law. They don't follow the due process. That's why things never work in that country. So it's not that they were following the due process.
Remember
they didn't
when
follow
Peter
the due
Obi
process.
said about education, about the money not even going towards all these hands. Even when they wanted to give him the money, it's like, no, give it to that principal that needs it. There's no point it going from point A to point B to point C before it gets to the main person. Everybody would have cut off their own. Then it won't be enough money that go to the main person's hand. That is the due process you are talking about.
No, okay, that is what you see. This is where you guys are getting. That is
the due process you're talking about.
No, that is not the due process. You don't even understand what the due process is.
It's still another due process. No, that's one of it.
You don't even
No, that's
understand what
one
the thing
of
is all
it.
about.
He doesn't
Listen
understand
up.
it.
That is one of it.
First thing you don't know how it works.
I understand.
If you don't know something, let them talk. Let them teach you now.
What you are saying is corruption. That is not due process. Due process is okay. Instead of you giving the money to the principal, right? You bring in contractors, people experts in that field, and then
you're talking about one aspect of the due process. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I don't know what due process. Due process is when you're doing something according to what it's supposed to be, isn't it? That is due process.
How do you give money to a principal? Is the principal, is he a contractor? Is he a builder?
Oh my God. Are you not listening to me? You said that is not due process.
You should let the money go to the principal. The principal, is he a builder?
I said the due process. No, we're talking about, one man was talking about one aspect of due process of government. And this is another aspect.
You just said Peter Obi will tell them to give the money to the principal. How would you give money to a school principal to do what? That is not the principal's job.
Sorry, Akim. Let me ask this a
question. One man, can I interject?
It's like nobody knows. I don't get it.
Yeah, you clearly don't get it. But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Des. Is Peter Obi, if he becomes the Nigerian president, is he going to administer the state in this fashion that we're talking about now?
To be honest with you, if it's gonna make the insecurity less, if it's gonna make Nigeria start working, if it's gonna make 35 more than 35 people that are percent of people that are unemployed employed, if it's gonna make everything that is the law.
So he's going to throw the constitution in the bin and be alone to himself.
After all, it's a fraudulent constitution. What are we doing with that constitution?
And there it is right there.
So let me move on.
So there is, let's move on.
It is a fraudulent constitution.
All right, thank you. So I don't think you've done Peter Obi any favors anyway.
Can I interject, please?
All right, go on. Let's hear from Man of Prestige, and then after Man of Prestige, I want to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in.
Okay, I think you all are over analyzing the whole thing, overflogging the whole thing. You're talking about due process in this case. Okay, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. I mean, okay, let's assume this happened. I'm thinking there's nothing corrupt about it. It might be ethic, but let's assume it's wrong. But that is the least problem in Nigeria when we're talking about corruption and other things. You're overflogging the whole stuff. Let's assume everything you said is correct from one man point of view, which align with progressive side of it. Then we have this from different point of view. Let's assume this happened. I mean, this is the least problem, I can think of any governors, will be doing to Nigeria, the least problem Nigeria can encounter. I mean, ethic, this happens in every country, even in the United States here, they don't follow the due process in Sunday, but there's nothing unlawful about it. You can't charge him for anything. I'm not supporting what he did was right. But in my point of view, you're over-analyzing the whole thing. But anyway, that's what I have to say in that regard.
All right, thank you.
The charges came as part of the impeachment.
Yes, and by the way, I've got the reasons why he was reinstated. It wasn't so, and I can read it if you want me to, but I think you all know that already. But let me acknowledge some of these super chats because some of them are already somewhat out of sequence of the conversation. But the first one I'm reading to you is not a super chat, but it's really a message from Rational Mind. So it's a message from Rational Mind. So of course, earlier on, World Peace called him out somewhat that he felt that he was a bit pointing in his direction. And Rational Mind quickly moves to address that. It says, World Peace, my brother, take it easy. I have got people labeled me Fulani and all sorts. No offense are taken, because I know people throw jabs here. If I say an Equale man telling Benin history, no offense. So that's a Rational Mind quickly addressing that space to say to his brother, World Peace, that no offense was intended. So no offense intended. And then Prince comes in with the super chat to the conversation. So he says, can you guys discuss something else? We have other 17 candidates. So yeah, we have other 17 candidates, and all of them, we've discussed Kwankwaso, we've discussed Tinubu, we have discussed Peter Obi.
Tinubu. Let's go to Tinubu, one man.
We can't go to Tinubu anymore because we are 5.5 hours in, and I have to.
Yesterday was Tinubu. Where were you? Yesterday they discussed Tinubu
about drugs
and all that. Yeah. And I was expecting you guys to come heavy
This man came out to debunk Kayamo's stupid lies. He came out today and debunked it. We should be talking about the debunk he did.
Yeah, we talked about Tinubu yesterday and the day before.
All day yesterday.
Yes.
Everybody came in with their own opinion and everything. Why you guys didn't come and say this?
All right. It's a very peculiar space, that OB space. But RB comes in with the super chat. It says cost of project in 2010 will cost 4x now. So that is to say about that narrative still around Peter Obi and how he misspent the Anambrarian money. RB still, it says good leaders don't have to follow due process, Joel. And I think that was a quotation in consternation more than anything else. So a quotation in consternation, and then Sonny Uta comes in. It says, Joel and Des, government is not personal property. it's almost unbelievable, the conversation we have had today. Unbelievable conversations, but then that is the nature of this space. We always have unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah.
Please, please, the issue of Tinubu should be discussed every day because we are about to.
Please, can you, my guy, don't. All right, thank you. Sorry, this guy is somewhat. Apologies, but you know, there's certain forms. We discussed Tinubu yesterday at length. Kulata read the whole of the thing. He came to make a presentation. In fact, that was 2 days ago. And then yesterday we discussed him as well. We discussed Kwankwaso. We discussed Atiku. We discussed everybody. So what are you telling me that we should be discussing something every day? Don't do that now. All these things that you think you are trying to needle at this place, don't needle at this space. You know, as I set the agenda, and then you make the decision if you want to participate or not. But all this needling, I'm starting to notice it, and it must stop. It must stop, guys, as we come to an end for the session. So we seek to start to round off, to have Adale Koko round things up for us. We'll kick it off with a man of prestige. Closing remarks. Man of prestige.
All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, one man. I'm ready.
Yeah, no, I was just taking closing remarks.
Oh, closing remark. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
Let me just speak about Obi space in a little bit. About what happened in Anambra State during his time. So I think y'all, like I said earlier, you know, y'all are overflogging and overanalyzing the whole thing. At least that man did something. Like I said, I'm not privy to all his achievement, but if you don't rank him first, he ranked pretty high, you know, at least in the top 10 of achievement. I mean, what man, he can debunk, you know, come here and characterize it, everything, but that man did something. Y'all are making it like he didn't do anything, you know, during his tenure, you know, during his tenure in the government. Let me talk about the debt man. He left about 155 million, you know. If you know, in my own economic template, I probably wouldn't do that. I probably would invest it, but at least he left something. The other governors didn't leave anything. So that was the process that he took. Probably wasn't the best process. Depends on the economic view. You know, you want to look at it. In my own point of view, I probably will invest all those money for projects and everything, you know, but because in the future, you know, it may come out to be better. Like as of right now, he probably has lost a lot of them. I mean, I myself, I believe in investment. You know, I've lost a lot of investment. I mean, you lose and you win. So there's nothing really wrong. But anyway, in a final analysis, you're like overflogging everything. There's more important thing we should be talking. All this are kind of minute something that doesn't really make any sense in my opinion. But anyway, good night, everybody. It's nice to be on this platform again. We see you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, man of prestige. So thank you, man of prestige. So that's man of prestige. So you wonder sometimes, just when the class is over, some people turn up to say, okay, then what did the teacher have to say? So what did the teacher have to say, Adewale? Just when you heard closing remarks, that's when you decided to join us.
I've been listening to everybody, but I'm trying to join, but nobody wants to leave the studio.
All right. Let's hear from you then. You have a bit more space to expand on. So the conversation so far, usually we end up with Peter Obi, but we covered a plethora of things, including the Oluwo of Iwo telling us that we should not worship Shango anymore. So let's have your thoughts on the session as it has been.
Okay. Well, this is my, should I call it, third time I'll be joining this platform. So, but I think I'd have to make my stand. No, I'm a centrist Nigerian. I don't really belong to any political party. I don't have no affiliation with any of the candidate. However, going by what was going on.
Sorry to interrupt you. Is that the blue mosque on your avatar? Is that the blue mosque?
That's this is Paris.
Oh, right. Okay. It looked like the blue mosque in Istanbul.
No, that was the cathedral that got burnt in Paris 2 years ago. So
and was rebuilt. Okay. All right. Carry on. Sorry. Yeah.
So what I realize is that there's a lot of more swinging going on in the political space in Nigeria. Going with the Peter Obi, I will talk about the last debate. I think I commented that on when OVA hosted a show 2 days ago, I believe, and that for me is the lowest of the the lowest of the lowest of the political mustering. When the Rice organized the debate between the candidate and Bola Tinubu did not show up. I was happy because first and foremost, um, if you're sure of who you are, I mean, there are some occasions that you don't honor. Not every invitation you honor, but to see the candidacy of Peter Obi or being present at that debate was to me number one shows the level of desperation. Number two shows that it was completely shit show. And then you have all the political supporters being present and causing chaos and all that, and nothing said at that show was nobody remembers anything other than the chaos that happens after that. So going with that, I believe that for now, except if Nigerians want to, continue to dance around the whole thing. We all know when the pendulum is going to swing, and it's obvious and it's crystal clear that it's likelihood that Shivaji Bola Ahmed is probably going to be the winner of the election, going by his trajectory so far. But then, I'm not really, you know, um,
Yeah, a Tinubu supporter.
no, not in particular. I have no
Look at this
supporting
guy.
anybody.
All
Then
right.
going with the Oluwo of Iwo. And by the way, I was listening to Arise News today when they were discussing about the issue with the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's case here in the United States about his forfeiture of some funds in his account when he was here in Chicago. And first and foremost, I don't Nigerians don't really the threat to democracy. Social media is actually now has become a threat to democracy. Everybody with the little gadget in their hand can now, put fake news, information out there, and people will believe it. We've seen that happens even here in America during the 2016 during Donald Trump's election, and it helps him to become president of the United States. However, it's more or less like a house built on a card. It's going to collapse, and that was what happened. And I see that, happening in Nigeria as well. Uh, for Nigerians who are not familiar with the criminal justice in America, um, you know, sometimes people owe IRS, right? And if they audit you and they realize that you've underpaid the government, they would ask you to make some refund and make some pay some amount or take you to the court. Depends on if the uh, amount is actually on the higher side. But then for the United States to ask you to forfeit some your money is simply because if you are not able to prove that doesn't mean you are guilty. All right. Now, if you travel to United States as a Nigerian right now, the moment you walk into the border of the United States, they will ask you to declare what you have, right? Now, the moment you don't declare the amount you have, even if you declare the amount that you have, for example, if let's say you have a $150,000 on you, and that is significant actually, right? So they will ask you, where you taking the money? If you cannot convince them, the purpose of that money and where you're bringing it from, they will forfeit. They will take the money. So the body will now be on you to prove that the money is legitimate and you're bringing it for the right reason. And if the worst is even when you are departing United States, right? So the engineer need to get familiar with how things. But nonetheless, it's more or less like a more swinging. The case already came to light during 2003, and now they're bringing it back on another. And it's so uh, disheartening to see media house who call themselves a reputable media house dwelling much on stories that are not really have no foundation, and they're bringing it to the fore and becomes a topic that every journalist is trying to talk about, which to me is more or less like a distraction. And every blogger now has become a political expert, bringing fake information to the public domain every day, and people believe that. So I think that to me has become the arbiter to democracy. And as for the Oluwa of Iwo, uh, Oba Adewale, actually it's my namesake, I believe. Yeah. Uh, are you still there?
I am here. We're
Oh,
listening.
okay. Um, I don't know what kind of ganja he's smoking. Um,
Colorado blend, Colorado. According to his
you
wife,
know,
Chantel.
the last time I checked, because I'm a true Yoruba man. So, um, you know, any Yoruba Oba is not just ordinary person. Um, your community put you there to be a custodian, not just their leader, but a custodian of the tradition of that particular place. So, and if you now say that the community should jettison the worshiping of um, Shango, I'm a Christian, but at the same time, we have tradition that we hold there, and you have been put there as a custodian. Now, it's two things, or two things actually. It's either you abdicate that position and let the other person come in there, or you abide by the rules and the condition of that stool and go with the flow. Because uh, Shango has always been one of the deities in Yoruba land that is being referred and worshipped and has his own followers. So for him to say that, this is another thing. When you have somebody who has no, his flaw, his character is flawed, and for him, I wouldn't say that Igbo people made a mistake, choosing him to be their Oba. Sometimes we don't have something good to say, you keep quiet. Well, I'm not saying, okay, for example, look at the Oni of Ife. Um, Oba of Ife, you also need to be cautioned because he's going beyond, or should I say, when was the last time you see the Oba of Benin in every parties and every occasions? You have to put yourself in the position the society already put you sees you. You have to respect yourself. Sometimes you have your own opinion, personal opinion, but because of the position you are holding as a public person, and society, sometimes you may not need to say that, especially if you are Oba or Obi or Emir or Sultan and all that. So for Hollywood to have said that the Shango should be, you know, no longer be worshipped and all that, I think is I don't know. It probably might be smoking some weed that is not from Africa, maybe from like you said, like maybe from Colorado or like you know.
I have a question. What?
Wale,
Yeah,
when I said Colorado, I wasn't actually jesting or mocking. He was married to a Canadian called Chantel. She
I
was the one
know.
that told us that he smokes Colorado blend. So she was the one that told us that.
That's a
Eh?
well, the
Hello,
Colorado. Colorado
hello.
is
I
a
have a,
fake weed, not the real deal. If you're talking about the Jamaica weed now, I would say yeah, you're talking.
You
can I
sound as
can
though
I
you have
interject?
some expertise in that
And
space.
I'm not an expert. I just
Look at
I've
this guy.
I've heard people.
Are you another of you? Eh?
No,
One man.
I've heard people that are experts in that area that can testify. I tell you that look, when you smoke American weed, it's just like when you smoke paper. But when you go to Nigeria, especially the one in Ondo State, now we're talking.
One man.
Yeah, come in.
Do you think apart from the Oba of Benin, even I think Oba of Benin is the one that has the highest experience when it even comes to international diplomacy in Nigeria, when you look at the royal kings. But do you think in the southwest space, especially the Yoruba space, our Obas need some form of institutionalized form of learning before anybody gets or ascends to the throne, irrespective of the field he has held before. Because at times, how these kings behave at times, you'll be like, can a king behave this way? Let me give you an example of what happened in one area in Lagos. A king went to a cement store because he wanted to build a palace, went there and took the cement from the cement owner store. To cut the long story short, that cement store had to pack up because they ran into loss. Then this same king goes to the pump station where they normally sell gas and petrol. We just tell the attendants, give me some petrol or fill up my cooking gas. What do you think? They are actually exploiting people with their what's it called, office. I think it's high time we have to institutionalize it such that before an Oba ascends the throne or a king ascends the throne,
Yeah, that is stealing. That has nothing to do with the throne. That is stealing. He should be
stealing,
arrested
right?
and prosecuted.
Yeah.
But gentlemen, you know, the traditional institution in Nigeria has
It's
been
only the Benin
bastardized.
states that are still holding their
Oh
traditional
no, no.
institution.
I mean, their tradition is different from every other tribe in Nigeria. The reason is because their own is one straight line. No other person comes in, no other family, just from one father to the son to just like
First
it's
son.
been, yeah.
That's
So,
not
but
true.
then,
Oba of Benin was bulldozing people's house recently, about 100 houses, and some people are taking up a fight against him. So
but you know,
whether
in
Oba
the
of
years
Benin or
past,
What are you
Oba,
saying?
oh
in the
yeah,
years past, in the
it's in
years
the
past,
news now. It's in the news. It's
I
on
think
the
you
I know
know,
just
internet.
the other day.
Huh?
See, you want to see if you want to see picture for Dudu, I go to Benin and see it's one straight
No,
line.
no, they did bulldoze some people
He
houses there.
did. He did.
Why? Why?
Because the encroach on this land, he make the law that we don't see what happened. All these land grabbers is everywhere in Nigeria. There's a big problem in Nigeria, even in Lagos. Land grabbers
so
now capitalize on the law that they did in Benin that you don't break a already built house. So what those people do when they sell you land, that they quickly go and build. So in every community, Oba has his own land. They give to him as gift. So these people that took the land and build on it and sold it and build on it, thousands of feet. So when the Oba someone then to come and explain themselves, because they are politicians, they were like,
So
will
you
not.
can't take the due process of the law. You have to take the law into his hands
Oba,
and
that's
go
the
start.
Oba law. See, listen, Oba land. Listen now, it's a traditional
Is the
law.
Oba law above the Nigerian constitution?
No, hold on. Now, this is why you police get it clear. Please.
Oh,
Wait,
Bana,
Peter
the
Obi
say
make his
whether for
own.
Benin or
Ajale
for
Koko,
Yoruba land.
let
hold
me
on,
make my point now
hold on,
before you
one
mock
piece,
me.
hold on, hold on. Ajale Koko, Peter Obi makes up his own laws in Anambra. We've already established that. So the Omonoba now makes up his own laws in Edo.
He is above the law. So Oba is above the law.
Wait now.
What's the country? What's the country?
Wait now. Let me make my point. You know, when sometimes people just laugh, they just laugh like they didn't attend school. In every state, they have their state law. There's a traditional law in Benin. There's 2 laws in Benin. There's a customary law in Benin, which Oba Benin is the head. So before you start laughing, you just take a stroll to your books and read. Traditional
My
laws.
brother, I want peace. My brother, I want peace. I'm not going to support you on this one.
Wait, let me finish.
Hold on. The only thing I can say about this is that I don't think the order to demolish those buildings actually come from the king himself. I think it was those people within.
Wait, let me land. I know. Let me land. See what happened. When the guy encroached on all the properties, the land have a CFO, had a CFO more than 40 years for not for this Oba, for the dead Oba Akenzua. It was a gift to Oba, and there was a CFO, and there was a Bale put to watch over that kingdom. That same Bale went and sold those land, and he was summoned like, what happened? Come on, tell what happened, and he was laughing, and then sent him to AIG in Abuja because they are politicians. Their politics, APC and PDP, what nobody are doing. So Oba said that he has a CFO on it, and Oba don't make pronouncement in the Benin custom. Oba don't swear. He does not say to like go and do this. No. So the way the Oba got angry and would stand and left, his chiefs took action. Not even his chief, the secretary to Edo State Palace, which is under Obaseki, not Oba Benin Palace. The Edo, because he is a secretary to the state on traditional affairs. That guy led the squad, and it's again the police destroy those properties, and these people cried out. Fine, they came. I don't think they were the ones that was wrong.
Did they contravene the law? Did that contravene the law or
It did
not?
not contravene any law because the land
To
is
go and
owned.
bulldoze
Hold
people's
on, now.
houses.
The land is privately
Houses
owned.
that have been there for several years.
Wait, Ajakoko. Why
For
do you don't want to
putted
throw?
reason that people have been living in for several years.
Ajakoko, it's not several years. Do you want us to just to talk for people to hear to mock me, or you just want to listen to what's really going on? This guy is here. If I'm saying what is wrong, he will interject. It's one of the state. That land is privately owned with the C of O. Okay, so what they're doing now, those people now they're begging that to pay. They want to pay compensation because they want to go to court.
One piece.
One piece. I have a question for you.
Ownership of the land is not disputed, right? So you have to understand something. If somebody even rent your house and they don't pay rent, to evacuate these people, you still have to go through a court process to move tenant out of your house in some cases. So those property, nobody is saying those land were not for the tradition for the palace, but the process of demolishing that house were wrong. There should have been a court process to go before those houses were demolished, and these people
That was
should have
Frankie
been
Rabot. That was Frankie Rabot's
exactly.
problem.
This is what I'm saying, because that was why Frankie Rabot was arrested. That was why he was arrested, because he didn't follow due process before he demolished people's homes.
Yeah.
Nobody is disputing that the land was not for the palace, but what they are saying is you can't just go out there when there is a law. There is a court process that you have to follow through before you can just go and take a bulldozer and bring people's homes down. You understand? So that was why the man was successfully arrested. We have to say it the way sometimes we understand that.
Yeah, that's the way it is. But
all right.
One
piece. We were in closing remarks, but let me ask you one question, and then we'll have Adewale round off his thoughts, and then we continue to close off. Is the Oba, is he above the Nigerian Constitution, or is he subject to the Nigerian Constitution? So is he above the Constitution, or does it fall under the Constitution?
The Oba Benin is not above the Nigerian Constitution.
All right.
The Oba Benin is the head of traditional rulers in Benin and laws in Benin. So people want to understand. Every state has their traditional laws in every state. So that's just the difference. Okay?
All right. Thank you. So back to you, Adewale.
Thank you very much. It is so unfortunate that what we now have, what is remain in our traditional institution, is that what the colonialists, the colonial, should I call them colonials? I can't call them colonial masters because that is not appropriate. What they've done to our traditional institution. They've
on this. Sorry, we keep interjecting you. On this platform, we call them colonial interlopers.
Interlopers, okay. That is what actually fits them. I can't call them colonial masters.
I mean, I hate that phrase. Who came up with that phrase? Who is your master? Somebody that came to sorry, but carry on.
Okay. So what they've done is to weaken the traditional institution, to weaken the way we govern ourselves. And it's unfortunate that the present generations do not see the value in having the traditional institution being above them. They believe in democracy. Democracy itself is not a sure banker or sure way of self-governance. But then we took what the European left for us and we run with it. Now here we are. We're talking about traditional institution. Who owns the land? Before the European came and said the constitutional authority becomes the ruler of the land. The Obas, the Obis, the king, the emir, they own the land, they control the land, they allocate the land, they give the land to people. All right. But unfortunately, who pays the piper now? Government, the federal government pays them their salary. every time they sit, the last time in Ekiti State, a old governor have the audacity to question traditional rulers that have been in there for thousands of years or millions of years about them not, sitting and attending meetings and all that. They have to come to the governor's house, governor's office, to answer the query about them not attending meetings. Then that tells you what that institution has been reduced to. Now, if the for every society, whether in Edo, Igbo land or Yoruba land, they have the way of checking the traditional institution. They have the way of checking their assesses and all that. But unfortunately, they've reduced to nothing, zero. They have no constitutional authority. Now,
all right.
now, what I see happening is that what we have left is just a ceremonial um, institution that is just there, just to, you know, the remaining tradition that is no longer. Because, see, we are first and foremost Africa. Now, what do we see now? We have an Oba bearing a foreigner's name, Andrew, or whatever you want to call it.
Or Abdul Rashid, that is the
Or
name
Abdul,
with
Abdul, whatever it is. Now, we no longer have something that truly reflects who we are as people. And that is why, see, now, not quite long ago, I have somebody questioning the rationale. Why would an Oba, bulldoze and took the land from people? You see, who owns the land in the first place? Unfortunately, it's no longer the Oba of Benin. It's now the government, right? Of course, they might have their own way. The reason why they decided to, take the land and excavate and clear the path for maybe for new development and all that. But then we should also look at it. Now we no longer have a true leader in that position. All we say is that is if you don't have a deep pocket, you can no longer become the chief. The Oba or B, or you have to have money.
all right,
That
Adewale. All right, round it off. You must promise us to come earlier when we're in the throes of it, because I think the audience would like to hear more from you. You can't just come here and tease us with intelligence, and then we're wondering what else you have to offer. So round
what
it
I
off
will-
with a couple
what
more
I will
sentences. Yeah.
what I will implore the patriotic Nigerians, because I believe everyone coming to this platform, we're all patriotic Nigerians. We love that country. We want that country to prosper. We want that country to be, to be in the best position. What I will implore everybody is, let's listen to each other. See, election will come and go in February, and we will remain one in one brotherhood. Let's listen to one another. Let's listen to ourselves. Of course, that's what the beauty of democracy. We have our own preferred candidate. We want, but let us deal with the issues. Don't let us, attack one particular candidate about what they, because we don't even live with them. We don't know these individuals one up close and personal. We're just, talking about what we read online, and that's what I will close with.
All right, thank you, Wale. So thank you, Wale. So that's a new voice. We tell you we only bring you ever the best qualities that there is, and that is Wale just coming to affirm that. So hopefully we hear more and more from him as time goes on. And just to highlight again the quality of persons that come here, you have only the erudite Ife up next. So Ife, you sent into the private chat. Ife, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So if you sent into the private chat a particular article, so I'll read the headline and then you just give us a feel of it, but then close it off in a succinct summary so that we can get off quickly. So it says, how the language of the Edo people of Nigeria made its way into Portuguese Creole. So how did the language of the Edo people of Nigeria make its way into Portuguese Creole, Ife?
Okay. Why I brought up the article is the Creole of a language is what we call like the vernacular or the pidgin of that original variant. For example, the pidgin we speak in Nigeria is like the Creole of English language,
along the West African coast.
Or Patois is a Creole too.
Yeah, Patois is a Creole. So why I brought out the article was because of what Peace was saying. Well, and like Mr. Kim has said, every history, because it's not written, would have its positive criticism and negative criticism, but it's just for the whole development of the space so that we can come together at a consensus if we want. So my argument is this: if the Portuguese Creole spoken on the Sao Tome and Principe Island has Benin words in it, it means that the people who developed that Portuguese type of Creole that had that Benin language in it over the centuries must have been predominantly people who have what's it called, Benin ancestry.
Yes.
The same way, if you go to Cuba today, their own type of Spanish, you'll be hearing some Yoruba languages there. Like you still have words like akara, even in what's it called, in Brazil today,
Brazil,
akara,
yes. Yeah.
dundun, all their foods, you still have there. It's because descendants from there were actually Yorubas. If you go to Haiti,
What was Sao Tome not one of the first places that
that's the first place. That's the first place.
So it was really the enslaved Benin indigents that were taken to Sao Tome. They hung on to.
We can say hypothesis.
No, it's not hypothesis now. But the facts speak to that now. How then would Benin words get into the Creole language?
Creole, yes, that's the argument.
That is to tell you that an abundance of Benin slaves were taken to Sao Tome, and with them trying to hold on the language that they know plus the language that they are learning, they married it together to create that Creole. So the abundance of Benin slaves in Sao Tome evolved the language.
Sorry, can I let you sorry, no argument.
One piece never said that there were no Benin slaves. It was all he said that there were no sold. He said there were no sold. He said there were slaves that were sent to go and help.
It says there is no household in Benin that any person was ever enslaved.
Yeah, he said there were no sold slaves from Benin. He said there were slaves that the Benin sent to go and help those Portuguese to fix their ships and stuff like that in places like that. Yeah,
okay.
He didn't say they were Benin slaves, Abi.
They were slaves, but he never said they were. He said they were not sold. They were never sold at any time.
Thank you. Let me quickly interject. One man in Benin, we have Portuguese word in our say, like kuye. In Benin, we call spoon kuye. It's not our word. It's a Portuguese word.
Yes.
And we got to have this correct. We have in the right context. Don't forget, Benin have an embassy with Portuguese as far back 50 something.
No, we're not doing that.
Hold on now.
No, please. No, sorry, I have to ask you to stop. Don't take us on that long journey again. Sorry, let me share the screen so that people can see, and I'll put the link in the comment section as well. The point that Ife is making, and Ife, I'll just invite that you round it up because
I want to round it up.
But I want to share this screen. So this is what Ife sent in, and I'll put the link in the comment section. So we've been to so many universities, including Cambridge, and then we've come up with that. We've come to this space as well. You can all see it on your screen, how the language of the Edo people of Nigeria made its way into Portuguese Creole. So there's only one way that it would have made it, and this was in Sao Tome. So I'll put the link for you to go and read it yourself. There's only one way it could ever have made its way into the Portuguese Creole. He said we're going back as far back as 1472. So it's clearly through slavery. But around that space, and then we start to shut down.
Yeah. So what on the last person that came in, one man once in a while try to ask the panelists if anybody wants to give way for another person. Most times, some of us come just for some selective addition, just to like what I did today. I did not talk into the Obi space too much. I just wanted to speak on the Obaship. So if I've quickly talked on that, I can leave the space for another person. But on the final note, I think it's high time for us in the African space too, especially for where our traditional institutions are losing its credibility, to standardize it so that we'll have a what's it called, a document to say, since you know this, why are you coming into this? Since you know this, why are you coming into this? Then if anybody mess up, you can leave or be banished away from whatever the punishment will be. Because what this thing will breed at the end of the day will be religious tension, which we don't want. Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Fair. Thank you, Fair. I'll try and call you during the day in a more civilized style. So that's a Fair. You all know him, just the depth of voice and the richness of the thickness. And it's not even full Yoruba, by the way. It's Yoruba by way of Awori, but there it is, the Yoruba space. That is, it's part of, let me not talk ill about you behind your back. It's part of the Oyo Empire. One of, Abi, Ife, are you not part of the Oyo Empire? Otilo. All right, thank you, Ife. So let's go on from Ife to Saki Fada, who I'm almost certain would have left us because Saki usually it comes in. So Saki, are you still there? I suspect you're not. All right, thank you, Saki Fada. So that was Saki Fada. You all know Saki Fada. He speaks in a deep voice. Saki Fada. So that was Saki Fada. So from Saki Fada, let's move it on in the direction of Joel of Nashville. There is only one crown in Nashville, and he is present on your screen now. The pearl of the piece, Joel of Nashville.
And I have a face to read too. Very important that you add that too. Just a couple of things I will just run through. Adelekoko, you made something that you made a statement like
you took notes. Look at this guy. You took notes.
Yeah, no, I took notes because sometimes I just because of how things are busy for me. I'm traveling next week, so
all right,
it's becoming so real this period with my activity.
Have you put on weight?
I added some weight, but it's just on my belly.
No, it's on your cheeks as well. That's where I see it. But carry on. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my sugar daddy status. Well, anyway, I did a mention about like due process and stealing. Yes, the governors today that steal our money today, they follow due process. But the issue there is this: the discretion that they have within them to make certain decisions, like the bureaucracy involved in inflation, and I say inflation, contract, what they call it again, to inflate contract inflation, right? Inflation of contract fees, and of course the procurement. All these things goes through due process. These are due process, but till date they still manipulate that due process and still make corruption out of it. So when we are talking about Obi and what he did in Anambra State, I would let you guys know that he did a very good job. And what you guys hear, I just say here, whether it's a standard process, whether it's a due process, he did a good job. Probably we should start thinking out of the box on how we do things differently in Nigeria. Secondly, I would like to talk about the Obas. Look, the Obas in Nigeria have been politicized. I do not care where you're from. Going from the Savannah of Sokoto, or the John of Phoenicia, or the Oba of Benin, all of them have all been compromised. Now, at those in the southwest, the Obas in the southwest seem to be deteriorating at a very fast rate. I see no reason why the one that was going to church and look, I was saying it before. Tradition is tradition. Church is church. That is a traditional stool. If you go in there, do things traditionally. If you cannot serve two masters at the same time, let us cut all this crap from the Western. We are talking about Western colonialism, Western domination, but right now we are the one dominating ourselves. So the issue of the Oba is a thing that we have to talk. The Oba should not have
the power to load everything on the people, just like I had, I think, Wop is saying that they have to do this, they have to, no. We have had that kind of life. However, we can still maintain our culture and at the same time respect humanity, respect the people, follow due process and all that. So, a woman, I was surprised when I said that we should be discussing Tinubu every day. I wasn't trying to make anything dramatic.
No, sorry. I was a bit abrupt with you in that space. Sorry, Joel.
But the reason why I was saying this,
yeah,
the reason why I was saying this is that this issue about Tinubu and the drug issue, at the time I said let's let all this thing pass by. But with the report coming out from that space, I think for the number one citizen or somebody that wants to be the number one citizen of the Republic of Nigeria, we ought to dissect this space.
Joel, maybe you've been away from the platform, but over the last 2 days, we have been dissecting it. And let me share a screen with you. Even today, it was one of the talking points, but we never really got there because when I read it out, the storyline did not really have that much strength. It was Daniel Boala that saying he must be disqualified. So when I saw that headline, I brought it, but then when we were reading the substance of it, it wasn't strong enough. So for 3 days in succession, we've not spoken about anything but Tinubu and the drug case.
I know you guys have done a good job with it. Now, I'm not saying that, but I was just saying that, you see, when it comes to issues like this, everybody will have their own interpretation. We listened to Keyamo, and it was a disgrace. It was disgraceful. In fact, even me, that had nothing to do or had nothing to do with law, I felt like I was disrespected. I felt stupid listening to Keyamo. And listening to Adewale means that some people still actually believe that way. I mean, we all stay in the United States. Look, forget all the grammar up there or down there. Look, if something belongs to me as I am right now, and the government said I should forfeit it, it is my property. If I have to forfeit that, it means that there was something done. For me, if I agree to that, it means that I committed a crime. There is no two ways about it. Whether it's civil or criminal, it's now left for law. Whether it's an indictment or a conviction, it's not left for the nuances in the law. But the bedrock of this was that it was immersed in drug dealing. Someone that earns 2,400. Adewale was trying to make a case. You don't know how you make your money. You are working with mobile. When you were coming into the United States, you did not come in with any money. If you did come in, then we have to declare it. So how did you make that money? It means that money was paid in the United States. So we cannot all be fools. So for you, if you go, sometimes you go in and say you're having a plea bargain. It means that you want to allow this issue to you want to let go. But that doesn't mean that you were right. So the character of Tinubu, we have talked about his primary and secondary school education. No. The university is this. We always give this guy a leeway, always giving the guy a pass. This guy ought to be. I do not subscribe to the issue of disqualification, because even at the end of all this, he's not the only criminal out there among the four of them. So it's just the one that is owned that just came out, right? So the foundation for me in all of this is still a Southern president. So I do not subscribe to the issue of disqualification, but I think that this issue of Tinubu ought to be discussed, and we learn from it, and we call him to order, and we look at him and say, hey, this is where you're going wrong, wait, this is where you're going right, way into power. Because we have seen countries use things like this to cage presidents of other countries. The kind of crimes they know about them, the kind of things they've done, they use that to cage other countries. We do not want our country to be like that. So one man, you guys have done a great show. I did not want to take much of your time. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
No, you never take time. It's always a delight in your company, as you know. So that's the delightful Joel of Nashville. So thank you, Joel. But we did do justice to the Tinubu space. We argued it even to the point of reading the court documents and everything. So I'm not sure if we could have done much more. So we take the conversation on to take the closing remarks from Japan. It's world peace.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and thank you. I greet everybody from the comment section. Click, share, and thumbs up, and buy coffee. Like I said, do what I say. Don't do what I do. If that will buy my coffee, it will be booyaka. Anyway,
yes, sorry, just on that buy the coffee space, let me acknowledge the people that have done. Ayo, and then Jafar, and then another Ayo. So I think 2 different Ayos plus a Jafar. So the usual traditional names. And then let me just take one quick moment just to make sure I acknowledge the last super chat that did come in. It was from Des. It says, love it when we talk about Obi every day. Just shows he's a big threat. You will hardly see one man talking about Atiku. Clearly shows how scared one man is. So I have no reason to be scared. My name is not on the ballot. Well, thank you, Des. Sorry, back to you, Walt, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ahmad. So quickly, about like Angelico said, it's not good to talk about traditional rulers in the open. That's why you see anytime people talk about the traditional ruler in the West, I hardly contribute, even though the Benin monarch have a connection with the Western, the West monarch, But again, it's hard time they should checkmate the traditional ruler. There should checkmate the traditional ruler in that space, because this westernized culture is becoming. Sorry, my son I think he's teething, so it's running temperature. So I'll just make it real quick.
Okay. Yes. Do you have Capol? Do you give him Capol? Or do you have teething powder? Do they do teething powder in
I'll ask his mother. No, I don't know yet. I don't know about
yes,
that.
there's the teething powders and teething gels as well that we can because otherwise it won't be able to sleep and it'll keep you up.
Yeah, since yesterday, this morning is running temperature. Yeah. Anyway, so I think everything has an advantage and disadvantage. Being the Western people, the West in Nigeria, the Western region in Nigeria, being very educated people and open and civilized, very rational people. I think in other ways affecting them again. In other way, permitting to them use that word, being more Western now, they're leaving their own tradition behind. There are things they should hold on to, and that they should set a standard that people that will hold us to must hold the culture to the higher esteem, because people are looking up to them, That's how I see that space, and I hope there are things that we do to rectify that space. Then quickly on that, beneath this thing, it's good we should write our history and read our history. Most times we read history from the white man perspective and white man history, which is not really too good. Everything you guys said, yes, I've seen that. I've read some, I've not read some, but I just quickly want to say, in then Shettima principle, we have an administration office over there that time to oversee the Portuguese. So if Benin people are there, it's not by slavery, it's by administration services, and we send people there to help them out in their helping them fixing their boat and all that. Okay, hold on, please. So that is that. That's a very big topic to talk on. One day I will really, I would love to hold a session on that. I will invite some scholars, And again, for the fact we got to some place of the world through slavery doesn't mean everybody got there by slavery. Don't forget, the First World War, the British recruit a lot of Nigerians to that war, and they have kids over there. So they come back, and so people migrated too during that time. That's in that time, too. So there's so many factors to Nigerians moving, blacks moving to Europe and all that, and to America. Then to the Tinubu and Peter Obi space. Yes, Peter Obi people should develop, how will I say, they should relax, and when people criticize them, they should come with a better argument. Because 2 days ago, it was about Tinubu all day, all night, and they push and Tinubu people push back. So, but it's okay. We don't need to fight over Tinubu and Obi. Who doesn't like Tinubu should go to the poll and vote Obi. Who like Tinubu should go to the poll and vote Tinubu too. So that's how I see it, one man. I must let you guys take over the show because my son is my main concern right now. Is crying, one man.
No, it's good. It's good. Very soon it starts to bubble, and then the words will start to come out. So you're doing a good job. Well done. Well done, World Peace. Well
All right,
done.
thanks, man.
So well done, World Peace. So from World Peace, we go on to let's go on to the progressives. So the progressives, another, it's a full-on session. It's always a full-on session here. There's no room to maneuver. People will nail you down one way or the other. At the progressives, closing remarks.
Yes, it's been a blockbuster. Maybe we need to start doing a box office. People just subscribe to it and then come and watch. But look, it's healthy. As long as we try to take the personal, as long as we're not being personal with all of this debate. So it's about it's a healthy conversation. It's about trying to inform others, and then you also be informed, so that no man is an island. Nobody have a monopoly of knowledge. We all learn from each other every now and then. The thing is, there have to be some level of honesty to accept when you don't know, and then to also give out when you know what you are doing and back it with fact. On the issue that I didn't get to talk about, I want to really emphasize on is the issue of the Oluwo of the world that you're talking about.
Yeah, Colorado. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, for me, I don't see anything wrong with man smoking weed, because I think there've been a lot of stigmatization when it comes to weed smoking. And I think there are people who do actually those things that are even much damaging than smoking weed, but then they don't get the kind of stigmatization that the people that smoke weed get. But the only problem I have is that him trying to change the traditional setting, asking the people to start to convert traditional setting into Christianity. So for me, I have issue with that. If he want to be a Christian person, I have no problem with that. But I don't like people forcing their own belief on other people. I don't like it, and I do not accept it from anybody. For me, if you are a king of a kingdom or a people, so it comes with a lot of things. So you, as before you, there were others, so everybody follow the way it is done. So you don't come and then try to change things on the people. It is not an individual thing. It's you are a representative of a tribe, of a culture, of people. So you must under that. I think a lot of these traditional rulers that we have today, a lot of these traditional leaders that we have today, I think they forget that part of it, that they're actually represented a culture, a tribe, people. So those are the things that these people need to first of all understand. So a lot of him smoking, I don't really have issue with that. I think that is his lifestyle. That is what he wants to do. As long as he's not doing anything against anybody, if it makes him happy, he should go ahead and do it. So on the issue of this history, I said earlier on, like for me, it doesn't matter the amount of scholars you bring to come and tell me about history. There's always, for me, I just have this this belief that there's always a bias to storytelling, one way or the other. If you bring a Benin scholar and a Edo scholar to come and tell you about the Edo history, there will be some level of bias towards it. If you bring a British person, a white man, to come and talk about the same history, there will be some level of bias towards it. So it's like reading. It's like I'm not here to go against against Christian, but it's like reading the Bible. There's always gray areas, like things that you wouldn't understand. You just like, hang on, why is this like this? So that is why for me, I came to the conclusion, you know what, I'm not going to bother with any history that has gone too far back. I just say, you know what, whatever your position, just you take it. But for me, I just say, you know what, leave it like that, because there are things they will just tell you, and you just say, hang on, that doesn't make sense. Why would you want me to believe something like that? So that of history, I don't do it, and that of Joel talking about Tinubu. I heard you guys, because I've not been in since for the past 2 days on the show. But I've been listening from the background. I heard you guys talking about Tinubu. I think, to be honest with you, in a political season, I think everything should be on the table. If that story is out there, I'm not against the opposition using it for their own advantage. So it's up to the Tinubu team to come out and then explain what happened and what went wrong. But what I will always say is that if you are a neutral person and you want to analyze that issue, you should analyze it from a neutral position, right? So if somebody like an Obis supporter comes out and say, "Oh no, he should be disqualified," I'm not going to take him serious. If a PDP person come and say, "Oh no, I'm not going to," because I know those are opposition position. So if a neutral person come out and say, "You know what, this is bad," then you start to look at it from that angle. But I've not seen any neutral person comes out and talk about this whole story. And for me, I've decided not to have anything to do with it. And last, I just want to quickly say something. One more.
Okay.
The Nigerian mainstream media is a joke. How those people, what we are doing here, we are far. We are doing a lot more than these people. How these guys are mainstream, I cannot believe it. You cannot bring somebody to a studio and then you ask them question that is flying around from social media, from the social media space. What makes you a journalist? What is your job? You cannot be picking information from the social media space and then be using it as a focal point of your interview. For me, I've always said, what did you say about how did Tinubu make his money? What did you say about Peter Obi? All those, you should have go and do your own investigation before you come and ask somebody's question. Are you telling me that channels could not write a letter to Colorado or whatever?
All right, round it off just for time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that I'll leave you at there. Just say thank you very much, one more, for the show, and Jaliko, World Peace, Jewel, and Is it fair, and everybody that came on. I want to say thank you, and hopefully we get to do this some other time. Thank you very much, and good night, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, the progressives. So thank you, the progressives. So thank you, the progressives. We go on from the progressive to Thomas, who hopefully is still there. Thomas, are you still there?
I'm here, one man. I don't want to sound like a broken record. What only thing I learned today is due process in government doesn't matter. You can do anything you want to do. Thank you, one man. May God bless you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for making it very short. You could see that I'm starting to flag a little bit. So thank you for doing that, Thomas. So from Thomas, the final word, of course, the daddy of them all, Ajan Lekoko, to take us home. So Ajan Lekoko, the closing remark, the final word.
Thank you, Woman, and I want to thank every contributors that came on the platform today. You have all done good. Contribution was quite meaningful, purposeful, educative, informative, and I hope that you guys will come back tomorrow to join one man for us to do another round of news that he will surely bring to us. Here we don't support any candidate, but we do the best that we can to be objective here treat every issue on factual basis and not on the basis of sentiment or uh, or with bias analysis. We don't do it here. Factual, based, and straight to the point. That is what we do here. And that's what makes us the best of the best platform on the internet. And we will remain that, we will remain to be so, the best of the best. So this is a platform with diverse opinion. We have people that are obese here. We have people that are Showore. I'm a Showore guy. We have people that are Adewale, the SDP guy. We have people that are, Atiku. We have people that are Tinubu. This is a Nigerian to the core. Every part of Nigeria is here, and that's why we are diverse. We don't. Everybody opinion matter on this platform. So, if you are listening to us, if you haven't joined this platform before, please do your best to click on the like button and subscribe. And if you believe that you have a very strong view, come and join One Man. You'll be allowed in. If the studio is full, chat that you have a very strong opinion, ask for One Man to let you in, to post a hyperlink to you. And if I wouldn't mind to come out for you, if you're a new person to come in, so that you can hear your view. So click on the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't done so. Our brothers at the comment section, they are the strength of the platform. Please continue to do what you know to do best. Come back tomorrow, so let's do another round as well with One Man. And One Man, they have done it again. How many hours? I think 6 hours. Oh, wow.
It's 6.5 almost. So we take the beating.
Oh, man. Now, wow. Well, thank you, One Man, for bringing us together. You have done a very, 6 hours is not, 6.5 hours. It's not easy. So, but we thank you for good job. Thank you, One Man. Come back tomorrow. We'll be expecting you. And have a good night. Have a good rest. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So that was Ajale Koko. So when you hear Ajale Koko's voice, then that means that that's the final curtain. So the final curtain. So it's joining Ajale Koko to thank you one and all. To the coffee buyers, the super chatters, the happy clappers, the audio millionaires, and the virtual investors and or whatnot. So anyway, just to say thank you for your company today, and hopefully we do it again. It never stops. We're going all the way through to February, so we will be consistent, and the only thing that we ask that is you consistently engage. That consistent engagement involves some activities, which is to click on the like button and ensure that you're subscribed. So just those two things we do. Click on like and subscribe, and then click on the bell notification as well. Then set your diary for 9:45 p.m. UK time to come and join me. Only after you have spent time with Ovie at 3:45 p.m. also UK time. So use that as the measure to gauge whatever the time is, wherever it is in the world that you are. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.